the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the next round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Lil Sweet! Did you make it out the door on time?
Yeah, but I have lipstick on my teeth.
Ooh, that color looks great on you. And you deserve a tasty treat. Did you take an alternate route and avoid 30 seconds of traffic? Or did you weather apple out? Ooh, and now you're sweating in your jacket. So sweet, unique. Baby, there's nothing better. I bet you probably done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper. Did you nail the high note while singing along to your favorite song? Yes, I did. Woo! Did you perfectly parallel apart without bumping any bumper.
Yeah, but I locked my keys in the car.
That's okay.
I need my keys a little sweet.
Did you get your kid in the car seat without losing your temper? Buckle in, that's a win. It's one of a kind, it'll blow your mind. Everyone's done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
1 hour early. Here we go. SEC Media Days, day 4 on the next round. It is Auburn Day here in Atlanta. Coming up this hour, we'll hear Derek Hall, Tank Bigsby, Coach Brian Harsin as they make their way around to different microphones. Later in the show, they'll roll around and rejoin us live up here at our table on the second floor at the College Football Hall of Fame. Jim Dunaway, Ryan Brown, Lance Taylor back in the Double Down Media control room. We have Rockstar, Forrester, Lunsford, Taylor Corns on social media today. Hit Taylor up at Next Round Live there and talk to her throughout the show. We appreciate all you being with us all week long. We're back in studio tomorrow with our typical Friday show with Rockstar in the Lounge and a whole lot more. A couple of things before we get to Derek Hall. And Brownie, you'll let me know when Derek is up and ready to go.
I will tell you, Jim.
Okay, I appreciate that, man.
You're welcome, buddy.
They don't call you the best color analyst in the game for nothing.
Good to see you this morning, man.
Nice seeing you.
Yeah.
Couple of things happened overnight, so let's roll through those. And this in the headlines, brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing, Greg Nelson, and the folks there in Pell City. Greg from Pell City, ready to hook you up with a free, no-cost inspection. Greg, you can call him today. He's probably on a roof already. 205-542-3531. 542-3531. Free no-cost inspection. A-plus rated with a Better Business Bureau. He and his wife own the company. Locally owned for over 20 years. Check him out for that free no-cost inspection. 205-542-3531. Or simply look him up on Facebook. Greg from Pell City. Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing. You were right, LT. Bryce Young was up for College Male Athlete of the Year at the ESPYs. He won it last night.
Well, when you won the Heisman, you know, it's a tough one to beat right there.
Yeah, I mean, who else was up?
I think it was some Olympic sport athlete. That way didn't have the whole list.
I played 18 holes of golf until about 9 o'clock Eastern.
No, all good.
And then I was with you the rest of the night.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Technically 17 holes of golf. The Lightning got us on 18.
I bet I can find out right
Yeah.
here.
I think it
anyway,
was,
with that said,
not
I'm
important.
not surprised.
Yeah, not important. Bryce Young's your Male Athlete of the Year.
Yeah, I mean, good for him. The guy, I don't think anybody watched it and thought he didn't deserve the Heisman Trophy.
Right.
And the way he played behind a suspect offensive line, fighting through injuries to receivers. I mean, a lot of things. And the guy just had a tremendous year. You mentioned that Derek Hall is going to be at the podium now. John Lunsford will get us started for the Auburn contingent at SEC Media Days today, Luntz.
All right, Auburn set to go today. Like Brown mentioned, Derek Hall now at the podium in the electronic room. Once again, thanks to all of our sponsors from Precision Sports Medicine, our title sponsor, Tommy James Law, Culver's, Dr. Pepper, all of our great sponsors here for SEC Media Days. Let's now get you out to Derek Hall.
This morning, we had no intention on matching or anything like that. So that was pretty cool. I shop at the locker room. He shops at the locker room in Auburn. So, but like I said, there was no intention on that happening. But on the other hand, Emil Leota, that's my right-hand man. We train together. We work together. You know, we just talk, hang out, chill. Our relationship has definitely grown since the spring. We've became really close, knit tight brothers. It seems like I've known him forever. Even though he's only been at Auburn going on his second year, our goals are still the same. Our aspirations are still the same. We want to take this team to the next level on defense. So we have to come to work every day, and we have to fulfill everything that we said we're going to do.
On the right-hand side, third row.
Derek Jeff Spiegel, ABC 3340 Birmingham. When all of the stuff was going on in the offseason, all of the, the inquiry about Coach Harsin and all of that, how did the players react to that? I know some guys came out on Twitter publicly supporting him. How much can you say you love playing for this guy and want to go out and lay it on the line for him?
Right. So when that happened, it caught everyone off guard. It's something that we really couldn't control. Some of the guys went and stepped up and talked to the board and the president. just support Coach Harsin. But obviously, we could control that final decision. But I mean, it didn't really affect the team. We still came to work every day. We still ran. We still put in the work. We were working hard every day, no matter the outcome, because we all believe in Auburn. We believe in Coach Harsin. I love playing for him. He's a big disciplinarian. He wants everything to go the right way, and you really just don't see that much. As far as academics and other things like that. And I mean, like I said, he's a big disciplinaire. So I love playing for the guy. I mean, he's enthusiastic. He lifts with us. He runs with us. He does a lot of different things with us that, I've never had before. And at his age, he run decks with us. So, I mean, just having him there and knowing that he's going through the same struggles that we're going through and we're all cohesively doing this as a team is huge.
Back row on the left.
Dan Peck, ESPN 106.7 in Auburn. Derek, a lot of big losses in the secondary and the linebacking core from last year's team, but there's talent ready to step up. Any players in particular who've impressed you with the work they've done this offseason?
Oh, well, yeah. All around the back end. Obviously, we have Zion back. He's healthy. He's good. Zion's really smart. He's very detailed in what he does. He's taking care of that back end. But you have Donovan Kaufman, who played last year, who's looking really good. Jalen Simpson's back and healthy. You have Nehemiah, who played last year. I mean, all those guys on the back end are doing a really good job. We have Owen back at the linebacker core. He's getting those guys right. I mean, they're on the defense. We are really cohesive, looking good as a team, moving around well, fitting well, meshing well. Routes coming out well, drops coming out well. I mean, everything just ticking like a well-oiled machine. So I think we're looking really good right now in this offseason.
On the right-hand side, second row.
Tyler Shaw with KBTX in College Station. Just curious, who's the toughest offensive line that you've had to play against in this league?
Toughest, I would say Georgia. I believe is the toughest. Alabama have those guys. They had Evan Neal, the center there a couple years ago who flattened me my freshman year. I forgot his name. I can't think of it right now, but I mean, Alabama have a few guys, but Georgia's all across the board. I mean, they play hard, they're physical, they're tough, they're strong. Their O-line coach does a good job with those guys and getting those guys to move around well, and then just, trying to hone in on those small things to help you, beat guys like that. Because, I mean, we're lead as a D-line, they're lead as an O-line. So it just comes down to little things, little matchups that you find. So I would have to say Georgia.
To your left on the third row.
Derek, are there any young guys on the defensive line or with you at edge that have kind of stepped up this summer? You've seen them take the next step?
Right. At edge position, Dylan Brooks. He's looking really good. He's moving along well. His training has changed. His body has changed. He's coming along really well. He's going to be a guy that's going to help us out this year. And just across the D line, he isn't young, but he's been here. Marcus Harris has changed. Just his approach to the game, I think he's really figuring it out now. He's going to be really good for us. And, me, Kobe, and Leota, we're going to make sure all the guys are up to speed and counts right around the corner, so we have a lot to do in a short amount of time.
On the right here in the front row.
Anthony Patterson with D-Line The Voice. Last season, you guys had some games. One game in particular was the Alabama game where defensively you guys put your best foot forward. When you look back at that game, what do you want to build on from, and what's the things you want to improve on when you look back at it?
That game really showed us a lot, just in the standpoint of the kind of defense that Auburn's capable of playing. That's the Auburn blue-collar defense everyone knows, and everyone's used to. So just trying to sustain off that, build off that, learn the things that we need to learn and take away from that game to help us go into this year was the biggest thing. And I think, guys, once that happened, I mean, we may have lost a game, but once we play that kind of caliber defense, that was the standard. And nobody's backing down from that. So we're either going to keep rising or we're going to hold that standard. We're not going to hold that standard. We're going to keep rising, moving in the right direction. So I think the Auburn defense is definitely back.
On the left front row.
Hey, Derek, good morning.
Morning.
Jacques Doucet, WAFB TV in Baton Rouge. Just want to get your thoughts on LSU coming to Auburn this year, and just what's it like a home game at Jordan-Hare? You play small, quiet town, and then all of a sudden there's 90,000 people there. Right.
So LSU Auburn is always a good game, of course. They always put their best foot forward. I mean, anytime you come into Jordan-Hare, it's going to be crazy. It's the best college atmosphere ever in college football right now. And I think it will be for a very long time. Just having that home game experience in Jordan-Hare, having the fans around you, everybody doing the swag surf heading into the fourth quarter. I mean, it's special. I mean, you really have to be there to see it. But just having the opportunity to play in Jordan-Hare, it's something special. Every time I walk in that stadium, I get chill bumps. I get excited for what's to come. So, just a home game in Jordan-Hare is one of a kind. You have to be there to see it. So, like I said, it's a big experience for college football.
Front row.
Good morning, Derek. AP Stedham, WHEP, Foley, Alabama. Derek, can you tell us something about your new defensive coordinator and any new responsibilities for you with that scheme?
Right. I love Coach Smedden. He does a great job. He's very smart. He's very articulate. He's very detailed. He likes the little things that, some people overlook. He's very honed in and detailed with those things, whether that be, one step here, two steps here, a foot turn here, a hip turn there. So he's very detailed in his approach to the game. And he wants us to take that next step from last year. The scheme so much hasn't really changed. It's pretty much all the same. He made his little tweaks here and there to change some things up, to clean up some verbiage and things like that. But overall, everything's pretty much the same. And, we have a few changes that I'm going to have to do and have to learn. But, obviously that's discretionary. So, but I mean, yeah, I love Coach Smedden. He does a great job. Like I said, he's very detailed about his work. So I couldn't ask for better.
Third row on the aisle.
Derek, for you personally now, senior season, it seems like you've sort of improved your game every year over the course of your Auburn career. Your personal goals for this season in terms of maybe, what you're doing in your development as a player, in terms of your individual pass rushing abilities, just kind of where do you see yourself heading into this season, and what are your personal goals in terms of that?
Right. So personal goals already get better. I haven't really put a stipulation on what I want to achieve and what I want to do because, you play for each other, you play together, everything else take care of itself. So, I mean, obviously I want to grow. I want to keep getting better. I want to take that next step in my development. And a lot of that has been, one step here, hands here, a get off here, a heel down up there. There's a difference between a pressure and a sack and a tackle and a missed tackle. So I've really been honing in on the little things to take that next step. But overall, it's really not about me. It's about this team and trying to take this team to that next level. So, we just here all trying to win a championship and get better. So that's my goal.
Left side, back row.
Derek, how seriously did you consider going to the NFL or continuing your college football career at a different school? And what were the factors that made you decide to return to Auburn for 2022?
Right. So heading into the Iron Bowl, or right after the Iron Bowl, heading to the bowl game, I told my mom, like, I was done. I'm gone. Like, I'm gonna go to the league. I'm gonna make it happen. But really sitting down and really thinking about it, one, I wanted to finish school, get my degree. So that was the biggest thing, education. The next biggest thing was, why would I leave and miss out on the college experience, because you never get that back. Just being able to play with my brothers one more time, put in the hard work, the grit, the toughness, the blood, sweat, and tears one more time. That was a really big thing for me as well. So, I love Auburn. Auburn loves me back for sure. Everybody take care of me. My teammates, my coaches, people just out in the street, you walk around and like, hey, Derek, how you doing? You just don't get that everywhere. Auburn's a very special place. So I want to give back to them one more time. And if I had to make a decision again, I would definitely come back for 2022. So I'm ready to get to work, and we're ready to get this thing on the road.
Left side, third row.
Derek, you mentioned Owen earlier. How's he looking this summer? He was definitely a guy that you guys missed last season because of the injuries, and just how does he look right now? With the rest of the linebackers,
Looks great. I mean, coming off the surgery that he had on his ankle, and all the stuff he's been through, Owen has persevered. He never once pouted, got upset, got sad about the situation he was in. That's one thing I can't say about Owen's very smart. He knows there's challenges in the game, and there's a lot of adversity that you're going to face throughout, your time of playing this game of football. So he's very smart. He's very intelligent. He plays the game with a very high motor. He moves around well. He's looking well. He's commanding that. The defense as a whole, because he's a Mike linebacker, so he's over the entire defense. But just the linebacker core in general, he's doing a great job with. So I'm looking forward to seeing him showing out this year, and we're all going to make this thing cohesively win.
Final question on the back.
You mentioned your relationship with Coach Schmedding. A lot of other position coaches who seem to be involved in many aspects of the defense. Zach Etheridge, Coach Rock, Christian Robinson. What can you tell us about some of the other defensive coaches that Auburn has this year?
Right. Starting out with Coach Etheridge, Coach E. Everybody call him Coach E. But I mean, he's great. He's very smart. I didn't know anything about him until he came to Auburn. I knew he played there, but personally, I didn't know too much about the person that he was. But man, I love Coach Etheridge. He does a great job with that secondary. All our coaches on the defense staff are very detailed, and that's what I like. Some place you go, they look over stuff, but I mean, our staff is very detailed in what we do, how we do it, the way we go to work every day. And Rock is amazing. I love my position coach. Just the way he comes to work every day, he's very smart. He put us through the ringer every single day, and he lets us know this because he wants us to be better. Rock has been around the game a long time, I think about 30 years, and he's been around a lot of places, but he deserves this opportunity at Auburn. I mean, I love Coach Rock, and there's no better man for the job than him at that edge position. I mean, he's really developing us and getting guys moving along. He's getting guys moving further, faster. So that's the biggest thing about it. And Coach C-Rob, I knew him obviously when he was at Florida, recruiting me a little bit. And he's really, really good with the linebackers. I haven't really seen too much of him because I'm not really around him that much besides team and stuff like that. But just the little things I saw, he does a great job. I mean, like I said, they're very honed in on details, so that's huge.
Derek, thank you very
All right,
much.
that
Great
is
job.
Derek
Yes, sir.
Hall,
Thank you.
talking to the gathered media here at SEC Media Days on day 4. While that's going on, Brian Harsin is in the main arena making an address. I'll tell you how he opened up his comments after Brownie tells us about one of our proud sponsors, Tommy James Law.
Yeah, when you're choosing a lawyer, the most important factors are trust, experience, and results. Attorney Tommy James checks all those boxes. Anything from car accidents to wrongful death cases, Tommy has done it all. Case evaluations are free, so if you're looking for a lawyer to handle any type of personal injury case, give him a call at 205-259-1725 or check him out at TommyJamesLaw.com. Tommy James, a respected and experienced lawyer you can trust to fight for you.
We knew this was going to happen. We had been clued in that Brian Harsin was going to come out swinging when he had his opening remarks here, and he did that as he stepped to the podium. And for those that have never been to SEC Media Days, in the main ballroom, or in this case, the main arena, down below us here, the coaches have an opening statement, and they vary in length. Some go very deep. Some say, "Thanks for having me. Are there any questions?" Brian Harsin's opening comments, I know some of you looking at me didn't expect me to be here. There was an inquiry. It was uncomfortable, unfounded, and it didn't work. And then he went on to talk about how it's brought the team closer together, the coaching staff closer together, and the fan base closer together. And Auburn is moving forward in a positive note there from Brian Harsin. But if you're looking for that guy to cower and not address that and be aggressive about it, you're looking at the wrong guy. This guy has come out and he's sort of taking the bulls by the horn.
No, I like it, Brown. I like the aggression and him being on the defensive. I would ask you guys this though: if there are one or two major power brokers that still want him out, do you think they have enough power to get that done?
Yeah, the only thing that saved him this time was the amount of the buyout. And you just couldn't gin up enough support to pay, for everybody to put in their portion of the buyout, obviously, or he would have been gone. The buyout is going to drop. Lance, the question is, how much do those people care about public opinion? At some point, look, if he goes 10-2, 11-1, beats Alabama, beats Georgia, something like that.
Oh, he's completely fine.
Well, yeah, you've got the program headed in the right direction. Why in the world would you want to make a change? So, I think there's always that aspect of it, is that you look to what the season is like, and do you still feel the necessity to make a change just because he wasn't your guy? If he's not your guy, but he's winning, you figure out a way to be comfortable with him, right?
And all those allegations that were thrown out there, they completely disappeared.
They did. Tank Bigsby is up next. Lunsford's going to walk us up to the Auburn running back, one of the best in the country, Luntz.
Yeah, Tank Bigsby looking for a big year this year. You mentioned him on the watch list yesterday. Once again, Precision Sports Medicine, our title sponsor, Tommy James Law, Wayne's, Culver's, Dr. Pepper. Thanks to all of them for their great support of the next round. Now let's get to the media room for Tank Bigsby.
Well, when my mother got married, we moved to LaGrange, built relationships with teammates and friends, and a couple of those guys came to Auburn with me, and it's great, to have experience with them in high school and college, and it's different.
We'll go on the aisle here, third row.
Tank, Brian said this morning that he thinks you might be the most improved player on the entire team in terms of what you've done in the offseason. You were a guy that already rushed for 1,000 yards last year. So in your mind, what does an improved season look like for you?
Well, just doing the little things and making sure I do everything right like I can, and always just carry myself in the manner that I need to be, and doing the right thing for my team and being a team player first. And that's what I've been doing this summer, coming to work and being a team player first.
On the right, second row.
Tyler Shaw with KBTX in College Station. I wanted to ask about transfer quarterback Zach Calzada. I don't know how much you've been able to work out or practice with him, but just what have you seen from Zach and what he brings?
Zach, he brings leadership. He speaks up. He brings a lot of things. You know, he's a talented guy, smart. You know what I'm saying, and he has what it takes to be a great quarterback. You know what I mean? And should see how that goes, and hopefully it go good.
Left side, back row.
Dan Peck, ESPN 1067. Tank, a lot of your teammates made the decision to move on from Auburn last year, either to the NFL draft or go into the transfer portal. Sort of your decision behind returning to Auburn for your junior year, and how seriously did you consider maybe playing somewhere else this year?
Well, I came to Auburn for my freshman year. When I came to Auburn in 2020, you know, I just felt like this school is different, you know what I'm saying? And coming after my sophomore season, it's the same thing, you know what I'm saying? I want to change and I want to do the things I need to do for Auburn, you know what I'm saying? So coming into Auburn, you know what I'm saying, it was different, you know what I'm saying? It's a different program. And you have to be a different man to be in this program, you know what I'm saying? Because a lot of people don't like us, a lot of people speak bad about us, but at the end of the day, we have to come and play, and we have to be ready to play. So, and that's why I came to Auburn. That's why I'm here at Auburn. And I feel like we're going to do what we have to do this year and handle our business.
Right side, third row.
Tank, Jeff Spiegel, ABC 3340 in Birmingham. There was the inquiry into the program run under Brian Harsin over the offseason. I know the players came out and spoke in behalf of Coach. How has this maybe made the unit stronger and more united to go out and play hard for him?
Well, you know what I'm saying? We playing hard for Coach, playing hard for each other, for the team, you know what I'm saying? The situation that was going on, you know what I'm saying? It brought us closer, and it brought us closer as a team and as a family, you know what I mean? And we go out and play for each other and lay it all on the line and do everything we have to do to get a W or win, you know what I mean?
Left side.
Hey, Tank, good morning. Jacques Doucet, WAFB TV in Baton Rouge. TJ Finley, we've covered him, high school, LSU, and now with you guys. You mentioned Zach, but certainly I'm sure TJ is going to do his best to win that starting job as well. What have you seen out of him in the last year or so?
TJ, he's a competitor, smart, you know, intelligent guy. And he has what it takes to, you know what I'm saying? It's gonna come down to whoever wanted the most. And there's just gonna be like on the weekends, Saturdays, it's gonna come down to what team wanted the most, and that's who's gonna win.
Right side, third row.
Good morning, Tank. Jack Patterson, WRBL in Columbus. So you're a part of another long line of Division I talent that's come from the Chattahoochee Valley. What does it mean to you to be a part of that legacy?
It's great, you know what I'm saying? It's also a blessing. You know, I have to thank God, you know what I'm saying, for putting me in this position, you know what I'm saying? It's awesome opportunity, you know what I mean? And not too many people get an opportunity to do that, do these things. So, you know, it means a lot to me. And I do everything I can do to keep getting better.
Left side, back row.
Tank, could you tell us a little bit about your relationship with Cadillac Williams and how he's improved you as a player and as a person?
Coach Cadillac, he's a great man. He's a good coach. You know, he does everything he's supposed to do. He do things right. He preached to me about the little things, you know what I'm saying? Because when I got to college, you know, as a high school, you know, come in and think about little things. So I came in and just, you know, by little things, I mean footwork, you know, tracks, things like that, worrying about the things that matter. You know, he hit on that. And I think that would make him the best, like at what he's doing, because he worry about the little things and the big things handle itself.
Front row here on the right.
You just mentioned Cadillac Williams. What other running backs or mentors do you have that you listen to and model your game after as a running back?
Well, I look at a lot of guys, you know what I'm saying? I look at Alvin Kamara, Todd. I look at Nick Chubb. You know, I look at a lot of guys, Dalvin Cook. I look at him a lot, you know what I'm saying? I like his running style, catching out the backfield, the way they use him, you know what I'm saying? I like how they do that. And you know what I'm saying? I really don't speak with guys, you know, but I look at it and watch their film a lot.
Left side, third row.
Tank, last season, Jarquez got it off to a really, really good start. Kind of tailed off in the end of the season. What have you seen from him this offseason, kind of taking that step forward and being a guy that may be more consistent for you this year?
Jacquez Hunter, he's a great guy, great running back. And this off season, like we all been working. He been working hard, doing what he supposed to do, carrying himself the way he supposed to be, carrying himself and putting the work in. That's all that matter. If you put the work in, the job gonna be easy.
On the aisle, fourth row.
Tank, Reggie Chapman, 11 Live TV here in Atlanta. Excuse me if this was asked already, but just being able to come back to the state of Georgia, place where you're obviously from. I mean, the moment that you were asked to come back here, how cool is it to kind of been back in the state and to be able to represent your state as well over at Auburn?
Well, it's a good, you know what I'm saying? It's an opportunity of a lifetime, you know, to come and do this and just be able to represent my team. You know what I'm saying? That let them know I got their back, you know what I mean? And it means a lot, you know what I'm saying? That's all I got. It means a lot.
Two questions. Left side, back row.
Tank, what do you expect to be different about the running game in 2022? Mike Bobo moved on after last season. This year it'll be a mixture of Eric Keesaw and Brian Harsin running the offense. How could that impact the running game?
I feel like we're gonna run it more. You know what I mean? I feel like we're gonna run the ball. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that's, you know what I mean? That's what Auburn known for, running the ball. Running backs, great running backs. And I feel like that's what we're gonna do. You know what I mean?
Final question here on the aisle.
Tank, last season, and obviously since you've been at Auburn, you know, you had a starting quarterback who came in with experience. So you really weren't, you know, you didn't have a feeling out period this year. How much responsibility do you yourself feel maybe at the beginning of the season, you know, still working things out at quarterback, still kind of ironing that out and getting a guy comfortable? How confident are you that you're going to be able to sort of shoulder that load early in the season while they might be working on other things with the quarterback?
Well, I feel like we'll have everything situated and I feel like we'll have everything handled. But me, you know, confidence wise is there. You know what I mean? I have to do what I have to do for my team and I have to go out there and lay it on the line. You know what I mean? So I feel like it's there. The confidence, you know, the confidence piece is always there. You know, just it's all about worrying about getting the job done and what it takes to get the job done. You know what I mean? Coming together, playing with the team. That's what's gonna take to win. You know what I mean? I feel like when the team come together and play together, that's when we're at our best, and that's what we've been doing.
Tank, thank you very much.
Bixby of Auburn there talking with the folks here at SEC Media Days. On day 4, that was live with Tank. You'll hear Brian Harsin live coming up in just a few minutes as we continue uninterrupted thanks to our presenting sponsors. That includes our friends at Wayne's Pest Control.
Yeah, don't forget right now, Wayne's got that best deal that they have offered, $100 off Smart Pest Service at Wayne's, 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES, the number 1. Also call Waynes.com. That's 24/7 rodent monitoring that keeps you from having an infestation, and $100 off when you use the code TNR for the next round when you call 866-WAYNES-1. That is for a limited time.
And of course, LT, our title sponsor is our friends at Precision Sports. They keep getting you back in the game. And we'll talk to Brian Harsin or hear from Brian Harsin in a second. We'll actually have him on set here with us in the 11 o'clock hour later today. But Precision Sports bringing us all our coverage here in Atlanta.
Yes, whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback today. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
You know, one of the benefits of being here with everybody who covers the Southeastern Conference, you hear a lot of conversations around you. Smart people like the people over my shoulder were talking about, will Brian Harsin be back here next year? And that is a big question. How much do you think a guy like Charles Barkley on our show saying get off Brian Harsin's back, give him a chance, how much does that help give Brian Harsin a fighting chance this year? Anything at all? Does Barkley and some people like him move the needle at all to give Harsin some wiggle room?
Back to Brown's point on the buyout was so heavy last year. The only thing it would do is if they asked Barkley for part of the buyout and he said no. I think outside of that, I really don't think it matters.
I mean, I think Barkley's obviously he's a loud voice and he's a respected voice, and Auburn fans love him. And, you know, I think it might affect the Auburn fans. But again, these power brokers that make these types of decisions aren't really interested in what Charles Barkley thinks. They're interested in keeping and exercising their power. So As much as we love Charles and as much attention as that got, and we were talking with Charles, this week, we've had a chance to spend some time with him, and even he was surprised by how viral that went, and how many people reached out to him after what he said on our show.
Well, I think that part of that reason why was because there are a number of Auburn people who wanted to hear that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I think so. Well, I mean, I think Auburn fans love seeing Charles, obviously, all out support Auburn.
That's
and
right.
He's never forgotten where he's come from. He is Mr. Auburn. He's at Auburn basketball games. He's at Auburn football games. I mean, you never doubt Charles' unwavering support. But ultimately, as Lance said, Charles is not the guy. While Charles is very generous and is donating, he's not the guy that is funding the athletic program.
Yeah, and you look at the other, guys that were dominant athletes, worldwide commodities, and Bo Jackson and Frank Thomas. You don't see those guys around there.
Yeah, you don't, not as much.
Let me paint an analogy.
But Bo's
for
there
you.
in football a little bit, yeah.
Let me paint this analogy for you. Charles Barkley is the Boston Tea Party. Okay, follow me here. A lot of Auburn fans feel like they're being taxed without any representation by these big boosters who are calling the shots, right? They're not really speaking for the true Auburn fans who wanted to give Brian Harsin a fighting chance, who thought maybe, Harsin in his first year, was maybe didn't get the results, but they sort of liked the way the program looked.
Yeah.
Where would it go moving forward? And it felt like people rallied around Barkley, throwing that out there and, maybe rustled up a little support for Brian Harsin from the people who don't feel like they get to be heard with the Auburn decision makers.
Well, I mean, to the point,
that's a pretty, you can laugh all you want. That's a pretty good analogy.
Okay. I kind of got lost in it.
You can laugh all you want.
So Charles,
day 4, that's a pretty good pull.
So Charles is throwing tea in Lake Martin.
That's right.
Was basically what you said.
He's throwing Auburn tea into the harbor down there. Yes.
Well, I mean, here's the point. If the Live Golf Tour gives Charles $250 million to come over there and talk, and Charles starts funding the athletic program, these comments mean even more. I'm not saying they don't mean anything now, but they mean even more.
Well, I love it. As far, you guys think $250 million will last a lifetime. If you start funding,
I think Charles at close to 60. I think he's going to be okay.
I'm just saying, if Liv gives him $250 million, I mean, you can't funding athletic departments.
No,
that 250 burns away.
Yeah, but you can have a much larger voice than you do now.
You can.
Yeah, 25 million goes a long way.
Absolutely, it does.
It does.
But no, I think Charles is important to Auburn, and I think the power boosters at Auburn love Charles and want to have a relationship with him, but ultimately, their goal is to get their way.
Listen, we'll hear from Brian Harsin in a second, but a couple more points on what Brian Harsin is attempting to do here today with all the microphones, all the cameras, all the people with their keyboards who are posting on their websites and their social media feeds and
people talking
and writing stories. What he's going to try to do here today, the game plan, after I tell you that the folks at the University of Montevallo, a great place for your son or daughter to go to school, check them out. 4 years, 5 years, however long you want to spend at the University of Montevallo to get it done. They'll help you. Great class size, 14-to-1 student to professor ratio, 21 Division II fully funded scholarship NCAA sports right there at the University of Montevallo. A great campus. Southern Living raves about the beauty of the campus, and they haven't raised tuition in 5 years at Montevallo. Schedule an in-person tour and find out why Montevallo is one of the fastest growing schools in the state of Alabama. It's montevallo.edu. montevallo.edu. Very important for Brian Harsin to paint a positive picture here that the program is alive and not dying on the vine. Very important that he's painting a picture here that he's aggressive, he's in control, and that he's got a plan. It has to happen today so that it resonates on the recruiting trail and so that he can have some traction moving into the season. If he looks like a coach who's dying on the vine, then it's just dead man walking into the season. You start counting losses and you start counting down to him getting fired. That's his perception. He's got to play the game on this day today to make it look like that he has blood pumping through the veins of the Auburn program.
Yeah, in short, this is his last PR opportunity. After this, pretty much everything else is performance on the field.
That's right.
And that's ultimately what's going to matter. He needs to start 5-0.
That would help.
Yeah. Oh, it would help tremendously. And it's very, very possible.
I mean, they're going to be favored in their first 5 games.
Yeah. I don't have a ton of
Penn State
confidence in Penn State.
Penn State becomes a swing game, man. Becomes such a huge game.
LSU at home's a swing game.
Yeah, but that Penn State one first, right?
What?
It's Cupcake,
Well,
Penn State.
Yeah, but I mean for both teams, because you think if Penn State loses to Purdue that first
Yeah.
Thursday
Oh,
night,
yes.
then that Auburn game becomes huge for them. They're a cornered animal right there.
It does, but at that point, I think the Penn State people start wondering, God, we just gave him another contract.
Oh, I
and we
know.
can't afford to buy him out.
And
Brian Harsin, more important to us, what we do. That game sets the tone for him
No,
at
it
that point. If
does.
he wins that one, that'll be national TV. Hasn't it already been picked up for prime time?
Yep.
Right?
Or yeah.
Or is it CBS? It got picked up somewhere
Yeah,
where
I
it's a
think it did.
big game.
Yeah.
It's somewhere. Somewhere. It's a national game. It may be the CBS.
It's the
game.
2:30 CBS. game,
2:30 CBS game. So it's the national platform with Nestler and those guys. After 2 cupcakes, you win that game against a good helmet, especially if Penn State's unbeaten. If they've somehow beaten Purdue, and they were unbeaten,
But my
then all
point
of,
is,
all of a sudden you're sitting there going, okay, that was national TV, great atmosphere, as you know, it'll be at Jordan Hare, and they sit there and they win that game. Then it's like, okay, 3-0. Then you can start talking about beating a first year Brian Kelly LSU and getting off to that 5-0 start.
Yeah, my point is, if they lose to Purdue, how big a game is that for both coaches? But it is massive for Brian Harsin because it is the key to the 5-0 start.
But if they start 3-2, you got some
that's
serious
trouble.
issues because that back end of the schedule is
Yeah.
loaded.
3-2, then at that point you're probably counting, is it going to happen in October? Is it going to happen in November? It's going to happen after the season.
Right.
That's when it becomes tough.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any doubt, but I would say if I were starting a season with my job on the line, I would want the start of that schedule that he's got. That's exactly the way I would want my schedule to lay out. I would want Mercer and San Jose State to start the year so I can get my feet under me. I would want Penn State, who's a big name, but probably not at the top of their game right now. I don't have Ohio State rolling in. I don't have somebody like that rolling in. I got Penn State coming in, big name, good helmet, but not at the top of their program right now. Then I've got Missouri coming in, one of the lower tier SEC teams. And then I got LSU, big name, good helmet. My fans know, but they're down a little bit, changing coaches. That's about as good as you could ask for if you're Brian Harsin.
Running commercial free here, uninterrupted, thanks to presenting sponsors like our friend at Culver's. If you want to swing by there for lunch or dinner tonight or this weekend, Culver's is a great place spreading all over America like kudzu and right now into our area.
Yeah, they're featuring now that big Wisconsin cheese pub burger. You stop in the 150 or 280 location, enjoy one today. Culver's, welcome to Delicious.
All right, Brian Harsin will be at the media room podium in just a second. We'll carry that live for you, and then the Auburn players will be rolling through our set in the 10 o'clock hour, and then Brian Harsin joins us on set in the 11 o'clock hour, somewhere between probably 11:15 and 11:40. As you want to plan your day out, all those times central. Josh Heupel's here today. Jimbo Fisher's here today. A pretty eventful final day. I like the way they stacked this to keep us interested on day 4 of SEC Media Days. Another thing that I want to get back to what he said in his opening comments. And, this is the comment that is resonating with Brett McMurphy, with Dennis Dodd, with our friend Bruce Feldman, all the national voices of college football. The opening comment, there was an inquiry, it was uncomfortable, it was unfounded, and then he went into the personal stuff. It presented the opportunity for people to attack me, my family, and also my program. It didn't work. The attack part, we never talk about this. We always talk about Auburn and how they feel about Brian Harsin. I wonder how Brian Harsin feels about Auburn if given the opportunity, if he has an 8-win season, if he's given the opportunity. Would he walk away from Auburn? Because it got very personal. We never talk about that.
Yeah, I think it would depend, obviously, on the job. If you could get a job that is equal or better, I think there's a good job. But at the same time, Brian Harsin seems like a major competitor. And this is the guy that would probably love to say F you to everybody that actually threw this mud at him. And the ultimate way to do that is to win and win big.
Well, I think if he had that type of season that you're talking about, right, that would put you in position where, and I don't even know a job to use as an example because I don't know, a likely big job that would come open. I mean, last year we had the craziest coaching carousel of our lifetime as far as big name jobs that were open. So I don't know which ones would be open. But given the scenario you're painting right there, another way of looking at that would be the possibility of cashing in more at Auburn. Getting a more favorable contract, kind of the way Gus Malzahn did.
I'll give you one. Mike Norvell has a 4-8
at Florida State. I just think
it feels like that program's broken.
It really does. It feels like it's broken. It's been down. You're not going to make as much as you would at Auburn.
You're not, but boy,
the unknown future of that conference, I think, affects it too. What conference am I in?
Yeah.
I mean, I'd like to think I'm a marketable enough product that I'm in the SEC one day.
I mean,
or in the Big
the
Ten.
right coach can get Florida State back. I mean, you guys believe Mario Cristobal, or at least you do, Dunway. You believe he's going to get Miami back to a semblance of at least what they were.
I saw at the ACC Media Days, he said they took away the turnover chain.
I saw that. That's a good move.
It's not their brand.
One of the headlines.
I actually, I think Cristobal, I've never been sold on him. I'd say step in the right direction for me. Just coming in and saying, nope, that's not our brand. We're not doing that crap.
I like that a lot. I like that a lot. But don't be surprised if it ends up being a huge game late in the year that decides something.
And look what's back.
And look what's back. That crowd goes crazy.
Yeah,
I mean,
I can see that.
Do you guys think that's going to become a dying trend?
The turnover chains, the
I mean,
plunger, all that stuff.
The plunger.
The
turnover plunger.
Somebody had basketball goals dunking.
I don't know.
No, there'll be something new.
I don't know. I mean, the Blue Jays are putting on jackets after home runs. I mean, we got what we were doing in the major leagues now.
There'll be something new. Somebody will come up with something new. But no, I think a more likely scenario in the question you're asking is that Brian Harsin stays at Auburn. If he is successful this year, if he has a really successful year, stays at Auburn and just gets a more favorable contract for him at Auburn.
We'll hear from Brian Harsin in just a second. Part of our coverage being brought to you by the great folks at Mortgage Right today. Getting you, whether you're in Auburn, Alabama, Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, or anywhere in America, Mortgage Right can hook you up.
Yeah, inflation is out in full force, and now more than ever, rent costs are skyrocketing, even though interest rates have risen. Buying a home is proving cheaper than renting one. Stop throwing away money on rent and turn to Mortgage Right with a variety of loan options, assistant programs, and dedicated mortgage experts. Mortgage Right makes home buying in the current market easy as possible. They know the financial hardships that are coming for renters and want to help you make the best investment for your future. Rent has risen 149% over the past few decades. There's no sign of slowing down. Call Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200, or visit mortgageright.com/TNR.
While we wait on Brian Harsin to make his way from the main arena where he's finished up over to the access area for the electronic media, where we'll carry him live there. I'm looking down into the main floor of the College Football Hall of Fame. I see a longtime Birmingham sports writer Kevin Skarbinski down there writing. Who's Scarbo writing for these days? Do you know?
Yeah, he's I don't know, Jim.
He's freelancing.
Have you not seen him walk by?
Yeah,
I've not seen him walk by all week, but I see him down there writing today.
Yeah.
Always one of my favorite writers, Scarbo down there banging on the keys after Brian Harsin, writing out a story. Good to see a lot of these the media folks here. Saw the great Tony Barnhart the other day walk by, a guy that I used to always yearn, God, just for Sundays. Maybe I should subscribe to the Atlanta Journal-Constitution just so I could get Tony Barnhart.
They'd love for you to right now. I bet you did a great deal.
You really could.
Then the internet came along, and I was like, I don't need to do that anymore. All right, so SEC Media Days continue on. Brian Harsin in just a second. You mentioned the turnover chain. A couple of more college football notes before he makes it up there. Anaya Smith, the DWI, is suspended officially yesterday from Texas A&M. They made the announcement. Jimbo Fisher is aware. It's the typical boilerplate comment from the school. Is aware of the situations and investigating. He is not here today. Did not make the trip to represent Texas A&M, as you would expect.
Not a surprise. So are they only bringing two?
I do not know.
I would imagine so. You probably haven't had time to prep the rest of the group. So you just say, hey, we're just going to roll with the two. You guys figure out what you can do with your contract.
You know, Jimbo loves his timing too, right?
I know what I have done. I have done this is a reference. USA Today used to give you just a snippet of a story. They gave you all they knew about. Well, they give you just enough to make you knowledgeable about a story, but they didn't go into too much details. That's the way I've prepared today, and LT's always had one follow-up question so far that I don't have the answer to.
And then
I'm delirious, so
then you've done
understand what you say anyway.
Then you've done Kevin Skarbinski's down there. Bro, what's his social security number? You have any idea on that? Jim, I don't.
But it's Bryce Harper wins the ESPY, and he's like, oh yeah, really? Who'd he beat?
I was just wondering. I didn't know that was a category until I saw yesterday that he was nominated.
Don't know. Anaya Smith, man, he did make the trip. What was his blood alcohol level? I don't know, man. Don't know.
Hey, not to dilute what he did, but the ESPY's probably the worst award show.
Well, I don't watch it.
I'm not a big award show guy, so it's going to be hard for me to compare.
I would imagine the ratings are pretty good because they do it right when nothing's on.
That's right.
After the All-Star game, before they start playing.
Yeah, but the thing I had the problem with it when it had its jump the shark moment for me is when they replayed it. I mean, why would you not show it live? Remember, they would record it and then replay
Yeah,
it
they used to
early
tape,
on.
yeah, they used to tape early, I guess, when they could get all the people there that they wanted. But now apparently it's a little bit easier during the All-Star break.
Yeah, I guess LT, you're right. When I would have been interested in it, they recorded it to give it to me live.
Yeah.
And then now that it's live, I'm not interested in it anymore.
Yeah.
It works out weird that way. We're in the opening hour here. Still 4 more hours to go. We'll hear from friends like Connor O'Gara, Jimbo Fisher, Josh Heupel on their podiums as we hear from them throughout the day. And then Brian Harsin will be with us. And yes, we will talk to Buster Olney a little baseball as the Braves and the rest of Major League Baseball get ready for the post All-Star break rush to the end of the year. And remember that on August the 16th, keep this date saved, we've got our kickoff 2022 party at Walk-Ons in Hoover. Kickoff 2022 Walk-Ons in Hoover. Last year, Walk-Ons 280. This year, we're Walk-Ons in Hoover by the Hoover Med to kick off the 2022 football season and also celebrate our first anniversary. All that on August the 16th. So save the date there. One NFL note yesterday as the camera lights up and we're about to get Brian Harsin. Kyle Rudolph. Let's go ahead and toss it back. Kyle Rudolph picked up by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Let's toss it back to Lunsford, who's ready to take us to Brian Harsin. Luntz.
All right, welcome back to Next Round HQ as we do transition to head coach Brian Harsin. Once again, Precision Sports Medicine, our title sponsor, Tommy James Law, Wayne's, Culver's, and Dr. Pepper. Thanks so much to them. Let's get you out to Brian Harsin in Atlanta.
How much more difficult is this job than maybe you originally thought? And how has this strengthened yours and the team's resolve?
Well, I mentioned this earlier. Matter of fact, just recently coming out of the other press conference that we had there. Yeah, and I'll go back and just say it again. You know, we talked about those things at that time and also talked about moving forward. And everything that we do when we talk about the past is just not helping our present and our future. And so, you know, the focus right now is just on this team. And I would say the players and the coaches, they moved on very quickly because we all know we have work to do and we're trying to build something with this football program at Auburn that's hopefully special. And right now, I think with where our team is at and where our coaches are at, you feel that. And so that's really been the entire focus. I think it's made our team stronger. It's made our staff stronger. You feel that conviction in the building for wanting to be there and to prove yourself each and every day, which is, you know, what our 1-0 really stands for, is just that improvement, that getting better and starting over again. So to me, everything in our program right now is just about making progress each and every day. And I think that's the most important thing that we can teach our young players is just how to do that. That's really when we all feel most fulfilled and rewarded at the end of the day, is when we made some sort of progress. And I want every one of our players and coaches to feel fulfilled and rewarded at the end of each and every day because we've made some sort of progress throughout the day. I mean, that's not just football, that's life. And you know what I've learned over time, when people are happy and they're making progress, you know what, it's fun and we work a whole lot better and we get a lot more done and we're a lot more productive. So I feel that with our team. I felt that coming over with Tank Bigsby and John Samuel Shanker, Derek Hall, like just sitting in that plane and flying over here together. Those guys, there's a great vibe. Like, they're fun to be around. It's enjoyable. And, you know, we feel really good about the things that we've done leading up to this point, and we're excited about fall camp.
Left side, fourth row.
Good morning, Coach. Jacob Goins, ESPN 106.7 in Auburn. When you took over as the head coach here at Auburn, and even here in year 2, what are some of the major changes that you made within the program from the previous coaching regime to when you took over?
Oh, I don't know about the previous. There was nothing, you know, it really wasn't about coming in and having a bunch of comparisons. It was just about what we had to do to get ourselves in a position to establish our program's expectations and then, you know, some of the values that we hold in our program. And really, that's what it comes back to every day, right? We talk about winning an SEC championship and doing it with class. Well, what's class? Doing it with integrity. What's integrity? Doing it with academic excellence. Well, what's academic excellence? All right. And then going back and then taking that to the values. All right. That's our goal. What are our values? Well, character, discipline, all right, toughness, grit, conviction, those type of things. And trying to help our players and our coaches and everybody in that program understand what those things are. I mean, to me, that is the development piece that we're no longer talking about very much any longer. All right. We got 18 to 22-year-olds. We are trying to help them develop for the long game. It's the immediate success that we all want to have because you know what? We want to win and we want to make advancements each and every day. We want to make progress each and every day. But there's also the 30-year-old version of that player that no one talks about. And that was really important to me. When I got into coaching, that was very clear to me what the responsibility of the head coach was for the guys I worked for is developing those players so that they could be successful way beyond our program. And some of that's lost right now. And right now, I mean, I think every single day in our program is like professional development. You know, y'all pay money to bring people in to have somebody come talk to you, to share the same things that we talk about every single day. And I think our players are understanding that now. Every day is like professional development. So when you leave Auburn and you're done playing football at some point in your career, you can still go on and be successful. And there's nothing wrong with that. And I'm a big believer in it. And that's something that, you know, we're trying to establish every single day. So every one of those things that we talked about, we have to go back and reevaluate where we are, what we're doing, how we're doing it. Maybe there's a better way that someone else is doing. Well, let's go take that. Let's go steal that and let's apply it to our program. If they're doing it better, let's go figure out how we can make it in our program better by using their plan. And, you know, that's something that I think is extremely, extremely important. And, you know, so it's the immediate right now, but as a head football coach, you're thinking about how much further this guy's going to be in one more year. And you see it on our team. I talked about it earlier, just the advancement guys are making in their own individual efforts to just be better every single day. That's the best thing that we can give anybody is that kind of development and process so that they have that for the rest of their lives. And to me, that's what we're trying to do. We're dealing with all these other things that try to distract us from that. But that's not what you, me, or any one of us, especially as you get older, that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is, do I have a plan? Do I have a process? Am I able to better myself each and every day? That's what everybody wants. And you either decide you want it at 18 or at 40, but it's somewhere everybody has that aha moment like, I need this. And we're just trying to get it done a lot sooner than most.
Right side, fourth row.
Michael Giddens, War Report, Auburn. Coach, Derek Mason ran a lot of zone concepts on defense last year. With Jeff Schmedding taking over, what is this year's defensive identity going to look like? And second part, Vegas set the over-under for Auburn at 5.5 games initially, speculating that you are going to be an underdog to a lot of teams that you beat last year. What is the feeling internally about that and the message to the team?
Well, first thing, so as far as schemes, and thank you for actually asking me a football question. All right. I do appreciate that. I just got done yesterday talking to some of the high school coaches in Alabama and got a chance to talk football and absolutely loved it. So scheme wise, yeah, I mean, it really comes down to personnel. We'll play more man coverage. There'll be more man. And we did last year too. It wasn't zone. We did those things. You know, Coach Mason does a great job on the defensive side, and we did those things. And a lot of it comes back to your personnel, how well we did it. All right. You got to go back and improve in some of those areas. But Coach Schmedding, whatever he has planned for our defense, it'll be a combination of all those things. And I know that. And like I said before, Coach Schmedding is a guy that I don't worry about Coach Schmedding. He cares more about what he's doing than I do. I mean, he is on it, and he will have that defense prepared and ready for what our personnel is and then what we have to do schematically to help us win that football game. Here's what I know. All right, as far as the records or whatever, all right, that doesn't come from our coaching, our peers, doesn't come from the other coaches that we play. It doesn't come from the other teams that we play. And it comes from speculation, really from the media. And we don't play the media. All right, we don't. And so nobody's been in our walls and has seen what our guys are doing on a day-to-day basis. Nobody's been there at 6 a.m. watching those guys run decks on Friday morning. And so you have no idea. I do. I get to see them every day. I get a progress report on every one of our players every single day. I know where they are. And as far as I'm concerned, like none of that matters. It doesn't matter. We're going to prepare ourselves to go play on Saturday. And we're going to try to be the best football team every Saturday when we step on the football field. That's what matters. Now, how you do that, that's what matters most to me. All right. How we do it from Sunday through Friday. And that's what our guys are learning. Sunday through Friday is really important for Saturday. And I've been in programs where Sunday through Friday are not that important, but Saturday is. And that's a mistake. So that's where our focus is at right now. I don't control what everybody says. And if someone said we're going to win every game, well, you know, who? And does that mean we're going to? Absolutely not. So what we're going to do is we're going to continue to make progress. We're going to keep getting better. And the attitude and the mentality of this football team needs to stay what it is right now. Each and every day, whether we win or lose, all right, we got to have a certain way of handling that. And I think handling success is equally as important as handling failure. And so those are things that we're working on. It goes right back to the core of our program, the values and the things we're trying to teach these guys. And the byproduct is going to be winning football games.
Last two questions. First is right here on the front, and then we're going to go third row, second on the end.
Good morning, Coach. AP Stedham, WGP.
Yes.
Alabama.
How are you?
I'm doing good, Coach. Thank you.
Yeah, good to see you.
Yes, absolutely. Coach, what are some of the things you want to see from your starting quarterback? And are you a coach that doesn't mind playing a couple of quarterbacks to be successful?
Yeah. No, I have no problem playing a couple quarterbacks. You know, we've done that in the past and we've won championships doing that. So it's like any other position, right? One of the things about, I really believe about football is if you deserve to play, we're going to find you a role. And that can also include the quarterback. And so if you got another guy that deserves to play, there could be an opportunity for him. And it's different by every game and it's different by plan, but there will be an opportunity for him. What do we look for? We look for toughness. All right. And I've said this a lot of years, and this goes back. I played the position, I studied the position and spent a lot of time, 10 years just going through, all right, talking to all these quarterback coaches, gurus, people, studying, watching, and just diving into, all right, what is it about quarterbacks that I think makes them successful? And the number one thing is toughness. And that's physically and mentally. You know, you're going to take a hit from a corner that nobody blocked and you got to get up and get up fast. All right. Because everybody's watching you. Mentally, you get way too much credit and way too much blame. All right. You got to be a guy. So that's one, toughness, preparation. If you don't prepare and listen to every story of every quarterback that's been the most successful, all they talk about is preparation, preparation, preparation. If you don't prepare, you're not going to be elite. All right. Decision-making. Well, if you don't make great decisions, you're not going to be on the field. So you're out there making a decision for the entire football team, not just the offense, not just for you, not just on that play, but everybody in that program, you're making decisions every time that ball is in your hands. And then the last one is accuracy. And we spend a ton of time on just the footwork piece, on placing that ball. You know, if you want that ball on the outside number on a 12-yard out, and you want it on his outside number in stride, not inside, perfectly thrown, that can happen. But it takes a lot of work to do that. Your feet, your arm strength, all right, your eyes, all right, everything mechanically has got to be dialed in order to make that throw. And you're dealing with all the factors in front of you. So, and then the last piece that comes with that is leadership, you know, but you got to do the first four. You're not going to be a great leader at that position if you can't do the first four. So those are things that I've always had for our quarterbacks. Those are things that go back to Kellen Moore. And I remember the first day I put it up on the wall in my office and Kellen Moore's looking at it and he's kind of smirking. And I got it back from the sign shop. I didn't even see it, but preparation was spelled wrong. So I ended up ripping it off the wall. I was so mad. I was so proud of this that I came up with this and I ended up ripping it off the wall and they were kind of laughing. But then, you know, I put it back up there and you know, Brett Rippon the other day sent me a picture of Russell Wilson's and a lot of them are the same. And so those are things that I believe for that position we have to be successful. Our guys know that. Quarterbacks, they're very aware of it. And those guys are, I think, displaying a lot of those things. The toughness, we're going to find out who that starter is. Eventually, we'll find out what that looks like when we go out there and play. But I think it's those qualities.
Final question, third row.
Lyndon Blake, WBRC. Coach, the players have mentioned how bonded they are and how that's grown this offseason. What have you done outside the complex, off the field, to build that chemistry?
Oh, we've done a few things. You guys saw the paintball event that we did. It was a good idea until it was the coaches versus the players. And then it became a bad idea, especially in the last game. So they all ganged up on us. But it was awesome. We had a great time. We also, we've been doing things. We've had these culture groups since I've been there, and I've done this back at Boise. So we have these unity groups and we have these small culture groups. All right, about 17 of them, and every coach has about 5 to 6 guys. We're having players over to our houses for dinner. We're having those type of events. We brought a group in called the Program, which is a military group. And at the beginning, I don't know how excited the players were, but you're doing calisthenics, you're doing jumping jacks, you're doing things together, push-ups, but you got to do it perfectly in perfect order all together. And one person is leading, but you really find out that everybody is. And so how they teach and what they do is amazing. And our military is the best at these things. And that's why you bring them in to teach. All right, how do you build this cohesiveness with the team? The next morning at 5 a.m., we're in the water with sweatshirts on, swimming. Some guys can't swim, some guys can. So you're helping each other, right? And some guys, feel very scared, but you've got all these people around you to take care of you. So, and we had speakers come in. We're going to do more events as fall camp hits because, at times in fall camp, it gets boring. So you got to keep everybody's attention. But it's things like that. But ultimately, what I would say is the players have made a decision. I think the new players that we brought in have made a huge impact. I think our staff, because they know how important that is to me and how they've emphasized that, has been a big part of why our team feels much tighter than what it was. And I think that negativity is gone. I really do. I just think, one of the most sacred places that you can ever be is in the locker room. And sometimes, what I tell people all the time, we all have issues. We all have bad days. But once you verbalize that, everybody gets to experience it. So maybe it's just you, and maybe it's something you really need to take back before you blurt it out of your mouth. Is this something we can't overcome? Is this something that really needs to be said? Does it have to be negative? And I think, there's some people that were just naturally negative. And we don't have many of those guys any longer that are that way. We have guys that when there's a challenge, just figure it out rather than, complain and point the finger at whoever, made that happen. So it's really a maturity of our team, the leadership of our team, some of the events that we've done, but ultimately it goes back to the players in that locker room. They've decided that this is who we're going to be. And when they decided that, it became a player-driven team. And now as coaches, just give them a good plan. Don't spoil the talent and let those guys go out there and prepare themselves for when we step into that arena and get a chance to play.
Thank you, Coach. Good job.
Okay, thank you.
That's Brian Harsin there, live right here on The Next Round, and part of our SEC Media Days coverage presented by our title sponsor, Precision Sports, Tommy James Law, Culver's, Wayne's, and Dr. Pepper. We start hour number 2 now of 5 hours here on the final day of SEC Media Days. And our headlines are brought to you by our friends at Hemphill. When something's not running right, flowing right, or draining right, our friends at Hemphill can help you out. Adam, Chad, and the team there at Hemphill are the only ones that we trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. They fix it at a fair price for all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services. You can call them up 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemphill. So in the first hour, we heard from Derek Hall, Tank Bigsby, and Brian Harsin all live. They'll circle back over the next hour 3 and hour 4 of the show to join us live here on the Next Round set. It's the second level, the College Football Hall of Fame, overlooking the main arena where we've been all week long for SEC Media Days. On day 4 here, still to come, Tennessee coach Josh Heupel and Jimbo Fisher of Texas A&M. It's a big group here today with varying expectations of these 3 programs here. Auburn is the one that is not being mentioned as a championship contender. But when you listen to Brian Harsin talk, he made a point right there. You just heard him live. You people are not in our buildings. You don't see the work that's being done. You don't know where the players are, the progressions are. You can make a case that their depth may not be where some of the contenders are in the SEC. But if Zach Calzada is the right fit, if he's the guy at quarterback, or if TJ Finley takes a big progression, or whomever ends up playing quarterback, or as Harsin said, we could play 2 of them or 3 of them. They've got the 22 that can win some football games. The depth becomes a problem. If you get an injury here or there, they don't have the depth of some of the better teams in the SEC. But the 22 can win some football games.
Last year, defense was really good outside of one half against Mississippi State, so that wasn't a problem. Offensively, though, who are your playmakers after Tank Bigsby and John Samuel Shanker?
Yeah, I mean, you got to be much better up front to begin with. I mean, offensive line, you got to be way better up front to win games. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Number two, as you said, who are my playmakers? I think you got a good one at tight end, John Samuel Shinker. I think he can develop into a really good, did develop last year into a really good tight end for that offense. But, 3rd and 7, who am I throwing to if I'm Zach Calzada or Robbie Ashford or TJ Finley, which, by the way, brings up another point that you got to develop. I mean, there are a lot of questions there that if you can get those questions answered right, we just talked about it earlier, the good start is there for you if you can get those answers right. Now, even if you get those answers right, what does the back half of that schedule look like? I don't think Brian Harsin or anybody knows the answer to that question. But if you can get the answers right that you were just talking about on offense, there's some winnable games there early, and you can get the ball rolling and get a little confidence.
Do you guys feel like Auburn as a team, if everything breaks right, could win 8 or 9 games?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, if everything breaks right.
I mean,
was the key to that question.
Traditionally, Brown, and they'll need it to happen this year. But traditionally, Auburn, I think they come out of nowhere more than any other program in the SEC to have a special year, don't you? That you almost see certain programs having really good years.
Yeah, expectations are big. Auburn's not that good. Expectations are low. They're pretty good.
And I don't know how many other programs have special years when expectations are so low more than, say, Auburn does. You know?
Right.
Nobody expected what would happen in 2013 to happen. Nobody expected in 2010 to happen. I don't think the expectations were there in 2017 to have that kind of season. It just seems like no program comes out of nowhere more than Auburn and better than Auburn does in SEC football. Yeah. And, this has the potential to be one of those years. Now, I'll say this. I don't think I don't think the mountains are as high and the valleys are as low as Auburn football in recent years either. They go to Everest and they're also down in the desert, in the valley. And it's a roller coaster at times. So it could be a disastrous year, but the positivity of the guy we just heard from is it gives them a fighting chance.
I go back a year ago. I kind of had the expectation for Shane Beamer in year one that I have this year for Auburn. And my point being, Shane Beamer won 7 games with 3 different quarterbacks, none of which were very good, had every opportunity to win 9 games last year.
Yeah. I mean, if everything broke right, could they win 8 or 9 games? Yeah. I mean, they absolutely could, but
they almost beat Bama last year.
Yeah, I mean,
so it's Mercer, San Jose State, Penn State.
All
right, Missouri, LSU. All right, so 5-0 is possible there. It would take, San Jose State's tricky, and then it plays the role of Georgia State.
Yep.
Then Penn State's a decent football team. Missouri can be tricky at times, and then there's LSU, who you don't know what you're going to get before you play the Deep South's oldest rivalry in Georgia, which becomes the first game you don't think Auburn can be competitive in.
Well, I mean, that's, not competitive. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know that Georgia is as good as they were last year. Auburn was in that game for a half last year. We talked about it yesterday. Really controversial call at the end of the half. And I don't know that, I think Auburn got caught up in that. Maybe the emotion, at halftime. I don't know that they reacted to that very well. And then, the Monday following that, Bo Nix is on this show talking about how the SEC's and the good team's back pockets when it comes to officiating, and Auburn never gets the calls. So it clearly was preying on their minds. My gut tells me Lance 4-1 in those first 5 games. I just think there'll be a trip up somewhere.
I would agree. But back to Georgia, we were talking to our buddy Charles Barkley, who likes to gamble last night. He made a little wager with someone
in front of us. Yeah.
You didn't hear this, don't know. It was going to lose 3 regular season games.
Yeah.
Who, Alabama?
No, Georgia.
Georgia. Barkley, while we're in a local establishment, having a visit with Barkley, he bet a guy in front of us that Georgia was going to lose 3 regular season games. And I even Not that Charles needs my help here because, money's not a huge issue for Charles.
Well, that's what I told the guy. I was like, look, he likes to give his money away. And he goes, I got plenty of it.
Yeah, he said, I got plenty of it. But I even told Charles, Charles, look at the schedule before you shake this guy's hand. I don't care. You can't just plug, 15 guys leave for the NFL. You can't just plug guys in like that. I was like, you can't, Charles. But seriously, have you looked at the schedule? Have you looked at the Georgia schedule before you make this bet? He was dead set on it, shook hands.
And I did remind him that Kirby recruits pretty well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
right now, Charles is live his best life.
That may be
That could be the headline.
Yes, yeah.
Shaddy Wolf writes in, "What's Auburn's strength of schedule? If you stack them up in the SEC, it's going to be near the top, right?"
I've seen them with the number one string. I don't know if Phil will be with us Monday. I don't know if Phil still had them number one in the nation strength of schedule. I know Lance has his hard copy right here. But I would say it's among the most difficult schedules in the country.
Bob over in the chat room. Bob, thanks for writing in. Should have beaten Penn State and Alabama last year and wanted to fire Harsin after year one. What's the future?
Again, we played that game yesterday. The should have beatens, the should have beatens, the should have beatens. You can just as easily go play the should have lost. I mean, I think anytime you start they should have beaten so and so, should have beaten so and so, you can also go back and find the games they should have lost too. And there were a number of those, including Georgia State, that you could have easily lost. And I think that was kind of when maybe the ball started rolling against Brian Harsin a little bit. Maybe the Penn State game too. I don't know.
More from the chat room after Brownie tells us about the great folks at Nichols Outfitters.
Jimmy D, Nichols Outfitters, got that fishing department. Man, it is looking great. Names you love. Ducket Fishing, 13 Fishing, Rapala Lures, True Bass, Shimano, Daiwa Fishing, 6 Cents Fishing. It's all you've been asking for now in the new fishing department. Nichols Outfitters, I-65 in Pelham.
All right. Blake writes in the chat room. The only games that are legit losses are Georgia and Alabama. No one else on that schedule is unbeatable. You agree with that? No one else is unbeatable. Here is the schedule. That's about to move. It's on the big screen here. I can read the teleprompter.
I've got it right here. I've got it right here. Yeah, that's right. I mean, Texas A&M and Jordan Hare, that's a coin flip to me.
Yeah, it's a losable game for the Aggies.
What will the actual Vegas line be?
I think right now they would list A&M probably a 4-point favorite.
Yeah, so it's a tight game. Yeah. I mean, you cannot look at A&M and what they did last year and say that's a unwinnable game for Auburn.
Yeah.
Now, last year against Auburn was awful in College Station. That was a 20-3 loss where their offense was just dismal that day.
Yeah, but on the road, LT, I mean, there's some of these games. I mean, Jordan Hare Stadium gives them a fighting chance just about against anybody, right?
Yeah, in a big game.
Georgia's on the road.
Yep.
Alabama's on the road.
Yep.
Is Mississippi State on the road this
Mississippi State is on the road. Remember, that was a home game last year that Auburn lost.
Who else is on the road?
I'll look.
I guess what I'm asking you
At
is
Georgia, at Ole Miss, at Mississippi State, at Alabama.
Yeah. So there's a chance they don't win a game on the road.
Yeah. I mean, that chance does exist. Yeah, absolutely. It does exist.
Yeah. I mean, I would say they don't want a game on the road.
Really? You would say, well, I know how you feel about Mississippi State. Ole Miss is a team that Auburn's had their number, though.
You would take the 85 Bears to lose in Starkville.
Jesus. Mississippi State. We remember the second half against Auburn last year.
We do.
I mean, Will Rogers looked like Aaron Rodgers.
He did.
Yeah, but,
You're right.
But every day this week, it's been some team going to Starkville and losing.
I don't think I haven't stepped out on a limb outside of the fact you said if there could be a surprise team in the SEC, who would that be? I think Mississippi State more than likely is a 7 or 8 win team.
Yeah. Ole Miss, though, Auburn has had their number. So it's hard for me just to look at that Ole Miss and say, yeah, it's definitely a loss. And this is an Ole Miss team that was 10-2 last year that Auburn beat.
That's right.
That was a really good.
But that was Jordan Hare.
And Ole Miss, I know, but that is not this year's Ole Miss team either. I mean, which one do you think closes the gap more? The fact that Jordan Hare is not hosting that game, or the fact that Ole Miss has lost Matt Corral and some other really good players?
Yeah, I don't know in rock, paper, scissors which one wins most, but Jordan Hare is that. I mean, that is the one that is always the biggest trump card.
Yeah, but Ole Miss is not the same team they were last year either, and that was my point. I know Jordan Hare is a tough place to play, but that was the best Ole Miss team you had in quite a while, and Auburn still beat them. So I'm not ready just to put that Ole Miss game in the L column for Auburn.
Yeah,
nor am I Mississippi State.
But
Georgia and Alabama, okay.
Yeah, okay. But right now, if you had to say better chance of winning both Mississippi games, splitting or losing both?
Splitting would be the better chance. That's the chance I would I would probably put my money on splitting.
Both are on the road.
Yeah,
I would say they lose both.
I would say they lose.
my money would be on splitting.
Yeah, I think that their chance of 8-4 is beating Texas A&M at home and losing all their road games.
Yeah,
unbeaten at Jordan Hare, defeated on the road.
I got to be honest though, man. If they go 8-4 and those are their 4 losses,
yeah, it's a really good year.
It's a step in the right direction.
Jay Pear from Dallas. Not to be a hater, but does anyone else have like zero faith in Harsin?
You know, Harsin it's interesting with Harsin. He's an interesting study. The guy's been, he's been a good coach. He's a guy, and you were kind of making this point, Dunaway, as we were watching Brian Harsin talk when we played that a moment ago. The guy exudes confidence.
Yep.
He exudes confidence. I mean, he gives you a lot of reasons to have faith in him, but he also, it's hard to get past the record. It's hard to get past what he did last year, but he exudes confidence. I mean, he does the things in front of the camera that you look at and you're like, hey, I kind of believe this guy.
Yeah, look, I mean, if he was my guy, my coach, I'd be all behind Brian Harsin.
Yeah, I mean, he's easy to like, he's easy to look at, and he looks like a football coach, and he talks like a football coach, and he, acts like a football coach. The one thing though that he, didn't do as well last year was the wins and losses. That's ultimately what it comes down to.
But you got to have a quarterback in this league. But when Bo was healthy, Bo was just so erratic.
He was healthy, good Bo. You had a pretty good team.
Yeah,
but that's exactly what David says. LT, how we view Auburn will be based on the quarterback play when the season starts. If the quarterback looks good, then everybody's perception of Auburn is going to change instantly like that. If the quarterback play looks like it did last year, you're going to be erratic about Auburn's expectations.
I mean, I'll tell you this. If Mercer is in town and TJ Finley rolls out and is the clear-cut number 1 starter, I will like to revisit every single prediction I've made right here.
Yeah. That to me, then it starts to look like a 5-7.
Yeah. If TJ Finley is your clear-cut starter, I want to kind of revisit everything I've said about Auburn.
But it seems like the perception with everyone in the know that we talk to is that somewhere across the first 2 games, Zach Calzada will become the obvious choice by the time they play Penn State.
I mean, I think that's probably the case for Zach Calzada, but I don't know that he's the savior of Auburn football.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know that means that they're going to be 10-2.
I was reading this morning on AL.com. I don't know if you guys saw this, but they ranked their top 14 quarterbacks in the SEC.
Right.
And, they just speculated on who was going to be starting. There's 4 or 5 quarterback battles right now in the SEC, but they went Calzada is your starting quarterback.
I mean, I think that would probably be your favorite, but I don't think by any stretch of the imagination it's guaranteed.
Where do you think he was ranked out of 14?
12.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
11.
Yeah,
pretty close.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
If there's a prop you can bet on it, I would bet for 3 quarterbacks to take snaps in the first 2 games.
You think Ashford, TJ Finley, and Zach Calzada?
Yeah.
Ashford's interesting, and who brought him up on the show the other day?
Somebody brought him up to me off the show.
Roman Harper brought him up on the show.
Yep, he did, and someone else this week brought him up to me off the show, saying that he's got a sneaking suspicion that's going to be your starter.
Well, Brian Harsin keeps talking like there will be a package for him.
Yeah.
He may not be the every down starter, but there would be a package for him to play.
What about when Brian Harsin joins us later? We say, Coach, if you had to do a quarterback power rating on your team, how would you rank them 1 through 4?
Brooks says, and I love this, he says, it is starting to sound like LT from a few years back, obsessed with Bobby Petrino with your conversation about Mississippi State.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I disagree.
It hasn't reached those levels
I disagree.
Yet.
Now, you guys will remember we were
Oxygen or Mississippi State. Which one do you want?
It wasn't SEC Media Days. Where were we, though? We were somewhere downtown because they had just kicked off that other sports talk show and they were putting stuff on our
that was it was a kickoff party, but it was down at workplace.
It wasn't a kickoff party.
Well, what was it?
I don't remember. But anyway, I told you guys I had that epiphany, that weird dream, like I'd been eating peyote or something.
Right.
And Alabama and Arkansas were going to play for the national championship.
I do remember that.
Everybody laughed.
Yep.
And Arkansas had an opportunity. If they would have won that last week against LSU, they would have played for a national championship against Alabama.
Okay, let's fly through these and we'll take a break and talk to the great Connor O'Gara,
As you
who
can
joins
see,
us.
Connor's in our green room.
From Saturday down south. He'll be here in a second. Josh wants to know Tennessee over-under wins on the season, LT.
Over-under on
regular season, Tennessee.
I will go 9 wins.
9 wins. So you'd put the over under at 8.5 or 9.5?
I would put it at 8.5. I think
Okay.
Vegas will have it at probably 8, 7.5 or 8. I would put it at 8.5. I lean over, which is good for you because we've got a stake bet. I think Tennessee winning 10 games.
10 games, but I get the bowl game, so that we're in a fighting chance
Yep.
this year to finally get that over with. As long as Timberlake and Jessica Biel do not get divorced, I've got a little time on getting to 10 wins. Charles says, I hate Auburn. I love Harsin. Luckily, I know the Auburn boosters will ruin it before he has time to build the program. Roll damn tide. We're back in a moment here. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap.
Hey, 823-2212. That is the number you need to call. Look, dirty, dangerous job is cleaning out the gutters. Imagine the scenario. You get on the roof, you slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Cap it, don't snap it. 45% off the retail price for the next round viewer and listener right now. Call my good friend Stuart, 205-823-2212 or online guttercapbirmingham.com.
Listen, nobody writes scripts for our show, but guys give us ideas all the time. Thank God for Connor O'Gara, especially when we're on the road to SEC Media Days. We'll talk to him when we continue our SEC Media Day coverage from Atlanta, presented by our title sponsor, Precision Sports, also by Tommy James Law, Culver's, Wayne's, and our friends at Dr. Pepper.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. Banking isn't just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the Next Round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
When choosing a lawyer, the most important factors are trust, experience, and results. Tommy James of the Tommy James Law Firm checks all these boxes. With more than 25 years of experience, he will take care of your legal needs. Anything from car accidents to wrongful death cases, Tommy has done it all. Case evaluations are free, so if you're looking for a lawyer to handle any type of personal injury case, call him at 205-259-1725 or check out TommyJamesLaw.com. Call today or email Tommy at TommyJamesLaw.com.
No representations made. The quality of legal services to be performed is greater than the quality of legal services performed by other lawyers.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young Alabama's fourth Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1 or callwaynes.com.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
Back with you on the next round. Little breaking news before we talk to Connor O'Gara, and we'll get his reaction on what he thinks of this as well, because we've had an opportunity to spend a couple of nights with Charles Barkley, our buddy, while we've been here in Atlanta. So the developing news being brought to you by our friends at Redmond Vodka. It's Charles Vodka, Redmond Vodka, Redmond Distilling, and Vulcan Gin.
Hey, yeah, we had some of this last night. It's all over Atlanta, and it's in 20 states now. It's delicious vodka, locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmond vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, doesn't have a harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled and available at your local package and ABC stores.
So what have we learned talking with Chuck?
So Chuck told us a couple of nights ago, and this was really interesting. So when he was on our show last week, he said Liv had reached out to him and that he was going to listen to any offer. Well, when we were out with him on Tuesday night, he said, Greg Norman is flying in tomorrow. We're going to have dinner, and we're going to discuss a couple of things. So we met him after his dinner last night, and he told us, didn't go into details. He said they had a really good conversation, and Greg invited him to play in their Pro-Am at Trump's course in New Jersey in 2 weeks, and he's accepted.
So Barkley met with Greg Norman last night and will play in the Pro-Am, the Live Pro-Am in Jersey in a couple of weeks. And he's got ongoing discussions about the future of his possible broadcasting career with Live.
Yeah, and I have no idea whether or not he's going to take a deal with Live or not. Obviously, the conversations probably went well for him to take the invite to the Pro-Am.
Is he playing with Donald Trump?
This is great. I think Clay Travis is playing with Donald Trump. I think Clay's playing, because I talked to Clay last night. Clay's playing with Donald, and I think Clay's playing with Greg Norman. So it might be, Barkley might be in there for us.
Barkley, Norman, Clay, and Trump. Wow. Let's bring in Connor O'Gara, Saturday Down South, the guy who talks college football with us all the time. You read him in our morning rounds. Also Saturday Down South. Connor is with us on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. First of all, you're a sports fan too. Charles Barkley, if he joins the Live Tour as a broadcaster, just as a sports fan, your reaction to Barkley joining the Live? I mean, it seems to be a controversial topic. What would you think of Barkley if that happened?
I can't tell you who the Live announcers are right now.
I don't. Nobody.
No
can.
big names.
No big names.
Connor, I'm a big golf guy, and I can't tell you. I can tell you
David
one.
Faraday, right?
Well, Faraday, but he hasn't done a tournament yet.
Yeah.
I mean, they just hired him.
So from that perspective, that's a move the needle type of deal.
Yeah.
From their perspective, obviously, and if you're Charles Barkley, I mean, as you guys have talked about with him, that money is hard to come by. I realize he's, he is what he is at TNT, and he's one of the best broadcasters that we've had in the 21st century. And what he does is special, and that's why they would want to pursue him. But if you're in a position like this, if you're in a startup, these are the types of moves that you have to make.
Yeah. Connor O'Gara talking football with us now. Day 4 of SEC Media Days. Brian Harsin, we've heard from a couple of times already. He'll join us live coming up in the 11 o'clock Central hour on the podium. He came out. He met it straightforward. What went on in the offseason? He seemed to be aggressive, commenting about that. said it didn't work. Here I am, and he's moving forward. How do you like that approach?
If you had told me that Brian Harsin, the one who got to the podium last year and answered 3 questions in 35 minutes.
He could talk.
If you had told me that that guy was going to be the one to come in here at SEC Media Days in 2022 and talk about the coup and how it didn't work to fire him and how there were media members who thought that he would not be here at SEC Media Days, if you had told me that, you could have knocked me over with a feather. He's done a 180 in terms of the way that he has addressed everything, and he is more direct now than he's ever been, because I think you have to be. Everybody knows it. Okay, we were all on the internet. We're aware of this storyline that came out in February and how bizarre it was. He talked about it being uncomfortable. I tip my cap to him. That's not an easy thing to come out and admit, considering how personal it got.
Yeah,
and considering this is a job that's been a quarter century in the making for him, and to have it nearly be ripped away after 1 year, when we've got all this historical evidence that shows us that year one does not matter. It does not matter for these head coaches in terms of their long-term success and in terms of wins and losses and all those different things. So I think Brian Harsin's done a great job of addressing that. Whether or not he's going to be able to save his job and have a quarterback situation that can get him to 9 wins, that's a different discussion.
Yeah, look, the rumors are still out there. Heavy hitters, they still want Brian Harsin's head. Whether or not that's true, who knows? With that said, the quarterbacks, we don't know. The roster, it looks okay. The schedule's really difficult on the back end. If I asked you even money, and I know you're not in the business of firing coaches, but do you think Brian Harsin will be in Nashville next year for SEC Media Days?
I don't. I hope he is. I hope he keeps his job. I hope that
he's easy to pull for.
Yeah, I have gained so much more respect for Brian Harsin since February. And I thought he was the guy who was too stubborn, too set in his ways. And I'm like, look, if you're not going to be willing to react to this very prominent situation that's unfolding before us on a national scale, if you're not going to be willing to change, then yeah, man, like you kind of deserve to lose your job to a certain extent. Now, obviously, his treatment was ridiculous, but I don't think he's going to be able to keep his job after this year just because the writing's on the wall. It's all well and good to get a standing ovation at an Auburn basketball game. It's all well and good to have a podcast wherein you're more personable and you talk about, things in your life that have led you to this point. It's all well and good to be more vocal on social media and to have that presence. But at the same time, it's the SEC. It's wins and losses. And if you're not getting to a 9-3 type season, look, man, your days could be numbered, and Brian Harsin is in a very tough situation to get to that point with how good the division looks this year.
Connor O'Gara is with us Saturday down south at CJ O'Gara on Twitter. He is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. If it is Zach Calzada, I mean, I feel like most people that are watching and listening to us saw Zach. Well, I know everyone talking and listening to us saw his best moment ever.
Yes.
Because half the state was furious with it. The other half was reveling in it. I mean, is there any indication that you can get that somewhat consistently out of him if he's Auburn's starter?
I don't believe so. I don't want to say anything is impossible for Auburn, because whenever you think Auburn can't do something, that's when they are at their best.
Jim just said, yeah.
So I still look at this situation and go, okay, if Zach Calzada has success this year, that would be a tough look for Jimbo Fisher.
Yeah.
A tough look. You talk about not being willing to adjust. I didn't think Jimbo Fisher adjusted well enough at all. And I thought what he did last year was really reminiscent to 2017 when DeAndre Francois went down in the season opener against Alabama. And that was the beginning of the end for Jimbo Fisher at Florida State. Obviously, there were other factors at play there, but just in terms of being able to troubleshoot and figure out your quarterback situation, once Haynes King went down, he did not adjust well enough to Zach Calzada. They're doing all these different RPO things, and it's like, that's Haynes King and his offense. This isn't the Zach Calzada show. He struggled, man. Like, that's the thing that I can't necessarily get past. We've seen essentially a full season worth of TJ Finley and Zach Calzada against SEC competition, and it wasn't good. It really wasn't. Were either of them, did either of them have moments where you think, you know what, they could definitely weather the storm? They could go 5-3 in SEC play. No, I don't think that's the case. And Zach Calzada was also playing with number 3 defense in college football last year with A&M, and they still were 4-4 in SEC
It doesn't
play.
make any sense, does it?
Yeah, that's an offense.
and a roster that has some challenges, as most of our listeners and viewers keep pointing out. Connor O'Gara is with us. That Francois game just happened down the street, by the way, in the first ever college football game at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. I want to talk about Jimbo Fisher and Texas A&M for a second, because you've seen Nick Saban on his day here, day 2, come out and, hey, I was just talking about the haves and have not. We don't have an NIL problem. We're the haves. Yeah. Kirby Smart talked about his positions that made more money than anybody else in college football. The two goats of the league, the two champions, the SEC and the national champion coaches, have come in here and painted an NIL picture that is all rose-colored glasses. Here comes Jimbo Fisher, who people seem to have targeted after this recruiting class. How does he handle it? What if you gave him any advice? How does he get on the podium a little bit later on today and handle all of this?
I would tell Jimbo Fisher to say, we're crushing it with NIL. Next question.
Yeah.
We just signed the number 1 recruiting class, not just this year, but in the history of the 24/7 sports era. Yeah. We're doing just fine with NIL. And look, we're not cheating. We're not doing anything that isn't, everything that we're doing right now is within whatever sort of guidelines we're in with NIL. Okay. So Jimbo Fisher, in my opinion, has made the misstep of being so unbelievably defensive about all of this stuff. Because now, if any of this comes out of and I've seen what some of the things that have been reported in terms of the offers that have been made up front. I think it was the Jacoby Matthews thing. I remember Matt Moscona had the offer basically saying, here's what we got from A&M. Here's what he was going to get from LSU. I think Jimbo Fisher has been very slow to adapt to understanding that it's not as taboo as you think it is. It's just not. Right. And we can actually address these things. I don't think he's going to be as direct as Brian Harsin was. I don't think he will, because that's not been Jimbo Fisher's play. But at the same time, it's like, we all know this is the elephant in the room. It's okay. We understand that. And if nobody's going to tell you that this is wrong, then what's going to stop you from doing this? NIL, pay for play, the lines have been blurred. Jimbo Fisher's just not been direct in communicating what exactly
it could have looked so good if he'd have just said, those are the kind of comments that are made of people who are playing catch up. They're trying to catch up to us. And he would look like he was leading the way.
Get on our level. Just leave it at that. Get on our level, walk off. And, maybe a coach who went 4-4 in SEC play last year probably shouldn't say that. A guy who's getting,
that's true. It is a little bold for that.
You can't say get on my level. That doesn't exactly fly in the SEC West. But yeah, they've become one of the most polarizing teams in college football. And I would have said that before the Anaya Smith stuff came out. But, man, what a weird offseason it's been for A&M, a team that a lot of people were saying, can they be next? Can they win their first national championship since 1939? We just saw Georgia win their first national championship since 1980. And A&M is very polarizing. They have a championship window, 2023, 2024. It's not this year. Jimbo Fisher's not getting fired. He's still owed $86 million after this year. Okay, he's not going anywhere, but it is still a very weird situation.
Yeah, and I still think they lose 3 or 4 games this year.
I do too.
Yeah. I know you've been talking football all week. Do you like tater tots?
Yes.
So we're at a joint last night.
I cannot believe. I mean, I've just gotten to the point where Connor knows my name.
Okay, we're not going to. We don't have to get into specific details, but anyway, we all order tater tots, and I like mine crispy. But Dunaway, how did you order yours exactly?
I just told her that while you're preparing the tater tots, if the guys in the kitchen said, oops, I burned this batch, I'm going to have to redrop another order. I said, don't throw those away. I'll take those. This is how I ordered it.
And the waitress.
She called him an MFer.
Yeah, she called him a lot of things. Yeah.
In a fun way. In a fun way.
Oh, she was hilarious.
In a very fun way.
It's one of those places.
I'll show you a video in a minute.
Yeah. It's one of those places, right, where you expect this. But she said, I've been here a long time. I've never heard anybody order tater tots that way.
I've never heard of that. You're like Jim Nance holding the picture of
the
toast.
Yeah.
And you go around and say, this is what I want. And if you don't like I'll send it back. My mom is like that with toast. If she doesn't get it, she says, well done. And then if they come out, it's like pretty solidly well done. She's like, nope, send it back into the toaster. And then
she want it black?
Basically. Yeah. I don't know. She drinks tomato juice. She's a different breed in terms of her food habits. But when you're one of 12, you develop some weird food habits.
Yeah. But like my pork, I like the outside crust, the crusty part.
outside
The
chopped,
ends.
right? Yeah, the ends. I like the ends.
How do you
Yeah.
like your Whopper Juniors? Is that too soon?
I
Is
like
that way
it.
too
It
soon. He
is.
likes them. He likes them in the shitter.
I like them out of my digestion tract.
Heavy on the stomach.
Yeah,
Yesterday.
somewhere not in my backswing.
You know what's so funny is he complained all day that his stomach was killing.
Yep.
And what does he order at dinner? Another burger.
Another burger.
Well, I needed,
What?
I needed to wipe that bad one out.
Oh my gosh.
That was-
Okay, so I had food
So-
poisoning. I won't get too graphic with you, but food poisoning from a certain establishment. I don't think they're Noodles and Company. They're not a sponsor.
I've
are
never
they?
heard of them.
Okay, okay, all right, good, good. They should be.
I'm
They
going
should-
to assume you'll never go back to this place, right?
Never will go
Yeah.
back. I ordered a shrimp and pasta dish there, and oh, buddy, I think I lost 10 pounds. I lost, and I don't have 10 pounds to give. Okay, I just don't, and it was rough. And I didn't go back the next day and say I'll have shrimp and pasta.
That's right. Got to
That's
double down.
I actually respect it. That's an alpha move on your part. You will not be pushed around by food. But the waitress pushed him around.
Oh, the waitress did.
Yeah.
Wait till you see this video. We're debating. We can't even
send it out.
We
She
can't
just-
even beep it out. We
Yeah.
can't even beep
It
out the
loses
video.
we have to beep it out if we send it out. But when we beep it out, it just loses all the humor.
Yeah.
I mean, this girl was hilarious getting on Dunaway.
Yeah.
Tater tots, man.
Tater,
Of course,
tater
of course,
tots.
in the middle of the restaurant, he's like, "Oh, sit down. We've got an interview."
Yeah.
So we go through an interview with this girl, with me in the background of her just ripping my tater tot order.
But I did flip Dunaway around on how he orders his bacon. He used to make fun of me because I like my bacon limp.
Same.
Yeah, Attaway,
Same.
Connor. Give
There
me
we
the knuckles.
go.
Yeah.
Everybody gets bacon well done. I'm
know.
like, all right, so you
No.
just cook out all the flavor?
That's
What?
right. That's right.
I like crisp.
I like to have to.
Yeah.
It's almost like
Give him a little
Laffy
chew.
Taffy. Yeah, it's gonna pop. Yeah.
How does mom like hers though?
Oh, well done. Of
Yeah.
course. Well done.
Yeah.
You know it. I mean, come on. It's
I don't like my bacon to the point where I think Dr. Andrews could still get it back in the game with a nice surgery. You know, I don't want it like a tendon.
lightly done. That's
Yeah.
the way to go. Just
Yeah.
kind of run it past
Yeah.
the
That's right.
skillet, and just
Yeah.
put it into my mouth.
My bacon's flying to Birmingham to get a procedure from Dr. Andrews. Probably could get back in the game at some point. That's Connor O'Gara, man. Thanks for being
Thanks,
with
Connor.
us. Yeah.
Absolutely appreciate it, guys.
Yeah. Saturday Down South. We appreciate Connor O'Gara being with us. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at JohnsonRVCenter.com. If you're looking for a way to tailgate this year, Johnson RV Center can get you there.
Jimmy, they'll get you to the game. Johnston RV Center, the best in the business. You can see them online, JohnstonRVCenter.com, to find everything you need there. But hey, go check them out in person as well. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, exit 334 in Decatur. Check out those Cherokee Alpha Wolves. They start as low as $275 a month with approved credit, 10% down. It goes up to their most popular couples coach, $329 a month, 10% down. And the Coachman Clippers starting at just $16,946 with a lifetime warranty. You can see it all at JohnstonRVCenter.com.
All right. Coming up in the 10 o'clock hour, we've got Josh Heupel, who will be on the podium. Some of the Auburn players will start swinging by here on our set. And Jimbo Fisher is on the podium down there. We'll be listening to all that. Brian Harsin in the 11 o'clock hour. Buster Olney and Justin Hokanson in the 12 o'clock hour. As we move throughout the day, 5 full hours today. We started at 8. We've got you covered at SEC Media Days, presented by Precision Sports, Tommy James Law, Culver's, Wayne's, and our friends at Dr. Pepper. We're back in a moment in Atlanta.
Round now at 205-734-0923.
This hour of the next round is brought to you by Culver's, now featuring the Big Wisconsin Cheese Pub Burger. Stop in the Highway 150 or the Highway 280 location and enjoy one today. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call GutterCapBirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Back with you on the Next Round, getting ready to talk a little LSU football in our 40 in 40 countdown. It's the preseason ranking voted on by you, our listeners and our viewers. We do it every year, count you down, live show 40 all the way to number 1 in the start of the college football season. Today, we're at number 26, just outside of the top 25 with LSU. And LT, it's brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's.
Yeah, Baumhauer is celebrating 40 years in Alabama. Bob Baumhauer, the first to bring the delicious taste of links to the state of Alabama way back in 1981 to Tuscaloosa. And they've also got the Inflation Sucks menu. We all know inflation sucks. Well, Baumhauer's is here to save you a few bucks. Their featured item of the week, the barbecue Yardbird, is marinated chicken breast, basted with their homemade barbecue sauce, served with a half-grilled baked potato and green beans, only $9.99. Get in for lunch or dinner to Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
Number 26, LSU, in our Baumhauer's 40 in 40 countdown. And you start with a coaching change, and in comes Brian Kelly, a guy we have a ton of respect for.
Yeah, I mean, this is a guy that's been to multiple college football playoffs. He's played for a national championship with an undefeated team back in 2012. Now he seems to be coming to a conference that is the dominant conference. He's going to have more elite athletes, and he's going to have an opportunity to win championships. He's basically won championships everywhere he's been. So I've got full confidence in Brian Kelly. I don't know how this year's going to go, coming off of 6-7. Things started to go off the rail early last year for Ed Orgeron with that loss to UCLA. And LSU's got a big game to open up with at Florida State.
What, a desperate Florida State team. When they open that game, is it your assumption they open it with Jaden Daniels under center?
I think so. It's going to be obviously one of three guys, Jaden Daniels, Miles Brennan, who, it seemed like Ed Orgeron liked a lot before the injury.
He played well before the injury.
He did. I think people, that Mississippi State game, Mike Leach's first game, they were awful in the first half, and then Brennan played well in the second half. He had played well against Missouri. They don't get the ball in at the end there. They lose the game against Missouri. He hurts himself, and he's just never really been able to be the starter again after that. But Dunaway's right. Basically, 6 of the 8 quarters, he had played very good football to that point.
And Garrett Nussmeier played in the bowl last year. I'm not going to be surprised if we see 3 quarterbacks this year.
That's bad news for Brian Kelly if we do.
Yeah, the fact that they've got Kayshon Boutte helps anybody back at quarterback. He didn't transfer as it looked like he was going to do back in December. He's back for LSU this year, one of the best receivers in the country.
Let me ask you guys this, because I don't know the answer on NIL. Kayshon's getting paid.
Okay.
If Kayshon decided LSU starts out 3-3 and he decides to tap out midway through the season, does he still get his NIL?
In the state of Alabama, I don't know how the state of Louisiana laws work, but in the state of Alabama, you cannot tie name, image, and likeness to performance on the field.
That's right. If, for instance, we had an NIL deal with Bo Nix last year, if he had lost his job after the Georgia State game and decided he wasn't going to play anymore, technically we would still have to pay Bo Nix every week to be with us.
I just think it's going to be interesting if LSU struggles where where his head is.
Yeah.
Because the more and more we're going to see more and more, I should say, of these athletes that are going to tap out if they're having a bad year.
This Florida State game, though, it's a sneaky, intriguing game, week 1, because it's Brian Kelly's first game, because of everything that is on the plate for Mike Norvell here trying to get Florida State squared away. That is a super intriguing game.
And it'll get a ton of viewers.
I would imagine, yeah.
Because it's Monday night, right?
Sunday
night. It's one of those two, Sunday or Monday night.
No, it's Sunday night. It's
Sunday
night. 6:30 ABC Sunday night. Standalone game.
Maybe one of the most watched games of the season at that point.
They're not going to, but if you look at their schedule, they could start 8-0.
That is LSU, number 26 in our 40 and 40 countdown, brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's, and then you react to your oof.
We all know that inflation sucks. Well, Baumhauer's is here to save you a few bucks. Go easy on your wallet. Try their limited time Inflation Sucks menu. The featured item of the week is the barbecue Yardbird. Get in. It's only $9.99. It comes with the half-grilled baked potato and green beans as well. Bob Baumhauer celebrating 40 years for lunch or dinner. Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
All right, on the fly, I'll go 4 downs question here. Okay. More likely, they start 4-4, or they start 8-0. And I'm going to Dunaway. You're not looking at the schedule, so I'll give it to you. Florida State in the Superdome.
I go 8-8.
Southern.
8-0.
Florida State, Southern, Mississippi State at home, New Mexico at home, at Auburn, Tennessee at home, at Florida, Ole Miss at home. More likely 4-4, 8-0.
More likely 4-4, but I'll say 6-2.
Ooh, 6-2 to me. I think Brian Kelly's done a nice job if they're 6-2.
Well, they're going to be favored in 6 of those 8 games.
I mean,
that's Jimmy Lehman right there.
Yeah, that's right. So your two Dunaway, I'm going to guess, are Tennessee in Tiger Stadium,
right? Yeah, I don't know where they were. Say it to me again.
The 8. Florida State.
Yeah, I got
Southern
win.
Mississippi State at home.
Win.
Have you told LT yet? Okay.
I know he disagrees.
New Mexico.
Win.
At Auburn.
Win.
Boy, they're going to lose 2 of the next 3. Tennessee at home.
Loss. They'll lose one of those 2.
At Florida.
Win that one.
Ole Miss at home.
They'll lose one of the Tennessee, Florida, one of the Ole Miss. And
so you don't know how they're getting there, but they're 6-2.
Yeah. So basically, you're saying they're 4-0, and then they split the next 4 after that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, look, they kind of need to be 6-2 because
it gets brutal after that.
Yeah. I mean, the only win that it looks like on paper, at least, still will be a difficult game, and UAB's won there before.
Yeah.
Yeah. But a game that LSU.
Well, I think
will definitely
UAB's a big question mark right now without Bill Clark too. There is that factor.
Rockstar's viewing menu every day is brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. Because of the scheduling we have the rest of the day, we need to get to Rockstar earlier in the show today, and he brings us that viewing menu brought to you by the wonderful folks at New Life Art. I did confirm that the Bulldog picture we showed you earlier this week was not.
That's not.
It was not drawn
That's
or
not Danny?
painted by Daniel Moore.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but he does have a Georgia print out there.
He does.
right?
Much better than that one.
Yeah. But the one we're promoting, the Crimson Connection, we had an opportunity to catch up with Bryce Young just a couple of days ago. And right now, you can have this limited time, one of a kind, very limited number Bryce Young autographed 8x10 collegiate classic print. Each is personally signed by Bryce Young and Daniel Moore, also numbered by the artist. Act quickly, only a few available. You can order now, danielmooreart.com.
All right, Rocky, what you watching, man?
9:35 on HDNet. You got, I think it's Rodney Dangerfield and Easy Money. Never seen it. I'm sure, Lance, you have.
I have seen Easy Money. Joe Pesci's in it too.
Oh, really? Good movie?
I think Pesci's his brother-in-law.
All right, and then 11 p.m. on Showtime Women. It's a slow night tonight. 11 p.m. on Showtime Women. There's a new show or movie called Palm Swings. I thought it was Springs, but this is Palm Swings.
Can we guess?
Sure.
All right, it is.
Wait, what is it on Cinemax? You said
Showtime Women.
Showtime Women, which I didn't know existed.
Palm Swings. Now, initially Rockstar, you would guess this is Palm Springs, but it's swinger couples.
Yeah, it's a resort.
Yeah.
In Palm Springs, where swingers go.
Is that right?
Yep.
A young couple is enticed by their neighbors to become swingers. Their marriage is put to the ultimate test as they dip their toes in the Palm Springs swinger lifestyle, where every couple makes their own rules.
Ooh, each couple makes their own rules.
Every couple should make their own rules, right?
Rockstar, is it? Do you know the swingers in Palm Springs by the upside down pineapple or the red door?
Well, that's what I was going to say. Dabo Sweeney has a T-shirt that no, Dabo doesn't, but somebody would have the T-shirt to be "Bring Your Own Pineapple," right? What did Dabo say back in the day? Bring your own
guts. BYOG.
BYOP out in Palm Swings. Bring your own pineapple.
When I go to the market, I still don't look around for pineapple. Do you guys?
Do you look for a red door when you drive through certain neighborhoods?
No.
Is it the red door? Is that the rumor?
I don't know.
You know what's crazy is my second house, we had a red door, and I never even thought anything about it.
Yeah, you guys are going to be so disappointed when you tune in tonight. It's going to be golf lessons. Palm Swings. Hey, welcome into Palm Swings.
All right, Jack Nicklaus once told us.
Well, it stars, I'm just looking at the cast. I don't know anybody, but Tia Carrere is in it. That's the only one I recognize.
Oh, man. Yeah. I hadn't heard from her in forever.
Don't even know who it is. And that's what Rockstar is watching tonight. Brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Yeah, locally owned, operated, obviously, danielmooreart.com. 40 years putting together that incredible work. And the Crimson Connection, signed by Bryce Young, available right now.
All right. Rocky Top, Josh Heupel in the next hour. Also players from the Auburn Tigers swinging by set, and Jimbo Fisher, jam-packed in the 10 o'clock hour. It's all straight ahead as our SEC Media Day coverage is presented by Precision Sports, Tommy James Law, Culver's, Wayne's, and our friends at Dr. Pepper.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
This hour of the Next Round is brought to you by Culver's, now featuring the Big Wisconsin Cheese Pub Burger. Stop in the Highway 150 or the Highway 280 location and enjoy one today. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met. ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. Summer is here, and with that comes some great occasions that may require flowers or a great gift. For that, the answer is Blakely's Bouquets. Blakely's provides speedy, same-day delivery. Check them out online at blakeleysbouquets.com, or you can order over the phone at 205-579-4900. Blakely's is right there in Homewood, just off Oxmoor Road. Friendly folks in the most unique and custom designs. See it all online at blakeleysbouquets.com. The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate designed Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your 4-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES-1, or callwaynes.com.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Hour number 3 of a 5-day marathon to end SEC Media Days here. Day 4, Auburn has made its rounds. We'll be having some Auburn players swing by this hour on the Next Round set, and Brian Harsin in the 11 o'clock hour. Headlines this hour brought to you by our friends at Odie's. LT, tell us about the great folks at Odie's. Did you have fun at trivia last night?
I was there in spirit. Rockstar, how was it last night?
It was a good night. We had Lee Haver on the scoreboard last night. She did a fantastic job.
Oh, wow. What an upgrade.
And
wow.
the first time ever in Odie's trivia history, we had 3 left-handers on the stage. Crazy. That's how crazy it got.
Everybody, yeah.
That's awesome. I haven't seen Lee there in forever.
Wow.
And so we leave town and she comes in.
Love her.
Right.
Love
Yeah.
her.
You may not get your gig back.
She's 1A in the Haver pecking order for me.
Yeah, I would agree.
Will's 1B.
Yeah, I would agree. Hey, look, if you're looking for a big-time lunch or dinner, stop in. See Will Haver and that great staff. Odie's Tavern, Rodney Davis cooking up incredible food for over 30 years, award-winning wings, delicious burgers. My personal favorite, that Diablo sandwich, ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Stop in for lunch or dinner. It's Odie's Tavern, a Birmingham institution right there, Crestline Village.
Brian Harsin started us off today at the main arena podium down below us here on level 1 of the College Football Hall of Fame, talking about the offseason coup to try to unseat him as the head coach of the Auburn Tigers. He was aggressive coming out there, talked about how some of the media people maybe didn't expect to see him back here, and then said this quote: "There was an inquiry, it was uncomfortable, unfounded, and it didn't work." And then he said, it's time to talk about the future. And he was very positive. That a little bit earlier. And we'll replay that for you a little bit later in the show if you happen to miss that in the first hour of Brian Harsin on the podium. Also in the headlines, Bryce Young, Alabama's quarterback, wins the ESPY last night for the best male college athlete. Anaya Smith, the all-everything guy for Texas A&M, wide receiver return guy, suspended now officially for that DWI, did not make the trip here to SEC Media Days today. Jimbo is looking in to the situation. And the D1 Council recommended yesterday that there be a transfer portal window, 2 of them for football, 45 days after the championship selection. Is that selection Sunday?
I guess so. So that'd be the Sunday after championship Saturday.
Yeah, so rolls through 45 days, and then a second window, May 1st through the 15th, which is after spring football, another window for transfer portals that should be approved by the NCAA before the start of this season and would go into effect this year. And your transfer notification has to go in paper, in writing, to the school now. You can't just say it. You got to write it and turn it in.
Here you go, sir. I'm leaving.
Just one more paper to do when you're in college. And those are your headlines brought to you by our friends at Odie's. All right. Josh Heupel in just a second. We'll get to the Tennessee coach who is also here today. We'll listen in live there and drop out when we have some Auburn players stop by here. But as we get to this, we're winding down. Everybody's cast their ballots now for all SEC, teams, and also the predictions from the media. And our buddy Brooks Carter, who used to be an intern with us and now works at SEC Football Vids, has sent out a little graphic about the projections and the champions in the SEC over the years. And he says we, as the Gather Media here, have correctly picked the conference champions 7 times in the last 20 years. That stat has improved. Actually.
Yeah, but I think it's much better of late. Can you tell by looking at his graphic how we've done of late?
7 of the last 20. He only gives me 20.
Yeah, but I think like the last 5 or 6 years, the media has actually been really good. Now, Alabama and Georgia have, by and large, been a pretty safe pick. But Florida snuck in there.
That's
it's
one of the years everybody got it wrong.
Yeah.
Alabama's been picked to win it every year since 2016.
So you just keep rolling those Alabama dice, right?
So it works out good. If you pick Alabama and they win the conference championship, you get it right.
Yep.
If they don't, you get it wrong.
Yeah, and you're like, well, I picked Alabama. I mean, I just missed my pick at Alabama. It was I was supposed to go with. I didn't pick Vandy. I picked Alabama. But I think we've gotten better about it. It used to be the running joke that the media would never get this right.
Slam dunk now, though. It's Alabama, Georgia this year. Will be the easiest ballot ever cast, and they will pick Alabama to beat Georgia when it's all said and done.
Yeah, I think you'll have a couple of people that'll throw some A&Ms, though, and a couple of people will throw some Kentuckys and some Tennessees.
So that's one of the things, one of the paperwork things we take care of at SEC Media Days. All right, Josh.
Tennessee and Kentucky feels like a
to win the East.
No. Okay, I mean, look again, Kentucky. It is not will not be the first time. In fact, it will be the second time. Or excuse me, the third time that Mark Stoops would have had them in a game with Georgia where the East was on the line, which is pretty remarkable when you consider that he's coaching at Kentucky and has been able to do that.
5-star kicker Connor Talty picked Alabama, so he'll replace Will Reichard when he goes off to the NFL. And then Texas won another big recruiting battle over Alabama and Texas A&M when they got ESPN 300 corner Malik Muhammad last night. So a big pickup for the Longhorns there. And the last few commitments for Texas, they have all referenced Arch Manning in their commitment in the post-commitment interview. So Arch is sort of, hurting the Cats towards Austin.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that would happen, right? I thought especially if I'm an offensive guy, if I'm a receiver, I'm a skill player, when I see Arch Manning go to Texas, I think I'd like to go play with Arch Manning.
Yeah, look, I mean, a fun place, good fan base. It's got a proud history, and you could be a part of something that they haven't achieved since 2005.
Yeah, I mean, if you're part of a team that gets Texas back, how many times do we hear that phrase Texas is back, or that question is Texas back? If you're part of the team that does, I mean, you'll be a hero in that state.
Yeah, and it might be 20 years by the time they do it.
Yeah, you should never know, but every signing class that comes in there probably is the one that thinks we're going to be the ones that get Texas back.
Before we listen in to Josh Heupel, LT, tell us about the guy who is getting your hair ready for the season. That's Dr. B.
Dr. B, look, unfortunately with age, for a lot of people comes a little breakdown, some loss. When I started to lose a little hair, that's when I asked around. Everyone said Dr. Beckenstein is the guy you need to call. I set up that consultation with Dr. B and his team. They performed the genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It is cutting edge. Dr. B, the only one in the state offering it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics and formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is a game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. Beckenstein had that virtual meeting, went over the options. We chose the non-invasive laser treatment, which will help increase the thickness and health of my hair. I'm excited to see those results in the next couple of months. Dr. B takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce quality results for more than 20 years. Women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316, 205-319-0316, and tell him the next round sent you.
All right, Tennessee head coach Josh Heupel there. Lunsford, the Vols, maybe a sexy pick, as Lance said by some, to win the East.
Yeah, we say is Texas back, but is Tennessee back as well? Josh Heupel walking up to the podium in the electronic media room. Once again, thanks to all of our sponsors, including our title sponsor, Precision Sports Medicine, plus Tommy James Law, Wayne's, Culver's, and Dr. Pepper. Here is Tennessee head coach Josh Heupel.
That I don't want to go back to, but excited about that. The great thing and the reason you want to coach and the reason you want to play inside of this league is you get an opportunity to go play the best. And certainly that's a great program and a great avenue or a venue to play in. It's one that when we get to that point in our season, and our coaches and players will be extremely excited about.
On the aisle, third row.
I gotcha.
Sweet. Ben Bovick, Local 3 in Chattanooga. You preach a lot about culture and accountability. What's changed from this culture from year 1 to 2 that has this team excited and you heading into year 2?
Yeah, our sense of accountability at each point, each cross section of the off season, so dramatically different than where we were the year before, and dramatically different than even where we were when we finished the season. Leadership is so different each Wednesday during our off season before we got to spring ball. It was team day, it was leadership, it was communication. Not just from the leaders that you guys know their names, but from everybody inside of our program, from the young guys inside of our program. And because of that, how we practice during the course of spring ball was completely different, much more ownership from within by our players. And championship seasons, great seasons happen because of the leadership and the work habits and the accountability factor from within the locker room. It doesn't happen because your coaching staff is different. It happens because of what's inside that locker room. And I love the growth that we've had and excited about, where we're at, but where we got to get to and how we're going to get there.
On the aisle, back row.
Hey, Coach Page with WVLT. You talked about the 3 guys you brought here today contributing to a lot of success within this team. What specifically have they done to strengthen this program?
Yeah, I think, if you just looked at 3 of them all together, the first thing that I would grab is their leadership, right? Truly feeling their energy, their presence, their focus, their intentionality, how we're going to work. They're not just great teammates, they're great leaders, and they force guys around them to raise their level of what they're doing. That would be number 1. Number 2 would just be their consistent work habits and how different they are. For Trey in particular, different than he was a year ago. For Cedric, he's continued to heighten that journey. For Hendon, the purposefulness of how he's worked, very intentional in the morning, being in there and studying offensive football defenses, just scheme, structure, and how we need to attack it, understanding it from a defensive side of perspective, and then fundamentally how much he's grown.
Left side, fourth row.
Coach Chris Yao, Main Street Media. Last season, several transfer players made a big impact for your team. You have a couple of guys in the secondary who have transferred in. What kind of impact do you feel like they will have on that particular secondary?
Yeah, I think as a program, we're deeper than we were a year ago. Earlier today, you mentioned, we had 69 scholarship players as we embarked on, training camp a year ago. And most people last year were probably at 90, closer to 95 with 6-year seniors. And we were thin. We are deeper. We're not as deep as we need to be, but we are deeper. The transfers that have come in, I think they're in a position, physically and mentally, when we start training camp to push and to compete for playing time, for jobs, and on defense, on special teams. I think there's greater depth, in particular on the defensive side of the football in our secondary, at the second level linebackers. And we have good competition that needs to take place on the first line with our defensive line too. And that's one of the places that we got to grow. We got to be able to affect the quarterback more on 3rd and long situations, not with pressure, although we're going to need that at times too, but just with our front 4 and being able to win some of those one-on-one battles.
Front row on the right.
Anthony Patterson with the Atlanta Boys. With Hendon, what has impressed you since last season when you first came in until now about him? And what do you feel is the next step for him to just, I guess, take that next step?
Yeah, I think for him, there's a lot of, key words that you could throw out there. But to me, as much as anything, is his ability to handle every situation that's thrown at him. Positive, negative, adverse situations. It doesn't matter. He keeps coming back and he gets better from every one of those situations. And a young man that's gained so much in confidence. I think in, what we do offensively, how we coach him, how we help build them as players and as people has had a positive impact on his performance on the field. But he's had a huge part of that in soaking those things up and really growing over the last 18 months and so excited about his future and what he's done in the offseason to become a better player and a better leader.
Front row, coach.
Good morning, Coach. AP Stidham, WHP, Foley, Alabama. Coach, I wanted to ask you about Brew McCoy and how he's adapting to your system and what do you see for his future?
Yeah, a young man that we're excited to have in our program. He's handled himself with such poise, grace, great competitive nature since he's come into our program, and been going about his work habits the right way and been really consistent. Extremely gifted physically, big, strong, ability to make competitive catches out on the perimeter. His best football is still a long ways ahead of him, and I say that as a positive. And really excited about getting him on the grass here as we get going in training camp. A guy that didn't have spring ball is just getting integrated into what we're doing offensively. With like some of the transfers that we had a year ago on offense, there's a growth process to understanding how we play. He's got to soak those things up and be able to handle the tempo in particular in a really positive way here early as we get going.
Right side, third row.
Patrick Brown with 24/7 Sports, coach, with Trayvon making sort of I don't want to say jump in terms of leadership, but this offseason, you kind of seen comparisons of what he's done to what Theo did last year, and do you hope that has the same kind of impact on the field?
Yeah, yes, and I don't. Those are lofty expectations too. Theo was a great player for us a year ago. Excuse me, and played at such an elite level. But Theo's a 6th-year guy that hadn't played a lot of football, really only special teams. His ability to understand every position on defense, not just the secondary, but every position on defense, allowed him to play extremely fast and physical and anticipate and have his eyes in the right spot. It led to him playing at a really high level, which is why he got drafted and why he's going to have a great career in the NFL. I firmly believe that. But who he was off the field and how he approached going into our building every single day is why he made those strides. And Trey, I think after, the season coming back, kind of reset, relooked and saw what happened with Theo and said, man, I know that there's more out there for me. I'm really proud of what Trey's done, man. Physically, you've seen him. He looks completely different. His movement on the football field is different because of how he's worked. And his best football is ahead of him. We have high expectations for him this fall.
Left side, third row.
Hey, Coach. Kellyanne Stitz, WATE. How do you measure growth from year 1 to year 2, and what sort of jump do you hope the team makes from year 1 to year 2?
Yeah, you measure it in the growth, the standards that you have inside of your building. You measure that daily, weekly with your players. You put that in front of them. Physically, they can see the strides that they've made and how they've grown. But each phase, it's about each day and winning the day, winning the set, winning the rep. But that's true in everything that you're doing. It's your meals, it's your training room, it's class. And I'm really proud. Like, the last 3 semesters, our team GPA has gone up every semester, their best 3 semesters in the history of Tennessee football. How we're doing off the field, those things show up in what you do on the field too. And our players are bought into that. Wins, losses, I don't know. We got high expectations for this season. We want to have the best brotherhood in college football, continuing to build that culture and go out and compete each and every week.
On the aisle, back row.
Hey, Coach, Jamal Kennedy, WSFA 12 News in Montgomery. I want to ask you about Jordan Thomas, an incoming freshman. He's coming in. He came out of high school as a quarterback, and now you're switching him over to the defensive side of the ball. Just curious to know, your hopes for him and where you want to see him make strides here in his first year at Tennessee.
Yeah, Jordan's done a little bit of everything. Part of what he did on the offense side of the ball is why you want him. He's smart. He's competitive. He cares. Man, he's grown during the course of the summer. He's very, very, very competitive. First week install, I think he felt a little bit overwhelmed, and he felt really good after week 2. He came up to me. He's going to make a point that I know that he had a great week. I love his energy and how he works as a young guy. We have high expectations for him to become a great player, but a great leader inside of our program too.
Left side.
Coach Reggie Chapman, 1105 TV here in Atlanta. Couple questions. One, you obviously won a national championship. I'm wondering, when you played against Georgia, was there something that you saw maybe that kind of related between that team and maybe the team that you were on back in the day? And also
between Georgia, Georgia's team and
the
championship
aspect of it, between what you had and back in 2000. And I'm also wondering, I think at Missouri, they played at Missouri, if I'm not mistaken, to be able to play in Athens, what's going to be like?
We played both, played at Missouri, through a late pick, got beat late 4th down. And then I still remember that one. And then in Athens, we weren't able to sustain things offensively in the second half to keep up with them. Great program, great players. Their championship team from a year ago had a lot more draft picks than the team that I played on, certainly in the first couple of years after we won that. They're talented, they're tough, they're competitive. They had winning attributes, man. And, those are things that we're trying to build inside of our program and excited about what we've done up until this point. That'll be a great venue for college football. It is. And when we get to that point in the season, it's one that our staff and our players are going to be excited about playing.
Last 2 questions. I'll be on the back row here, first on the aisle.
You talked earlier about some of your top guys kind of being no names last season. Now they're on the watch list for a lot of awards. What has it been like, and how rewarding is it to see their hard work paying off? And not only you notice, but the nation does.
It's the great thing. And it's one of the toughest things about college football, right? You don't have them on a long-term contract where you got them for a decade. They're out the door after 4 years, but it's a great thing too. So much opportunity, and for the guys that are here, look at their journey from where they were a year ago to where they are now, and excited about that. Really proud of them too, and it's a great thing. College football to me is such a unique sport and the greatest sport that we have. Just 18 to 22-year-olds going through that maturation process, learning how to become the person that they want to be and become the player too. And it's a great journey and one that, I don't take for granted that I get a chance to be a part of and excited about who's next, right? There's names that I maybe haven't talked about today or that you guys don't know. They're going to step up and have great seasons and play critical roles in our success.
Final question on the end.
Dan Peck, ESPN 106.7 in Auburn. Coach, you're one of several SEC head coaches that jumped from the group of 5 to the SEC. Your observations on the biggest differences between coaching in the group of 5 and coaching in this conference, and maybe some things that are similar as well.
You want to coach in this conference because it's college football as good as it gets. Most competitive league in all of college sports. You get to coach against the best. You get to play against the best, and you got to reset every single Saturday afternoon or Saturday evening, man. And once you get into the season, man, it's coming at you fast and furious. And that's the chase, the journey, the competitive arena that you want to be in. That's why players come to Tennessee. They want to play in front of 100,000+ people. They want to feel that energy, 40,000 people when they get off the bus and take the journey down Peyton Manning Way. They want to be a part of those things, and there's nothing more invigorating, challenging, and nothing gives you more energy than those opportunities, and it's what you wake up for every day.
Coach, thank you very much.
Josh Heupel,
appreciate it, guys. Have a great day.
At the podium, speaking here at SEC Media Days 2022, presented by our friends at Precision Sports, Tommy James Law, Culver's, Wayne's, and our friends at Dr. Pepper. You guys brutal in the chat room. Richard, he needs to lay off the Twinkies.
Oh, no. We're doing fat jokes.
Yeah. Brooks says, Richard, he's starting to resemble the last great head coach at Tennessee. Maybe that's the secret.
It is amazing looking at Heupel and thinking that he was the runner-up, a Heisman runner-up as a quarterback.
But I don't know if you remember when he played, he always did have that kind of,
Yeah,
I mean, he's got that chunky face.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
I remember as a player thinking that.
TJ, yes, you have to make a deal to give yourself over to gluttony in order to be successful on Rocky Top.
Jeez.
Couple of them.
Somebody was getting on his frosted tips too.
Yeah. Well, a couple folks, my God, his head's as big as the SEC logo behind him.
Oh my gosh.
The Tennessee 8.
The rivalry runs deep.
It does. And I know we got to get to a break. I cannot own enough how I might be wrong on this guy.
Yeah, but again, it's only one.
It's only 1 year. I said might be.
Yeah.
I might be. I still reserve the right to be right, but I could be wrong.
Save it for 4 downs. LT's pressure washing guy is Willie's. Willie's the dog, but like the whole crew comes out and makes your house look fantastic. We've had one listener viewer who's had his outside of his building pressure washed to make it look brand new. We've had one listener viewer had his metal roof pressure washed. We've had driveways and pools and all that. They'll handle it all for
They
you.
really will. If you need to get your home, business, or financial investment looking brand new again, call the team at Willie's Pressure Washing. They are able to offer a variety of power and soft washing options tailored to your unique needs, from residential and commercial spaces to industrial equipment and beyond. They've got the right equipment and technicians to clean your dirtiest messes. Cleaning your patio, driveway, windows, and home exterior can be a back-breaking chore. Don't waste the money on it. Don't waste the time on it. I did it a couple of years ago myself during the pandemic. It took me days to do. These guys came out, Blake and Connor, and did it in mere hours. The team at Willie's did incredible work on my home. They could do the same for you. Call them today, 205-963-2000. That's 205-963-2000. And make sure you tell Willie's the next round sent you.
When we come back, either 4 downs or some Auburn football players will be sitting here, or maybe a combination of both when we continue from the College Football Hall of Fame on the next round.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
This hour of the next round is brought to you by Culver's, now featuring the Big Wisconsin Cheese Pub Burger. Stop in the Highway 150 or the Highway 280 location and enjoy one today. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in game day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart System. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from the next round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness. Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
We've got an update on Kirby Smart's contract, 4 downs and some Auburn players, as we broadcast live from the College Football Hall of Fame. And it's being brought to you in part today by our friends at Mortgage Right, LT.
Yeah, Mortgage Right. Look, they know that times are tough out there right now, but Mortgage Right, they've got your back. Our friends at Mortgage Right, rates have been rising, and mortgage experts project more increases before year end. If you've been looking to purchase or refinance a home, now is time to act. With Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in an interest rate while shopping for a home and before rates rise again. With a speedy pre-approval process, flexible down payment assistance program, and a variety of loan products, Mortgage Right can get you into the home of your dreams before rates rise to unimaginable highs. They've got the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. Call Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200, or visit mortgageright.com/TNR today to get a new home before your chance is gone. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Just to recap, yesterday Kirby Smart sat down with us when he told us how much he loves red wine. When he was leaving, I told Claude Felton, his SID for years and years, let me know what kind of wine Kirby drinks. We'll send him some bottles of wine as a thank you for his friendship over the years.
Yellowtail or
Claude said what?
Claude was like, okay. And then Kirby heard me say it, and Kirby's like, you can't afford it. I'll send you guys wine. And I joked on Twitter, details on new contract coming soon. Didn't know it'd be today.
Yeah, very soon. Very soon. Less than 24 hours since you sent that. All right. So for those new to the show, we've got a lot of bets out there. Dunaway and Lance do a lot of stake bets. This was a 30A bet. Is that right?
No, it was a stake bet to paying off the others.
Oh, okay. Two
pay off the one.
Lance has got Kirby Smart as one of 3 coaches, and we just went USA Today to USA Today. Whatever they report the salary, the total raises. Kirby Smart last year, I think, was at $7.5 million, according to Chris Lowe. And now Brendan Marcello also reporting it. Kirby Smart has signed a contract extension through the 2031 season. So this is a 10-year contract. What do you think he makes this year?
I think it's $10 million. I think this is a $110 million contract.
Yeah, I think it's a $10 million a year contract.
$115 million contract.
So he'll make 10.5.
10.5 this year.
Yep.
All the way up to 12.25 in the 2031 season. The contract will be torn up and redone before then. But Kirby Smart is the highest paid football coach in America.
Not surprised.
Jimbo Fisher due on the podium momentarily. Jimbo was the highest paid football coach in America.
It shouldn't have been.
Didn't last long.
Yeah. So
Kirby's earned it.
So he has now a couple of times been re-upped as the biggest highest paid college football coach at Texas A&M. And now if they want to keep that title, they're going to have to pay Jimbo a new contract before the season started.
That's right.
Didn't go well last year.
Or before Jimbo starts his speech behind us here in just a little bit, so he could go ahead and claim the championship. I mean, I always go back to this, that literally back in 2007, when Nick Saban was hired to come to Alabama and was getting $4 million a year, $32 million guaranteed, $4 million a year, people were talking about it being the end of the innocence of college football.
Yep.
And
now you've got probably NIL deals in the next couple of years. Will probably be $4 million a year.
15 years later, we now have a $115 million football coach.
That was the loss of innocence in college football. Now we're swimming in thongs without tops on.
Yeah, you're right.
$112.5 million to be precise is what it is over 10 years.
All right. Let's do our 4 downs when we have a moment here. It's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, 4 great locations, soon to be 5th location right there in Pell City. Take your car by, get a look bumper to bumper from the tires, wheel alignment, and more for you and your family. Again, locally owned and operated. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
More wins this year, the LSU Tigers or the New Orleans Saints?
Again, you like the Saints.
Mm-hmm. I like them to win 9 or 10 games.
9 or 10 wins. What are you laughing at?
I just you like the Saints.
He does. He says this all the time when we talk about the Saints, that he thinks they can be sneaky good.
He likes them better on the field than most people. He hates the
Oh,
Saints.
well, yes, that is true.
Hates the Saints.
I think I'll take the Saints in this one. I feel like LSU's a 6 or 6. I think the Saints could get to 8 wins.
I feel like the LSU team's an 8-win team or a 7-win team. I think the Saints are 8-9, 9-8. So I'll take the Saints as well.
Second down.
More total touchdowns this season, Tank Bigsby or Christian McCaffrey?
Well, one's named Tank and the other one never plays.
I thought you were going to say that was named Christian. What is that going to? What are you going to do with that one?
I mean, McCaffrey ever plays, but he has to be one of the most overrated players as far as impact to team in recent NFL history because he's just not on the field for them.
He was the best running back for a minute in all of football. And, yeah, you're right. He's just not on the field.
Just not on the field.
I would still take Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah. I mean, one touchdown a game if he plays 17 regular season games is going to win that. I'll go Christian McCaffrey, but that's a sucker bet because is he going to even play half as many games as Tank is?
I think I'll go Tank Bigsby. They're going to throw it to him more out of the backfield. You know what he can do running the football, and I'm with Dunaway. If Christian McCaffrey of 17 games plays 10,
is a contract year for Tank, right? He's draft eligible this year, right?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, I mean it is. It's for any draft eligible player in college. It's contract.
And you heard Jim Nagy, who looks at it from the eyes of a pro scout, sit there with us yesterday and talk about Tank Bigsby. He's already watched him. The guy wasn't even draft eligible. Most of the pro guys that you talk to, they are real hesitant about talking about non-draft eligible players. It takes a guy that stands out a little bit for them to even discuss what he does.
Yeah.
Third down.
More wins this year, the Titans or the Tennessee Volunteers?
Derrick Henry, one of the best running backs in the league. Madden loves him too. I know you guys have been seeing the ratings of the Madden game that's out now.
He didn't get a 99, did he?
Did not see what he got. I just saw the headline.
Would you give him a 99?
Hard to beat him.
I mean, he really, he doesn't have a lot of weaknesses.
Yeah.
99 is perfection, though.
Actually, 100's perfection.
Well, for Madden.
For Madden 99? It's a weird line they do. We're not going to give anybody 100. 99 is going to be perfection.
Yeah, Aaron Donald, of course, is a 99.
Of course, yes. Who would not think that?
Yes. If they did coaches rating, Sean
McVay
would be
112.
I'm going to take – it's the Titans and who, Tennessee?
Yeah.
I'm going to take I'm going to take the Titans with a 10-7 record. I mean, they do get to play the Texans and the Jaguars twice. So I'm going to take the Titans with 10 wins, 10-7. Over the 9-3 Volunteers.
I think I would lean the Titans too.
Yeah, I think I'll go the. I mean, that's the team that was the 1 seed in the AFC last year.
That's right.
Who's got the better quarterback?
I'd almost rather go with Hendon Hooker into battle on a Sunday. Sort of the same type players.
Yeah, I
To
wouldn't
be honest
disagree with
with
that. Yeah.
Sort of the same type
Yeah.
players. All right. One more?
Fourth down.
The late Robin Williams would have turned 71 today.
Oh.
If I asked you, what role do you associate Robin Williams the most with?
You know, as soon as you started asking what role, Good Morning Vietnam popped in my mind.
Yeah, that's a good one. Morgan Mindy pops in for
Oh,
the older
interesting,
folks. But, you know, Dead Poet Society.
Yeah. Well, what about Mrs. Doubtfire or Goodwill Hunting? Won his only Academy Award for Goodwill Hunting. Fisher King. He's done Awakenings. He's done some really good work.
I'd be interested in Rockstar's thoughts on this one, Rocky.
I would go Goodwill Hunting, or I actually liked his, as bad as the movie was, I really liked his role in Jack when he played a kid. I thought that was interesting. It's a bad movie, but it's Robin Williams is great in it.
Have you ever seen Patch Adams?
No, I had no interest in that movie.
No, I
right.
didn't know. It's based on a true story. It's supposed
Yeah.
to be good, pretty good.
I thought he was actually pretty good in it.
Doctor with terminally ill kids.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen it, but yeah, that's pretty
supposed
much
to have
the story.
great bedside manner.
Yeah, he's kind of the kind of the quirky. I mean, it's a Robin Williams role, as you might imagine.
Right.
Jumanji.
I didn't really care for Jumanji.
That was okay.
Never watched it. Was The Rock in that one?
The remake.
The remake. All right.
How would Robin Williams talk to the Rock, Rockstar?
Oh, it's The Rock. Oh, very intimidating. Oh, big boy. What do you go hard? Oh, okay. Oh.
And that is Four Downs, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Again, anything you need, bumper to bumper for you and your family, brakes, wheel alignment, tires, and more. Stop in, see them locally owned and operated. 4 locations, soon to be a 5th in Pell City. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Quick break right here. We'll be back. Hopefully catch up with some Auburn football players and Brian Harsin still to come as we broadcast live from the College Football Hall of Fame, brought to you by our friends at Bud Light. 0 carbs and 80 calories. Back in a moment on the next round.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1 or callwaynes.com. Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from the next round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Major League Baseball, the NBA, when the time is right, we may do a little Canadian football too. There's always some action for you at lanceslog.com, where we have my top picks for you in every league every single day. All it takes, $3 a day. $90 monthly subscriptions get you everything. No confusing packages or any shadiness. It's all simple and 100% transparent. Try it out and win with me. Go to lanceslog.com. There's a free play every single day. Again, online, all your winners every day. Go to lanceslog.com.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Back with you on the next round. Our show today being brought to you by Rockstar's guy, Adam Mestre. Before we talk to Derek Hall and other Auburn players, tell us about Adam Mestre, Rocky.
Of the almost 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that have recorded a sale in 2022, Adam Mestre is in the top 8% of those agents. He is a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so you know that he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
All right, the $112.5 million to Kirby Smart is for him to coach at Georgia, not to join the Live Tour.
That is close to Live numbers.
That is his new deal.
If the Saudis start a college football team.
He is now the highest paid coach in college football. I was just joking, LT, with Brownie, that Kirby getting $112.5 million. If you just see that, you think Kirby has joined the Live Tour, but he is not. That is him to coach football.
Could you imagine what the Saudis would pay college football coaches?
Oh my gosh.
We're getting out of hand.
I mean, what would Saban make?
Oh, if they ever get into the college football game. That is that's a big raise for Kirby. And now the guy who once rolled the sidelines at Valdosta State is now making 8 figures as a head football coach a year.
Well,
8 figures a year.
We were talking to a Georgia fan last night, and he was saying, hey, look, after Kirby won a national championship, which we all knew, he's a Georgia legend.
Yeah. I mean,
he's immortalized.
He is the guy. I mean, he's the type of person that they'll build statues of Kirby. They'll name a building after him.
Yeah, because I still think he's got another, especially signing this deal.
Yeah.
I had heard that this coaching stuff had become a grind for a lot of different people, but I had heard that Kirby was more of a 6 or 7 year guy and then possibly out.
Yeah. And he downplayed, the stuff on our show yesterday. He downplayed the quotes that came out, making it sound as if he was already considering punching out of the gig.
But a contract like that will make you want to grind out another 10 years.
I would think so. And he was never going to leave Georgia. I mean, there was not going to be a job that drew Kirby Smart away from the University of Georgia. I mean, why would you, especially now that you've won a national championship? There's not going to get better than being at Georgia. So nobody was going to come pull the guy out of here. Nobody was going to come pull him out of here.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm interested. Do you want to take a a quick break here so we can go some uninterrupted with some Auburn players, or do you want to just keep going to the top here? How would you like to play that?
I've got a feeling it's going to take them a little bit longer.
Okay, let's go ahead and knock out our top of the hour break.
Okay.
What do you say?
That's fine with me.
And then that way we can.
Unless this is Derek coming right here.
That would have been,
See if he's walking. Got one more. Okay, let's take another break. This will be our top of the hour break. That's break number C7 for the radio affiliates along the way.
That joke
It's an
never
old,
gets
it's
old.
an old Skip Carey
Never
line.
gets old.
Old Skip Carey line. The show is being brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision. When we come back, it'll be the top of the hour of the 11 o'clock hour, and we'll roll some nonstop with some Auburn players and eventually Brian Harsin in that hour. It's all coming up right here in the next round, brought to you by Michelson.
The best in the business, Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. It's where I got my procedure done 20 years ago. Look, to find out if LASIK is right for you, all you've got to do is make a simple phone call, 969-8100 to Michelson Laser Vision. Ask for Amy, tell her the next round sent you, and they will hook you up with an absolutely free consultation to make sure LASIK is right for you. Again, they're located conveniently, UAB Highlands. I got the procedure done. I had the 2200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. Now 2015 vision, better than 2020. Make the call today, 969-8100 or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
We're back in a moment right here on the next round.
Bama and Bourbon, the mystery fifth hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com. Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the next round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone. Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in game day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Did you make it out the door on time?
Yeah, but I have lipstick on my teeth.
Ooh, that color looks great on you. And you deserve a tasty treat. Did you take an alternate route and avoid 30 seconds of traffic? Or did you weather apple eye? Ooh, and now you're sweating in your jacket. So sweet, unique. Baby, there's nothing better. I bet you probably done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper. Did you nail the high note while singing along to your favorite song? Yes, I did. Woo. Did you perfectly parallel park without bumping any bumper?
Yeah, but I locked my keys in the car.
That's okay.
I need my keys a little sweet.
Did you get your kid in the car seat without losing your temper? Buckle in, that's a win. It's one of a kind, it'll blow your mind. Everyone's done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
A few minutes early, but it's the start of hour number 4 today, 4 of 5, as we broadcast live from the College Football Hall of Fame. SEC Media Days wrapping up here in a few hours as we do day 4 from Atlanta, all presented by our title sponsor, Precision Sports, Tommy James Law, Culver's, Wayne's, and Dr. Pepper. We appreciate all those fine sponsors taking us to Atlanta. And we will get to some of the Auburn players. Derek Hall scheduled to be up first with us here momentarily. Brian Harsin this hour scheduled to be with us. And later on, we'll hear what Jimbo Fisher has told some of the media members today. He is yet to make it into the main arena. That is all coming up still at SEC Media Days. Hopefully we'll catch up with Buster Olney at the start of next hour, the 5th hour. All that coming up. But here are some of your headlines as we get into this hour, being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's.
Yes, Bromberg's, if you're thinking about popping the question, they are your diamond specialist. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's. Family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's has established such solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Go see our friends at Bromberg's. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also go online, Brombergs.com.
Kirby Smart has stole a little bit of the headlines here today as he has a new contract to coach the Georgia Bulldogs. It's a 10-year, what is it, $110 million?
112 and a half. Well, 112 and a half is going to be your average. It's starts out at 10, goes up to 12 and a half.
Yep. So $10.25 million the first year, $12.25 million the last year.
Yeah.
So his last year, if he makes it to the end of this contract, which nobody ever does, he'll be making $12.25 million a year to coach it. Whatever the number is, starting or finishing, he is the highest paid coach in college football.
I was thinking this during the break. Are you surprised, or do you think it was planned that this drops today and not that the day that he was here?
Planned. No, it was planned. In the chat room, they're saying, what a shot at Jimbo Fisher, that they've announced it on Jimbo's day here. That now makes Kirby Smart the highest paid coach passing Jimbo Fisher.
But do you think Kirby also did not really want that to be the focus of his visit here and have to answer the questions and all that?
He did not want to talk about that. And, a couple of things. It could have been a shot at Jimbo. It extends Georgia 2 days of SEC Media Days.
There's no doubt about that.
And they get there's not going to be a bigger headline coming out of today than that contract.
No, you're correct.
That's exactly right. So that's one of the big headlines here today. Another is the fact that Anaya Smith is not here from the DWI earlier this week before Texas A&M came out here. Jimbo and the Texas A&M administration has suspended their playmaker indefinitely right now. Their schedule works out where he can miss a couple of games and still be back for the Miami game. Jimbo is looking into the situation that officially from the fine folks there at Texas A&M. And one other note we haven't gotten to yet, a guy that Brown is a big fan of, Governor Gavin Newsom of California. I mean, if I've heard Gavin Newsom once on this trip, I've heard it 5 times.
Well, I'm sorry.
Governor,
I was talking to somebody else about him.
Governor Gavin Newsom of California has asked the folks at UCLA to, quote, explain the exit from the Pac-12 to him.
I saw this.
It's pretty
Go ahead,
easy.
Brown.
Pretty easy.
And I'm sorry that I thought this was a bad idea by Gavin Newsom, and I didn't mean to bring it up in your presence, Jim.
So
It's just stupid.
I mean,
does
it
Gavin
is.
Newsom has got a state that has gone in so many different directions and has so many issues and problems.
Yeah.
And this
So-
is what you want to address.
But this is him going to bat for Cal.
Yeah, he is, but it also sounds like when politicians say, "Explain to me why you're leaving the Pac-12," like you're so out of touch,
Right.
You don't understand that the Pac-12 is burning, and that thank God that they got the lifeline to go with USC.
And if I'm the UCLA people, I say, "Oh, we can explain that very quickly."
Yeah,
if you would like for us to
Yeah.
explain it, yes.
We're in over a $100 million debt.
That's right. This is our only chance of survival.
Yeah, you're taxing our students and our
Yeah.
moms and dads to death.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that was silly. Now, I get that he's probably got to go to bat for Cal, definitely for Cal, because as you pointed out, that's part of the same system. The University of California, Berkeley, the University of California, Los Angeles.
Yeah, but hey, don't lose the fact that if USC was going with Oregon, Gavin Newsom would be bitching today. Why is UCLA not going?
Yeah, why did USC leave UCLA behind?
That's right. That's right.
I love this, but Gavin Newsom said Wednesday he demands an explanation. UCLA said it would not comment on his remarks.
You could demand in one hand and do something else in the other.
This hour of the show always brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his crew, man, could use a little Champy's over here, couldn't we? Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Would have loved to have that yesterday on the way to the golf course. That Mississippi Delta tamale, they're to die for. A lot of you who go by there for the first time get the tamales on our recommendation, and you always give us the old, thumbs up or the circled finger. It's A-okay.
A-okay.
You love them. All the other items right there. Check them out, champyschicken.com. They'll help you win your tailgate this year. LTD&B with you as we start to wind down SEC Media Days over here. And, it's Auburn Day here. We talked earlier, Brian Harsin, very positive, very aggressive on the podium. Josh Heupel trying to meet expectations. Jimbo Fisher still to get out there. He'll be the last coach to take the podium later today in the main arena. And I'm wondering, how do you think Jimbo's attitude will be here? We've seen Heupel sort of, excited about where the program is going, trying to meet the expectations. Tennessee is back. We've seen Brian Harsin in a situation where, he's sort of, trying to paint a really good picture, being aggressive about moving past what happened in the offseason. And then there's Jimbo Fisher.
Yeah, reading some of the stuff he said about Nick Saban, he's trying to walk back the "we're done, he doesn't need to call me, I'm not taking his call" stuff, basically painting it as if, hey, look, brothers fight. And brothers, a lot of times they fight worse than enemies, but they're still brothers. And I haven't exactly heard these. I'm just reading some of the stuff he said in some of the rooms here, and it sounds like he's trying to walk this back a little bit. That, I know I said, don't bother to call. I'm not taking the call. I know I said we're done. I know I said all these things, but now that I've had a little time to sleep on and think about it, let me dial it back some and just described it as brothers who get fights.
I should have known better that this was going to happen.
Yeah.
But when it went down, I thought that this might linger for a while.
Yeah.
And they pretty much.
I mean, I don't know that they've patched up, but I think Jimbo Fisher is making the first step towards maybe patching something up. I just don't think it's beneficial to him to continue a public feud.
Yeah, not at all. 100%. Like I said, from the get-go, the day after the incident, when he had that news conference, it's much, it would have been a much better play for Jimbo to have made Nick Saban and anyone else who commented about it to look out of touch with modern day football, to say we're leading the way. Those are the comments that are made by people who are not leading the way in NIL.
Well,
so we'll see if Jimbo starts to adapt that personality a little bit.
Connor O'Gara, who was with us earlier, said, your response basically was get on our level. He said, but that is kind of a hard response to have when you went 4-4 in the conference, right? It's kind of hard to say get on our level.
True.
Yeah, when you went 4-4 in the conference, it's gonna ring a little hollow.
Again, part of our show today being brought to you by Hemp Hill, and they bring you the lock every day. LT, tell us about Hemp Hill and tell us how your lock did last night. Did you have one last night? There were no games.
There were no games last night.
Is this the only dark night of the lock every year? Or last night?
Monday and Wednesday. Monday you can technically play the home run derby.
Okay, yeah, that's true.
Which you did, right?
I did not.
Oh, I thought you went.
Juan Soto was a good pick.
Yeah, would have been a good one.
I wish I would have gone Juan Soto, but
so the only dark night on the lock year round is Monday and Wednesday around the All-Star game.
yeah, it used to be Christmas Eve, but I think we've got something Christmas Eve now.
Yeah. Hemphill brings us the lock every day.
Yeah, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemphill. They are the ones that I trust. Fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services, 205-229-2090.
All right. No lock tonight, but Lance is ready for football season coming up, so you can check him out at lanceslock.com. lanceslock.com. A couple of things we haven't got to yet. The most overrated player in the SEC. And I'm going to throw this out there.
Okay.
Most overrated player in the SEC, not named Will Levis.
Okay. I was about to say, there's going to be a lot of Will Levis in the chat room. Get ready for that one.
That's right. But I mean,
it's easy though to go quarterback, right?
It is.
I mean, it is easy to go quarterback, and I don't even know where I would go at quarterback. I might probably go Levis, to be honest with you.
Can I answer this question in 5 minutes when Derek Hall sits down?
What? You think it might be him?
I'm kidding.
I'd love to see him throw you that glass.
You think that fall would kill you?
Yeah, it would kill me.
You may make it all the way to Skarbinski's table.
Well, tell him Jim will stories writing now.
Yeah. If it didn't kill me, I'd be drinking out of a straw for the rest of my life.
Yes.
It is easy to go quarterback.
Can I give you one not quarterback?
Yeah, I'd love to because it's hard. It's hard.
And we'll play off the Christian McCaffrey conversation from earlier. Okay. Is there a chance it's Kayshon Boutte?
No. Nope. I think he is outstanding.
How many games did he play? How many games has he played at LSU?
Well, I mean, I'll go look at his stats. He did not play any.
Yeah, I
last
think
year.
He wasn't a factor till the end of 2020, and then last year he played. I mean, he had 3 touchdowns against UCLA. He only played in 3 or 4 games though.
Yeah,
so he's probably played the equivalent of a NFL season.
You think he's played 17 games?
I think he's played 17.
I don't think Boutte's been in play.
You think he's overrated?
No, I mean, but to impact he has on team and game is all I'm saying.
6 games in 2021 and 2010, 16 games.
Yeah, 16 games.
16 games.
How many touchdowns in 16 games?
He's got 5 in 2020. He had 9 in 6 games in 2021, so 14. 14 touchdowns in 16 games. Not bad for a wide receiver.
Yeah, that's pretty strong.
2 years.
I might go another receiver.
He's fantastic when he's on the field. How much will he be on the field this year?
Yeah.
I mean, in my lifetime, I've seen a lot of LSU players, if the season's not going special, check out and wait for the NFL draft.
And what will be interesting is to see if that does happen, how Brian Kelly handles that.
Yeah, different coach. You're right. Different feeling.
Jermaine Burton.
You think overrated, Jermaine Burton?
I thought it was. I'm looking here. Phil Steele's got him first team All SEC.
Named today to the Blitnikoff watch list.
That is the assumption. That's the assumption. He's the number 1 at Alabama, and you make that assumption. You say, well, all right. Normally, the guys that are the number 1 receiver at Alabama are pretty good, and oh, by the way, this guy has got the reigning Heisman Trophy winner throwing him the football. I mean, so it's a.
I mean, we'll see. And we had Bryce, was it? No, it was Jordan Battle.
Yeah.
And we were talking about those receivers, and he said, boy, they can take the top off it. Now, he said that Harrell's faster,
right?
But he said Burton can fly.
Yeah.
So he'll have a lot of opportunities. I just don't know if he's the second or third best receiver in the SEC right now.
So you would disagree with Phil Steele?
Yeah, but
he will be on the show Monday if you want to let him know.
Okay, good.
Yeah, he won't throw you through this window.
Brown, you got anybody that you would throw out into that conversation?
I mean, look, because you tend to overrate quarterbacks, I would probably do the quarterback discussion on this. And I probably am guilty of Hendon Hooker. Is it possible I've overrated Hendon Hooker? I mean, I think he's good enough to have them at 10-2, which would probably have them number 2 in the East.
We'll talk about this later, but no, I think Hendon Hooker could be. He could play himself into having a seat. I don't see him winning a Heisman Trophy, but I could see him playing himself into a seat.
And play himself a spot in New York, maybe?
If I was going to go quarterback not named Will Levis, Anthony Richardson would be that guy for me.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Oh, I could see that.
Well, I mean, I've just seen him mentioned in draft top 10s and things like that. I don't think that's where you're going to find Anthony Richardson personally.
Well, Florida fans think he's going to be the next great Florida quarterback. It's funny. We didn't get a chance to really talk to Doring about it. But have you guys noticed every time we have on Shane Matthews.
Right.
He doesn't seem like he's a big fan of Anthony Richardson.
Of Anthony Richardson, yeah. I mean, we've had him on a couple times, and he doesn't seem totally sold on him.
He said he coached against him in high school.
Yeah. I'm not sold on him. Are you sold on Anthony Richardson?
I
think that's a 7-5 type team, and I will admit this, and I've said it a number of times. I'll continue to admit it. I have a difficult time getting past the fact that he was, for health reasons, unavailable against Alabama, and then you see him doing backflips going to the locker room. I have a hard time making that matchup with a guy that you could build a team around.
Yeah. Felt that way for Leonard Fournette for a while for me until he started playing for my Buccaneers.
Yeah, and he's actually been good.
And he's been a workhorse.
You know what? I was with you on Leonard Fournette on that, so I'll own that one too. I was wrong about that one, but Leonard Fournette unavailable for the game tonight. Wait a minute, there's a fight at midfield. Oh, Leonard's back in the locker room getting his pads on. He's going to play now.
When you're getting paid, and I guess when you're on Tom Brady's team, he's not going to let you.
Yeah.
Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Wayne's. They've been one of our title sponsors, bringing us coverage from SEC Media Days all week long.
Yeah, Wayne's wants to remind you about that Smart Pest service. Is what it does is rodent monitoring 24/7. They set up the monitors in your attic and your crawl spaces, and the moment a rodent is spotted, it proactively communicates back to Wayne's. Wayne sends out their technicians to terminate the issue. You never get a rodent infestation in your attic and your crawl spaces, and you can get it and save right now by calling 866-WAYNES-1. 866-WAYNES are the number one. Use the code TNR for the next round and save $100 off your initial Smart Pest service. That's when you use the code TNR for the next round after calling 866-WAYNES-1.
You know, I'll give Shelly and Kirk some credit. They do these cards
You're going
for
to
the players.
You're going to need to talk louder for Shelly to hear you. Jim's giving you credit for something, Shelly.
I love these cards that they carry around with the Auburn players.
I don't think Auburn does that, though.
Yeah,
I think the SEC does it.
Yeah. Well, nobody else has been walking around with the card.
I've seen them. They just didn't bring them over here on Radio Row.
Nobody up here has been walking around with the cards.
I've seen them all week.
Oh, well, it's the first time I've seen them. I like them.
So you were giving...
You know why I like them?
Why?
Because they're huge and I can see them.
Apparently not, because I've seen them all week.
I have not seen one person carrying them. I thought Kirk and Shelly packed them up and brought them from Auburn.
No, I don't think so.
I haven't seen them all week.
I think SEC did those for you, Jim.
A couple other headlines in college football, if you were just here. By the way, Brian Harsin started the day off down there with a very aggressive, intense, positive comments about where Auburn football is headed right now. Mario Cristobal going on at the ACC Media Days, talking about the no-nonsense mentality he's instilling and one of the dark horses to be a contender this year in the ACC at Miami. And we continue to watch the changing landscape of the transfer portal, the one-time portal, and we now have some guidance from the D1 Council on the portal 45 days after championship selection day. And then May 1st through the 15th will be the portal windows, the only time you can enter the transfer portal. And many coaches are applauding that move by the D1 Council, and they expect it to be as close to unanimously approved by the NCAA as possible. And we look forward to, having a little bit more control over that transfer portal, something a lot of people are looking forward to, especially coaches.
I don't know why these dates matter to these coaches, or, I'm not saying it's silly. I'm just saying I don't see it from their point of view. I don't know why those dates are important to them, but apparently those dates are important to them, that they feel like this is going to ease the pain of this transfer portal situation. So we'll see. I mean, we'll see how that affects it. I don't know. I'm not in the business, man, so I don't know how that's going to affect it, but we'll see if this makes the transfer portal just a little bit easier to deal with for these guys. One guy that is going to be a factor in the Southeastern Conference this year, the best returning defender for the Auburn Tigers, is with us right now. And Derek Hall, welcome in, Derek.
Yes, sir. How you doing? Thank you for having me.
Looking good, man.
Yes,
it's
sir.
a sharp sport coat.
If we did not have glass right here, this man right here, could you pick him up? How far could you throw him and get him on the other side of the arena right here with a running hit, push, throw, whatever? How far could you get him? Could you make the second row of tables?
Yeah,
with
but
him?
here's the thing.
I'll throw him over there on the set.
I don't doubt it, but would you be able to stop your momentum where you wouldn't go with me?
Oh, yeah.
He's an athlete.
You got to be fast on your feet. Play football.
It's a Southeastern Conference athlete you're talking to. What are you talking about?
I weigh a lot, though.
I ain't worried about that.
Yeah.
You don't wear as much as these old linemen, so there ain't nothing to it.
you do have to push a lot of people around,
Oh, yeah.
right? Hey,
Yes,
Coach Harsin, raving about the off-season workout, the attitude, and everything. You're a captain. You've been there before. Tell me how you see it as a player. These off-season workouts for Auburn. Where are you as a team?
Right. So really, when you get into the off-season, you really don't understand it coming up. Like as a freshman, you just do it to do it. But off-season is very critical. Off-season training, whether it be spring ball going into summer. I mean, the summer makes a big deal how you head into fall camp and whether, the movements that you're doing, the work that you're doing. I mean, all this stuff carries over. So it means a lot to me, and it means a lot to this team. We've bought in. Everybody's bought in. Obviously, controversy that we face, all that stuff brought us closer and knit as a team. So just having the opportunity to being able to go out and still have Coach Harsin as our head coach and go put in the work with him day in and day out. I think we're moving on the right track, and everybody on this team is bought in. So it's going to be very critical with all the summer workout stuff that we've done carrying the fall camp.
Did I hear him earlier say that part of the training is in the pool work you guys do, they put you in the sweats and throw you in the pool wearing the sweats?
Okay, so we had this. I don't know if y'all know the program. Y'all ever heard of the program?
You talking about the movie? The movie? The program?
No, it's guys.
We're way older than you.
Yeah,
that was the first thing. Yep,
it's
yep.
called it's called the program, and it's like
Okay.
Military guys, Marine guys, and stuff
Right,
like that.
right,
So
right.
they say their obligation is to make better team leaders and better teammates. So they get there the first day. We're basically doing like boot camp style stuff. Okay, boom, got that. Second day, we up at 4 at the pool by 4:30, 5 o'clock, like the aquatic center. Okay, we get there. We do the same stuff. So we swim the length of the pool, which is 12 feet. Now they tell you can't swim. Oh well, get in the water and swim. So some guys were, making it do what it do. They have to get across. There was a shallow end, but if you could swim, they wanted you in the deep end. So we would swim across. We would get out. We would do push-ups. Get back in, swim across. Do planks. Get back in, swim across. Like it was just crazy.
My God.
Yeah, it was tiring.
Don't know why you
So,
would love this.
Yeah. The first day, and after we did that, we went down into the diving in, 20 feet deep. So you have on a hoodie, like a hoodie with sleeves and a hood and all that good stuff. And they tell you to push off. You tread water. Then he says take it off. So the only way to take this hoodie off is to go in the water. And this hoodie feels about 50 pounds now. Oh yeah.
Anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,499. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from the next round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at urologycentersalabama.com.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1, or callwaynes.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
And welcome back to the next round. Sorry about that. A little bit of a technical issue. I'm sure somebody walking in front of the camera tripped over a cord, and that's what happens when you walk in front of a camera. But John Lunsford here back at Next Round headquarters. They are rebooting everything there, and we'll get you out there as soon as we can. But Jimbo Fisher did speak while we had a segment going on, and so we're going to try and let you hear a little bit about what Jimbo had to say. Usually the first press conference they do in these situations are the better press conference because, well, that's the first time you can ask a question to them and you can get their first real raw reaction about something. So Jimbo Fisher was speaking in the electronic media room. They used to call it the TV room. Now it's the electronic media room. And sorry, I just ran in here. I'm out of breath from running in here.
It's okay, man.
Yeah. So that's when the first Nick Saban question came. And, you always want to get the reaction from the coaches when something happens. Obviously had a player drop as well. So a lot of questions coming Jimbo Fisher's way. He spoke in the electronic media room and spoke for about 15 minutes. So while we wait for the guys to get everything booted back up, they're on Radio Row last day. A lot of people disconnecting things. So, maybe somebody unplugged a cable or something like that. But we'll play that audio for you here and, try to get back out to the guys as they were talking to Derek Hall there and try to get head coach Brian Harsin on as well from Auburn. Don't forget, we're going all the way till 1 today. We started an hour early. If you missed that, you can go to our YouTube channel at Next Round Live and catch that first hour where we had Derek Hall, we had Tank Bixby, we had Brian Harsin, all for you from the electronic media room. You can catch that. Also, make sure to go back and catch all of our SEC Media Days coverage from the Next Round. We had Nick Saban from Alabama on Tuesday. That was an early start there as well at 8 a.m. 5 hours of coverage every single day for you. And then, of course, Kirby Smart yesterday, not talking about his contract extension, which he got today, and the guys talked about that earlier. All right, here is Jimbo Fisher from the electronic media room at SEC Media Days.
Hello, everyone. Great to see y'all again. Excited to be here. Just say once this starts, practice is getting ready to go. And as much as coaches say, we all dread the beginning of the season. We love the beginning of the season and the newness and everything is coming to it. And very excited about our football team in the fall. A lot of great new additions, a lot of older upperclassmen, I think, returning, and a lot of guys that were injured and banged up coming back. So I like the dynamic of our team, literally like spring football, and looking forward to fall. Seems like we've had a very good summer, as I'm sure everybody has, but that's what we all say, right? Summer's going well, everything's going well. But like the dynamic of it, very excited for the team. A lot of challenges in a lot of ways, but a lot of pieces to work with. So looking forward to the challenge. Questions?
We'll start on the left back row.
Dan Peck, ESPN 106.7 in Auburn. Coach, you mentioned the newness. One thing that seems new about college football is you have more quarterbacks transferring within the conference and competing for starting jobs immediately, including Max Johnson coming from LSU, but also Zach Calzada transferring to Auburn. What can you say about the way Zach performed when he stepped into the starting role last year, and what is Auburn getting?
Zach's a tremendous young man, very talented young man, has tremendous arm talent, very competitive, very tough. As you saw, there was 2 games in the Alabama game, for instance, where he, got his knee banged up. He comes back in, leads us on a 2-minute drive. Auburn game, he actually popped his shoulder back in place and finished that game. You're talking about a guy who has great character, great toughness, great ability to throw the football down the field. And I think just, as he progresses, he's going to be a great player. And, you hate to lose him, but those decisions in today's world are different. But respect him very much and have tremendous, I love Zach. I think as a person, very smart, very intelligent, great human being. And I think Auburn's got a very good football player. Unfortunately, I got to go against him. But no, I wish him nothing but the best of luck. He's a high character, quality young man.
Coach on the aisle, third row.
Coach, another question about Zach here. I know he was with you guys obviously for a while before he got that opportunity. What did you see from him in terms of his development over, 3 years and change? And then you talked about going against him. How much are you looking forward to seeing him again and playing against him?
Well, listen, early I think he was a guy who was very talented, and I think he realized what a quarterback was and the work he had to put in. And because, listen, Zach's a very intelligent young man. Very intelligent, and he learns well, works hard, tough, competitive, like you say, and I can't say enough good things about him as a person. You really can't. And you like going against him. It's kind of like when you're old players and the guys you care for. It's tough. And it's not tough. It's tough to go against because you hate, because you got when somebody's got to win, somebody got to lose. But listen, he's going to be a tremendous challenge. I know he's going to be ready to play. He's going to want to play well against us, and he's very talented and can lead Auburn, who has a great program and great team. So it's going to be a heck of a challenge. And he's proven he's a winner in this league.
Left side, front row.
Michael Cobble, WBRZ TV in Baton Rouge. Let's talk about your quarterback room, I guess, and the addition of Max. What is your team, or how does your team complement his play style, and how is he fitting in with y'all?
Well, I think the one thing about that, our offense is very versatile. We've used mobile quarterbacks. We've used drop-back quarterbacks. You go back to my history, probably more drop-back guys than mobile guys, but we can use the mobile guys when we had Kellen and different guys, even Matt Flynn when we were down there a little bit with Matt and some of the things he did. But I think Max is a dynamic player. You're talking about a guy now, we talk about quarterback, he threw for 2,800 yards, threw 27 touchdowns, and had 6 picks. Those numbers are, I don't know if there's anybody in the league besides maybe Bryce and a couple others. Maybe Bryce. I don't know if anybody has better numbers returning. I don't say that. I'm just going off the top of my head, but be very capable. And played a whole SEC schedule, won games, brought guys back, big. And I tell you what, he's a much better athlete than people get. Think of him as a pocket guy, but he can run. He can run the football. He's a very big guy. So, and then for the room, I think, but Haynes King is a guy who played an outstanding game the first game last year for us. Very talented with arm talent, can run, throw, tough, and has looked very good, especially just both those guys. And then Connor Wegman, who I think was as good a player as a quarterback as it was in the country coming out. His freshman, as a true freshman for us. So I think we're very dynamic in our room. I think we have a lot of ability, a lot of different things that we're capable of doing. And I'm anxious for the competition. And as you saw last year, to have depth at quarterback is critical. And I think there's room for, and that keeping quarterbacks now is hard. It really is. But I'll say this, it's where you walk out of the game getting ready for the NFL, not where you're at, trying to hurry up and get there. And I think that's very critical in guys' development. Hopefully they can see that. But open competition, we'll see who wins and we'll see what happens. But I tell you what, I feel very blessed to have those three guys.
Left side, front row.
Hey, Coach Jacques Doucet, WAFB in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Hopefully some levity for you. I saw one of your former quarterbacks, Marcus Randall, the other day.
Oh, he's awesome. Marcus doing a great job. I told him he's smarter than being a coach, but he's a real good coach. I told him he shouldn't go into coaching, but no, he does a heck of a job. Marcus is a great guy.
He said that the real Nick Saban Jimbo battles were on the practice field. What happened the other day, that was rated G compared to back then.
Oh, we used to battle. I mean, listen, I'm gonna say this. I have tremendous respect for Nick. There's no pride, I have no problem with Nick. You got two competitive guys, and unfortunately, like you say, you get out in public and different things. We stood up, and it's over with. I have no problem with that. But we're at practice field. We were great competitors, and he was a great defensive coach, and we were establishing offensively, and we used to have tremendous battles. And we both had tremendous players on both sides of the ball. But it was his team, and I was just the offensive coordinator. But it was fun, and a lot of great respect for him.
Right side, second row.
Tyler Shaw with KBTX. Coach, at this point, what position group are you the most confident in, and maybe which position group do you feel like still needs the most development?
Well, I don't know if any of them you're totally coming, but I really felt in the spring, I love the development of our offense and defensive lines. I really thought, which some of the hard times and things that we went through last year with injuries, like having to play a true freshman center like Bryce Foster, who'd never played center, and missed half of camp because of an injury. Playing Deuce Father as a freshman at right tackle in this league, blocking guys like Will Anderson and different guys that you go against. I mean, high-quality people, which were very tough things to do and all throughout with all the other guys. But I think that really turns into a strength for us this year. I really do. With Layden, and I think Trey Zoom was the guy who would have played last year but was injured, had a tremendous spring. And then whoever we decided to left, we got Moko and some of these other guys that are coming in to play at guard and the different things we have. I really think our offensive line took tremendous steps in the spring, and I really loved what I saw, the physicality, the size, but the knowledge. And the things we did. I think the defensive line, I think there's some really, even though we lost a lot of players, I thought they really did a great job in the spring. And getting McKinley Jackson back this year, who played last year with a hurt shoulder the whole year, knowing he'd have surgery after the year, and getting him back fully healthy, I think is a difference maker. Isaiah Rakes, Shamar Turner, moving him inside and doing those types of things, along with, and different guys we have, Tamise outside, Fidel Diggs, who I thought, jumped out at spring for us. I mean, once he got his opportunity, he was behind some really good guys, but we knew he was going to be a really good player, and him jumping out. Anthony Lucas coming in early, and then plus all the other signees we have in that front group. I really think those groups are excited. I think we took some strides at receiver. I think we have to, our passing game, we have to throw the ball better on offense. And I think that was accumulation of young linemen with, starting a new quarterback, and we got injured, Zach having to go in and, getting fit, situated for a couple games, and all of a sudden he took off. And then young receiver, we had some receivers hurt and what we had to do. So I think getting that part back in, we have to have some tight end develop. Max Wright is a very good tight end coming back. Blake Smith, those guys, but then we have to develop some of those young guys. I'm very excited there, but there's some really talented guys. Evan Stewart really come out and jumped out at us as a true freshman in camp that really, I think, brought some depth. Moose Muhammad really made some gains last year, so I'm anxious to see how that part of it goes. But, I think all of them need development and more we go. But some of those young secondary guys, getting both corners, there's Miles Jones and Brian George, and having to play all those freshmen. Tyreek Chappelle started all year as a freshman. Jalen Jones, and his ability to be moved around and getting Brandon Gilbert, those guys back, and some of those young freshmen. I'm anxious to see where they go to. There's a lot. This team's got me really excited, and there's so many quarterback battles, competition battles, going at quarterback, but other player. Everybody talks about quarterback, but there are a lot of them across the board with very talented guys. And when you have talent, that's what creates greatness. And what I mean, daily on a basis, you have to create habits to play at a championship level where somebody takes your job. And this is one of the times I think we've got it across the board as much as we've had. Now, with some young guys in there, but it's exciting to have them.
That's Jimbo Fisher there, part of our coverage from SEC Media Days, being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports. They're our title sponsor, LT.
Yeah, whether you're a weekend warrior or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback today. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/ providers.
When we come back, LT with Trash, a chance we'll also talk to Brian Harsin and a lot more from the College Football Hall of Fame on the next round.
The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA. When choosing a lawyer, the most important factors are trust, experience, and results. Tommy James of the Tommy James Law Firm checks all these boxes. With more than 25 years of experience, he will take care of your legal needs. Anything from car accidents to wrongful death cases, Tommy has done it all. Case evaluations are free, so if you're looking for a lawyer to handle any type of personal injury case, call him at 205-259-1725 or check out TommyJamesLaw.com. Call today or email Tommy@TommyJamesLaw.com.
No representation is made that the quality of legal services to be performed is greater than the quality of legal services performed by other lawyers.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met. Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
This hour of the show always brought to you by our friends at Champy's. We'll jump around with some Auburn folks as they make their way to the table, including head coach Brian Harsin momentarily. But first, let's do trash on the table today. Champy's open for lunch on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Swing by there and see Sterling and the crew. He's ready to help you with your tailgate this football season. Trash, is it Rockstar that gets us to you on the road, or I haven't seen you put any trash together since we've been over here? He sends them to you even on the road?
Does it come via electronic mail on the internet, World Wide Web?
Yes, it does. It does. That's why you don't get to see me throw it at the camera.
So mental note. Next time we're on the road, crunch up just a bunch of prop papers to throw at the screen. All right,
Yes, that's what we need.
Hit the big button, Rockstar.
Is it because this is my mom? Hold on. I'm trying to work right now. You over there calling my phone. This is D'Angelo. You can say hi. And don't be holding up traffic because you got cars behind you.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
It seems like everywhere we turn these days, there's concern over rising cost or gas prices, and now there's even talk of a recession. If you're a homeowner with outstanding credit card debt or other high-interest payments, it's time to put your home equity to work for you. Don't walk into a recession with large payments on bad debt. Our friends at Mortgage Right can help you knock down stubborn debt and gain more financial freedom. How is that possible? Home values also on the rise. That means you could leverage your home's equity for a cash-out refi to fund whatever needs funding: credit card debt, home repairs, college tuition, and more. Reach out to Mortgage Right and learn how you can save each and every month. Call Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200, or visit mortgageright.com/TNR today to break the high hold interest debt has on you. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. We start first. Came across this today. It's a nuts story. Police in Lee County, Pennsylvania were called Wednesday for a man in cardiac arrest with a snake wrapped around his neck.
Oh, no.
That'll do it.
Strangle him to death?
Police say in a release they responded to the call at 2:10 p.m. at a home on the 1400 block of Church Street. Officers found a 28-year-old resident unresponsive and lying on the floor with, quote, a mid-portion of a large snake wrapped around his neck, according to the release. The snake was so big, estimated at more than 15 feet, one of the officers was able to shoot it in the head without risking further injury to the man. Now, once the snake was injured from the gunshot, the officers were able to pull the male to safety, at which time emergency medical care was provided. The victim in this case was transported to a local hospital for further treatment. Police have no further information available on his condition, though.
You think he was asleep when the snake got into position?
I don't know, man. That's a crazy story, though.
I mean, how do you allow the snake to get into that position, right?
Yeah, that's like, I mean, I know a boa or a python can, strangle you and kill you, but I think I got to be pretty still before they can get me, right?
Yeah.
'Cause they're not fast movers. They don't get on you that quick.
And it's weird. Like, they constrict typically things that they can, swallow. Yeah.
Yeah.
And, somebody as big as us.
Yeah, they can't swallow me.
Of course, we say that. Rockstar, didn't we have a villager like in India, and he was found in one?
I think they found like sadly young kids or stuff like that, or like deer.
Oh, Rocky.
I don't know what they
remember
say.
a trash story? Dude passed.
mean,
no,
what?
I think
You're
a dude
asking me
passed
about
out
trawling
drunk.
people.
Did your dad just pass away? Rockstar, I never heard your reaction to that question yesterday.
It was uncomfortable. No, why? What have you heard?
Well, I didn't check after this morning. Maybe so.
Anyway, we had a story in trash where a dude walked outside of a village drunk, passed out, and a snake ate him.
I do remember there was a record.
You made it sound like that when you originally said it, like it was going to be hangover, and he was going to jump out of the trunk.
Yeah.
Like he jumped out of the snake when they cut the snake open.
Hey, remember, Rocky?
You found me.
That one dude did put on a suit and tried to get strangled.
he was
right?
going to be eaten alive by a snake, and then he bailed because it was crushing it. Sadly, it was crushing his bones, so he bailed out.
Yeah.
He said, "We'll do it again."
I do know there was like a record.
What
it was
a boon tapping out of that.
I do know there was a record python found in the Florida Everglades, and when they cut it open, they said his last meal was apparently a small deer. All right.
It seems like that would.
It's a good meal to go out on, I guess. A little venison.
Like, have you ever eaten a jalapeno and you get the back end of the stem?
Yes. Oof.
Yeah, that hurts.
It'll
Can you
light
imagine
you
getting
up.
a deer horn
Yeah.
or antler?
Yes.
We've got a resident thought her vehicle was malfunctioning when the horn and lights started going off, but instead there was a surprise waiting for her. Stephanie Hanna first heard her vehicle horn sounding at about 10:30 p.m. on Saturday outside of her home. When she peeked outside, everything seemed normal. She went on to say, quote, "I went to bed and was woken up at 2 a.m. by the horn going off again. She grabbed her keys and went to see what was going on. Said, I opened the driver's side door and this head pops out in the back seat and it's just a bear. I couldn't believe it." Now, startled, she ran back inside. She went on to say, "I wasn't actually sure if that was what I had seen, but I freaked out and closed the door immediately and I began screaming, pacing back and forth. I wasn't sure what to do." She called the conservation officer service reporting line, told a police officer if he would come to her house. He's like, "What seems to be the problem?" I say, "There's a bear in my car." Officer
oh yeah,
opened the hatch to the vehicle. The bear got out. The bear was trapped inside of Hannah's vehicle for more than 3 hours, wreaking havoc. She went on to say, "It's bad, pretty bad. You can tell he tried to get out. He basically ripped the paneling off every single door, including the hatch. Things are just thrown around. It's a disaster." She hasn't tried to drive the vehicle since. The bear also defecated in the car.
Oh no, boy, you're not gonna get past that.
Does a
I
bear
think you
shit in
gotta
the
sell
car?
Yes, I mean, Rockstar, you know, does that show up on the Carfax? Well, there was a fender bender back in 07, and
Okay,
so sounds like a horrible Charmin commercial.
Rocky, I don't know where you pulled this one, but how to survive the heat wave as a goth.
Well, see, I don't know if y'all have heard about this, but there's a little bit of a heat wave going on in Europe right now. And of course,
I've heard that. Yep.
There are people that are goth that all they wear are black. Everything's black, and they wear black eyeliner and everything. So this is how to keep beat the heat with this with your look.
Here's the first one: go sleeveless.
Yeah, that'd help.
Number 2, brave a crop or cutout top. Crop and cutout tops. Make sure you apply sunscreen to prevent funny tan lines. And most goth people are the color Rocky.
They are. Now, yeah, my only goth outfit is a mid-drift black net shirt where I have the nipples cut out.
Why do you never wear it?
Nipples cut out.
Another one, try silk or rayon if you prefer being more covered up, which is better for protecting your skin from the sun. Then it's about finding a suitable fabric. Obviously, linen is the go-to summer fabric, but silk and rayon are good to go too. The other one, go sheer. Sheer fabrics are another way to stay covered but cool.
Yep.
And finally, Brown, you'll love this. Use an umbrella.
Well, yeah.
Umbrellas
I
are
only
good
do it
shield
in
from the
rain.
sun.
Nothing says goth more than umbrella.
Yes.
As well as the rain, but they can also protect you from the heat and UV rays. Of course, we used one at Regions.
That's right. Oh my gosh. You remember how hot that was?
It was the complete opposite of what's going on in here today.
Baking.
Rocky, I asked him if Sam was walking around somewhere.
It's a little cold in here, right?
Well, it was a little hot in here this
Update.
morning, so.
Oh, was it?
That's good to hear.
Uh-uh.
We've got a drunk man who laid down in front of a hotel in protest because staff wouldn't let him to his room, was moved on by police because he had the wrong hotel. Police responded to reports of an intoxicated man lying in protest to the pavement outside of the Premier Inn in the early mornings of Sunday morning. In protest against being refused what he thought was his room, the man decided to lie down on the pavement outside of the hotel until he was stopped by the police. They then helped him to his hotel nearby. It is not known which hotel he was meant to be at. Police tweeted, quote, "Officers have dealt with the intoxicated man who was trying to gain entry to a hotel where he didn't have a booking. He laid on the floor in protest, and officers returned him to the hotel he has booking for over on the road."
Huh?
Officers returned him to the hotel he has a booking for over the road.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
Sorry.
there we go. In other words, he wasn't supposed to be sleeping on the road.
It was not.
Or at that hotel.
How about this? After 121 summers in the Mississippi Delta, the state's oldest and largest prison finally getting air conditioning.
My gosh, how hot do you think that place is?
Mississippi Department of Corrections Commissioner Burl Kane said 48 air conditioning units have been installed at the Mississippi State Penitentiary at Parchman Buildings so far, covering 40% of the prison population. Now, the process is expected to be completed in the spring, and then air conditioning will be installed at the state's other prisons, Central Mississippi Correctional Facility and Southern Mississippi Correctional Institution. They say that temperatures inside the prison can reach 145.
I mean, I would
degrees.
imagine. Yeah, I would imagine.
They said the goal is to get, I agree with this, get it to a comfortable 78.
Oh, that's not nothing comfortable about that. But if I'm used to 140,
Yeah, 78. They'll be walking around with jackets on.
They're
Hey,
preparing those guys
Mr. Rogers.
for hell, aren't they?
they really are. Hey,
145.
buddy, you might want to get used to this. Jeez. How's eternity sound?
I mean, literally, I was outside yesterday. It was 90 here, and it felt like it was 100 degrees.
Listen, man, me and Dunaway went to play golf, and I play golf all the time in the summer.
Me too.
It was a special kind of hot yesterday, wasn't it? Was it
humid-
because we were on the lake, you think?
the humidity
Yeah.
right before it was going to rain and on the lake and the surface being wet.
Yeah.
With the temperature,
Yeah,
air
it-
temperature in the
yeah.
90s at that point, it
Yeah.
created a nice humidity dome.
Yeah, it was one of those where the heat just comes up out of the ground. You felt that before, haven't you?
Michigan woman is raising eyebrows online after suing her man for $10,000 for, wait for it, standing her up on a date.
Oh, well. So it seems to be an expensive price there.
A clip of the wild virtual hearing during which the scorned woman got into a heated shouting match with the judge is currently blowing up online. The woman named Quashante Short had reportedly filed a lawsuit back in 2020 in which she alleged that Richard Jordan, quote, did not show and left on her mother's birthday and her mom had just passed away, per legal docs obtained by TMZ. Now, Short sued the accused date ditcher for intentional infliction of emotional distress on the grounds that Jordan had deliberately hurt her by standing her up. Now, the judge demanded that the plaintiff should foot the filing cases for the fee, adding her suit will be thrown out if they're not paid within 56 days. Short, who has reported being unemployed since early June, has a history of filing frivolous lawsuits. Per the Daily Mail in 2020, she sued the Flint Police Department for $300 million and also filed suit against AT&T.
Yeah. Nobody too small for her to sue, right?
Well, I think she's crazy.
You think so, maybe?
Yeah. That's trash.
All right. Brought to you every day by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yeah, inflation out in full force, and now more than ever, rents costs are skyrocketing. Even though interest rates have risen, buying a home is proving cheaper than renting one. Stop throwing away money on rent. Turn to Mortgage Right. Call them today locally, 205-815-9200, or visit mortgageright.com/TNR to live rent-free today. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
And as we talked about earlier, Charles Barkley hanging out with us a couple of times this week, us hanging out with Charles Barkley. And he had dinner last night here in town with the guy who runs Live, Greg Norman. Update us on what you guys learned last night.
So
that you can share with us.
Okay, yeah. And this is, we're not violating any sort of confidence. Charles is fine with us sharing this, that he and Greg Norman went to dinner last night. There was no deal reached for him to join Live. I think Greg Norman just laid out kind of what they had in mind. I think Charles probably laid out what he had in mind, and most of that financials, obviously. Nothing was agreed to other than the fact that Charles agreed to play in the Pro-Am of the next Live event, which is next week up in New Jersey at Bedminster, former President Trump's course up there. And Charles is going to play in the Live Pro-Am, which seems to be another step down the road of this negotiation.
It gets a chance to get on the course and go to an event and see what it's like.
Yeah.
Yeah, and look, and it gives him more time to make a decision and learn more about what's going on and the ins and outs. And, I don't know where he is on this process. I don't know the exact numbers. I know it's going to be a lot of money. I mean, for Greg to, fly private up here to see Charles for a couple of hours, fly back. Charles said it went extremely well, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, you guys have had a couple of numbers that you have thought about. I was just wondering.
I still think it'll be about 40 to 50 million a year
per
That's
year.
what I'm guessing.
Yeah, per year,
40 to 50 million a year.
But I think Charles has been abundantly clear on our show, and he said it other places too. Though he's not interested in working forever. So I think whatever it is going to be basically 3, maybe 4 years.
What's going to be interesting though is if he can do both, because Liv's only 12 events.
Yep.
He works a lot more at TNT. I know he would like to keep that job, but how is TNT going to feel about him being involved with Liv?
Yeah, I don't think they're going to like it. From what I can gather, I don't think they're going to like it.
Yeah. So far, there's been very few media outlets and a lot of sponsors in America that have not doubled down with Liv.
The path to him doing both is for him to, or for TNT to have the broadcast of the Live, which would probably be a bulk time situation where Live would buy the time with TNT if they can't find someone else to pay them for the time. So, or pay them for the product. So that would probably be the path to him doing both. I don't find that one to be very likely. I think it's one or the other. I think he's going to have to make his choices.
You know, I don't know how you feel, Dunaway, but I believe that, you know, all these endorsement deals that are going away from people that are joining Live will ultimately come back. You know, I point to Kobe Bryant, totally different circumstances. But when that went down in Eagle County, Colorado, with those allegations and ultimately a settlement, all of his sponsors left. And within, 18 months or so, they were all back. And I just think so many people are going to defect to the Live tournament. I think people will not get behind it. But, I mean, we're being hypocritical here because you look at the involvement Nike has with China. And we promote Nike everywhere.
But I will say that there's something else that is at play here. Charles is in a really good spot here. And the other thing you need to look at is the fact that the NBA rights deal, their media rights deal comes up, I think it's in 2 years.
Right, 2 more seasons.
2 more seasons that
But
they
the
will
negotiations start now.
play. Oh, yeah, they're already negotiating. And Charles is very, very, very instrumental in Turner keeping the rights. I mean, Charles is still one of the most important people in the NBA, which is crazy to say because Charles is on TV. He's not playing the game.
No, but he's the face of the NBA, one of them because of his exposure on TV.
Right. That's right. I mean, LeBron is probably the face of the NBA, but I mean, Charles is more recognizable than the vast majority of NBA players, even stars.
Yeah, you just wonder how many people would stop watching the NBA on TNT if Charles wasn't around.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that, but I know that TNT doesn't want to find out, and that's going to benefit Charles. But, I mean, we always do this game. If Charles and the Greek Freak are walking through the Atlanta's bad. Charles lives in Atlanta, the Kansas City airport. Charles Barkley and the Greek Freak. Who gets stopped more?
Charles Barkley.
Charles Barkley.
Yep.
And you're talking about maybe the Greek Freak might be the best player in the league.
Yeah.
Hey, developing news here. Is this a surprise or is this
I'm a little surprised.
Is September 1 a Saturday or is it a Thursday?
No, it's a Thursday.
It's a Thursday. September 1 is okay. So it's going to be this one and then Columbus, right, for the opening.
In all likelihood, I would guess, yeah.
Game Days made it official. They will start the season off at the Backyard Brawl, so they'll be there for the Thursday night game of West Virginia in Pitt. They're in Pittsburgh, outside of the not Heinz Field.
That's the ESPN game. It'll be going head-to-head with Penn State Purdue on Fox. So ESPN said, we're gonna send our crew there and pimp it a little bit more. So that should be.
So they'll go Game Day there to kick off the season on Thursday night after week 0, going into the first big weekend. And then roll for the main show, we assume, in Columbus for that big opener, right? Ohio State, week 1.
I would have to imagine because I guess that's an ABC game. I think that's an ABC game. Yeah. So, yeah, I would imagine they're probably in that one. I mean, that's, to me, the biggest, at least name value, the biggest game in week 1.
That's Notre Dame, Ohio State, right?
Ohio State, Notre Dame, yeah.
So that's some news there, college football-wise, from Game Day. A little early here, Rockstar, but a quick break here to get us to the top of the hour and the final hour of the show as we roll forward. Being brought to you in part today by our friends at Cowan Equipment. Cowan Equipment puts out our poll questions every day. Cowan Equipment, LT.
Yes, sir, Dunaway. If you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
More from Auburn in the final hour of our show and our coverage from SEC Media Days and Buster Only when we continue. Brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports, Tommy James Law, Culver's, Wayne's, and Dr. Pepper.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Trucks and Bucks giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away 2 Chevy Z71 trucks and $50,000. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings May 13th and 14th. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the next round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champy'schicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, final hour of our coverage from SEC Media Days being brought to you in part by our friends at Precision Sports, Tommy James Law, Culver's, Wayne's, and our friends at Dr. Pepper. Let's start this hour off with our friends at Tommy James Law. Tell us a little bit about OTJ.
You know, Jim, when you're choosing a lawyer, the most important factors are trust, experience, and results. And attorney Tommy James checks all these boxes. Anything from car accidents to wrongful death cases, Tommy has done it all. Case evaluations are free, so if you're looking for a lawyer to handle any type of personal injury case, give him a call, 205-259-1725. Or check him out at TommyJamesLaw.com. Tommy James, a respected and experienced lawyer you can trust to fight for you.
All right, Rockstar, if you can give me cut number 3, Jimbo Fisher. He is now done in the main arena down here below us. He is the last coach at SEC Media Days to make it up to the main stage, and he has closed the main stage of the College Football Hall of Fame just moments ago behind us. He had this to say about the Nick Saban feud that started back in the summer and has now come to a close, according to Jimbo.
Listen, I'm going to say this. I have tremendous respect for Nick. There's no problem with Nick. You got two competitive guys, and unfortunately, like you say, you get out in public and different things. We stood up, and it's over with. I have no problem with that. But we get two competitive guys who have disagreement or opinions or whatever, and we both voiced them publicly for the first time. Both of us have ever done that. And, we both can grow from that. And hopefully we will. But, there's competitiveness, and I have great respect for Nick and his program and everything he's ever done.
Left side.
Actually, we'd been very, very good friends for a long time. Is that who you fight with the most? Your brothers, the people you're closest to?
Well, I love unfortunately it got out of the public. How exactly did that happen? I mean, how did
the comments were made in the public?
How did the feud get out of the public, I mean,
it was a Dunaway question.
It was a Dunaway question, and then a Jimbo Fisher fiery response to that answer. Yeah, I mean,
he turned the heat up quite a bit.
Yes, he did. There's no doubt he did. Yeah.
Cut number 2, rock star Brian Harsin, who we'll talk to momentarily, had this to say opening up SEC Media Days when he was asked about what went on in the offseason down at Auburn, the other big story.
Second time here, and excited to be here. And I know some of you out there looking at me didn't expect me to be here. There was an inquiry. It was uncomfortable. It was unfounded. And it presented an opportunity for people to, personally attack me, my family, and also our program. And it didn't work. So right now, our focus is on moving forward. And what it did, it was united our football team. It united our players, united our staff, it united our football team. And so I'm really proud of our guys, and I'm proud of what something like that, that could be very challenging and difficult for a lot of people, how our guys stepped up and handled it.
And that's Brian Harsin earlier. He's joining us now live, sitting down. And I'll start off, Coach, by just saying I love the attitude. I thought it was aggressive. But it painted a really good picture of where the Auburn program is right now as you came out. Was that the game plan, wanting to sort of reset the table for the public?
Well, I think really it's what we've been talking about in our program, since January. And this team, this staff, what they've been doing, the work they've been putting in, I'm so proud of our players and our coaches. And these guys show up every single day. They give Auburn football their very best. They treat each other right. There's a cohesiveness and a chemistry that's being built that was not there 20 months ago or so. And I think that was something that I wanted to make very clear. Like I'm proud of our team and the work they put in. Nobody gets to see what our guys are doing day in and day out. We do, and we have 3 tremendous players here representing us. They're doing a phenomenal job. We have coaches that have been preparing our players all summer long, especially with the new rule of using the ball and different things like that. It's really been something that has helped us. And then we're getting ready for fall camp. And we know, we got a schedule ahead of us. And I don't know how everybody ranks the schedule. I think the SEC schedule in general is hard enough. All right. If you're an SEC team, it doesn't matter how you put them in whatever rows and sections and all that. It's a tough challenge anyway. We got 5 home games. We got fall camp to prepare for. So we got a lot of things that we're looking forward to, and I want to make sure that we don't brush over the fact that this team and all they've been through and where they are right now, that as the leader of the program, I couldn't be more proud when I walk into that building to know that there's guys in there that have each other's back, that have mine, I've got theirs, and that's an enjoyable experience to be a part of. And I'm more excited now to go into this football season than I've ever been because of our team. Football I've always loved it, but it's because of the people in that building and these players. And we want to do everything we can to help them be successful, because that is our job. Our job is to make sure that our players achieve their goals and dreams. That's why we're there. We're going to win football games doing it, but they have 3.5, 4 years to do something spectacular, and we have to help them do that. And so we want to make sure that we're doing it every single day, and our players get the best from us.
You mentioned those three guys. One of them, Derek Hall, sat down with us earlier. You're right. We don't know what's going on inside your program because he talked about the program where you're throwing them in a pool with sweats on. And I'm like, hell, what's going on? Somebody's going to drown.
I didn't say everything was dreamy and easy. Yeah,
I mean, were you ever nervous?
It's football.
Did you have a lifeguard just in case?
We had a whole team of lifeguards. Yes. I mean, let me tell you about that. So we did some calisthenics and exercises and things on the field, but you had to do it perfectly. That's the thing, right? In our military, nobody does it better.
Right.
So why not bring someone in to teach leadership, all right, through the military? And these guys are the best of the best. We did jump in a pool. There's guys that couldn't swim. Now, I offered swimming lessons to our players that couldn't swim before we ever did this event. Nobody showed up. And I'm going to keep doing it. Like, that's one of the things, right? Like learning to swim. All right, why not? You're in college. That's part of our job is developing people. So let's teach them how to swim too. But you had a whole team. You had a coaching staff. You had Navy SEALs. You had lifeguards out there. I mean, you were going to be okay. But it really came back to, getting out of your comfort zone. And one of the things that one of those guys in the program said is guys were hanging on the wall. They're like, do you need that wall or do you want that wall? And that was a great message where, and guys, you know what? They started to let go and they floated out there a little bit. And it's a simple thing, but it was very impactful, and it was something that we did as a team. So we went through the challenge and the struggles, and we got the chance to see guys lead. But it's football. I mean, it's going to be hard. It's challenging. This is what we're teaching every one of our guys is how to be better leaders and how to be a better teammate and all that stuff. And that will show up when it's time to play.
When you looked at where you thought you would be at this point, are you there? Are you ahead of schedule? Maybe a little bit behind? I mean, every coach has a plan. Where are you on that plan, you think?
Yeah, I don't really ever gauge. Like, I gauge it based off what we're doing day in and day out. I gauge it off of the accountability report that I get every day. All right, everybody's going to class. Everybody's going to see their tutors and strategists. Everybody's on time. So every morning, every lift, I get a text message from some of our development team. Everybody's here. Everybody's here. Everybody's here. I get 4 of those a day. Academically, I get a report every single day. Everybody made it. I mean, to me, like that's the progress you want to make in your program, at least as a head coach, on a day-to-day basis. Because I can say, yeah, we're right where we want to be, and then the next day we got 16 guys that don't show up for something.
Right.
Well, then we're not where we want to be. And so to me, it's the day-to-day. That was the 1-0, like just it's today. We know we want to go. We want to win a championship. We want to have a program that represents Auburn University in a first-class way. We want to have integrity, and we want to graduate every single player. That's where we want to go. How we do it every single day and create that environment every day, that's what matters. The culture is a byproduct of what you do every single day. You don't just have it and all of a sudden we're good. You got to stay on it. And so, that's always been what I look at as progress. At the end of the day, hell, we won that day. That's a damn good day. And proud of you guys. I'm going to send a message to you. I'm going to let you know I'm proud of you. Appreciate that. Let's do it again tomorrow because you all have it in you, and that's what our team's been doing.
There's not a lot of downtime for family time. I know it's a grind, but you're so close with your family. Any vacation this summer? That you got a good tan going. I know you get to work out with the guys, but any fun this summer?
We did, yeah. So we went back to Idaho and got a chance to see our families, our parents, and Kess and I and the kids were all together. We went up to a lake there. We got a little lake place, and so we jumped on the boat. We surfed. I mean, we're water people now. We will surf. We will stay on the boat. We will be in the water. We'll jump on the jet ski. We'll do whatever we can in the water. But that's been our life and our kids' life since the day I got a full-time job. And the only purchase that I've ever wanted was a boat. All right, and that was something that I wanted to do because it was an opportunity for us just to be together, and that's our family. And you said it, like I'm all about my family. That is it. That's all I do. I have my family and I go to work. I mean those are the two things that matter most to me. And they're in a good spot and they're doing some really good things. And my kids they're phenomenal. They treat people right. They say please and thank you. They're just great human beings. And my wife, we've been together since we're 14 and 15. And so, I mean, for us, like we've come from nothing and we've been through everything. And so like when things happen to us, we can sit back and be like, this is like junior high and high school. I mean, we've been through this crap before and we laugh and there's nobody tighter than the two of us. And so,
your boats got bigger though.
The boats. So one thing, yes, over time we've got a little bit better boat.
Yes.
And it's like Jaws, right? We're going to need a bigger boat.
Gonna need a bigger boat.
As the kids went on. But no, I appreciate you asking. They're everything, and you know what? They're all part of this experience, and every one of our coaches' families too. And I learned that being with Chris Peterson and Dan Hawkins. I learned it through Mac Brown, that your families are a part of every single thing, and that is one thing with our staff. Their families, I hope they love it. And if they need something that they have to go do with their family, they're going to do it, because, we get to do some fantastic things, but they're the most important people in our lives.
All right, he is Coach Brian Harsin. Been a long day. He's got
Yeah.
a few more to do. Thank you, Coach. Always good talking with you.
Yeah, good talking with you too as well. Yeah, thank you guys.
Didn't realize he's a competitor now. He's got his own podcast.
Oh, that's right.
That's
Why
right.
are we even having you on?
Yeah,
So far from competition. Yeah,
You're going to bury
not
us.
even close.
I saw it was #1 in the world sports podcast for a minute.
I think our media team put that out there.
Okay,
yeah,
good.
Whatever
I think
works.
it was, I think it was made up.
Just run with it.
Yeah, that's right.
Watch out, Jim Rome will be coming for you.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
He'll be trying to cut you down.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Coach.
Coach.
You guys.
Good
Yeah,
to see you,
War
man.
Eagle.
Thank you.
Take care. Good to see
Thank you, man. That's Brian Harsin with us as we continue our coverage from SEC Media Days, presented by our friends at Precision Sports, Tommy James Law, Culver's, Wayne's, and Dr. Pepper. Talk a little baseball now?
Yeah, Buster Olney going to come up with us in just a few moments. He was nice enough to bump back for Coach Harsin to join us.
He
We're-
knows the game. He's an
Buster.
SEC guy.
Buster gets it. He's an SEC guy. He knows
He's an
the importance.
SEC big Clark Lee guy.
Yeah. Well, Clark Lee says they're going to be the best team
In the nation.
in the nation.
Yeah, not the SEC.
You got to have goals.
I guess if you're the best team in the nation, or you're the best team in the SEC, you're the best team in the nation.
Yeah. He's not saying this year. He's
No,
just saying
gosh,
eventually
no.
we're going to
No.
get there.
Yeah, Buster is with us now. He is presented each week by ATIX, AATix.com, and he's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Buster, first of all, thank you for your flexibility. Coach Harsin ran a little bit late, so we appreciate you bumping back a little bit.
Yeah, no problem. It's a huge week this week for you guys.
Oh, absolutely. SEC Media Days, always a big week. So this is, maybe not the actual middle of the season, but the assumed middle of the season with the All-Star break. Give me the storyline that is the most intriguing to you in the second half of the season.
Well, for the next 2 weeks, I'm going to cheat a little bit and give you two. The next 2 weeks, it's all going to be about Juan Soto. And, where's he going to land next? I've had executives with other teams who've told me they believe he is definitely going to get traded. A couple have said they think that this is more about the Nationals getting some information. I tend to think that this is more ownership driven on the National side, where the incoming owners are like, make this trade before we come on board because we don't want this on our watch. But the other storyline that I'm excited for down the stretch is the question of whether or not Aaron Judge might become the first player in 21 years to hit 60 home runs in a season. He's on pace now to finish with about that. That the Yankees have a huge lead in the division. They've been resting their guys a lot. I don't think they're going to deviate from that because they want to win this year. And of course, Judge could put up that huge number going into free agency. So that'll carry right over into the offseason and into when he's out on the open market.
Buster, this would have been a ridiculous question a couple of weeks ago, but better chance of catching the leader in the division, the Padres with the Dodgers in the NL West, or the Mariners and the Astros in the AL West?
Wow. It's hard for me to pick one or the other because I don't think either one's going to happen at all. I know the Mariners are winning like crazy, and I do think that they're going to make the playoffs for the first time since 2001 because I fully expect that they're going to be active before the deadline. So if I have to pick one of the two, I would go with the Mariners catching the Astros. I will tell you, Julio Rodriguez made such an impression on people here the other day with the home run derby. The Mariners' great young outfielder who's going to be the rookie of the year in the American League. During the home run derby, Mookie Betts was passing from the first base side to third base side. He was carrying his daughter, and he stopped and said something to Julio, and I intercepted Mookie, and I said, "Hey, what'd you say to him?" And he goes, "I told him just keep it going," meaning the derby. And then he just looked at me and said, "I've never seen this guy in person. Oh my God!" Like he was totally in awe of Julio Rodriguez, which is pretty cool.
You've said it a couple of times, but I want you to sell Braves fans who are watching and listening to us the opportunity they have coming out of the gate with the schedule. The Angels in a rare appearance over at Truist against the Braves, and two iconic players in Ohtani and Trout to go watch. You don't get to see. There are going to be very few times as a Braves fan you can see those two guys at home.
Well, and unfortunately, and I can't remember the exact date that Trout is eligible, but they just placed him on the injured list with a back spasm, and he said he's doing okay. I can't remember which date exactly he's going to be activated, but he's been out. Ohtani for sure. But here's the reason why you're the Braves. You are going to be watching these games really closely. Is this unbelievable division race? Most of the divisions are pretty much settled, but the National League East is the one that's the exception. And the Mets over the weekend have to play the Padres. So there's opportunity if you're the Braves. And guys, I don't know if I'm allowed to do this because I'm the one who declared the NL East race over at the end of May. But today on television, they're going to ask me about my World Series pick, and I'm going to change it. Preseason, I had the Blue Jays beating the Braves. I've got the Braves now beating the Astros in a repeat of last year's World Series, and they would be the first team to go back-to-back since 98 to 2000. So I just jinxed the Braves, I believe. And I'm sure that's what my son's going to feel like.
Well,
we'll hear it. Don't worry.
I was about to roll out a T-shirt in our store. Buster said it was over, so now I can't even do that because now you're to say they're going to win it.
we could do a series. Buster said it was over, and Buster called it. Buster Olney with us, courtesy of ATIX, AAATix.com, 822-7382 for all your Braves tickets, concert tickets, college football tickets, all there at ATIX. I'm seeing the report that Jacob deGrom's simulated game was pushed back, obviously. As I've seen that report, I'm reminded of a conversation I had with a Mets fan here in Atlanta who said, I swear if he sits out this whole year and then ends up signing with the Braves next year, I will never forgive the guy. Is that a possibility, Buster? Are there rumblings that could be what is in the future for Jacob deGrom?
Yes. He made it clear in spring training, I am opting out of my contract after this year, and he's got 1 year left at I think $32.5 million for next year. I've talked to enough people who are friends with deGrom, who know deGrom. He is not someone who likes the bells and whistles of playing in a big market. Some guys, like I think the reason why Juan Soto hasn't taken this offer from the Nationals is that Soto wants to play with another team, which is totally his prerogative. I think he wants to play with a big market. I think deGrom, all things being equal, he'd rather play in a place where there's not as much media attention, where it's just about the baseball. And let's face it, in recent years, I think the Braves have developed a reputation for having a great clubhouse culture. I tweeted out a few weeks ago that, once deGrom, assuming deGrom actually hits the open market, as he said he's going to, there is an assumption in some corners of baseball that he's going to wind up with the Braves next year. And certainly, from the Braves' perspective, you're going to want to see him healthy at some point this year. You're going to want to see him back in pitching. It's been more than a calendar year since he's been on a mound. But if, in fact, that happens, yeah, I think the Braves will be involved. Because I think Charlie Morton's going to move on, maybe finish his career with the Tampa Bay Rays when the season's over.
You've said it before. Ultimately, Mike Trout will be the best player in the history of baseball. But right now, is Shohei Ohtani, his teammate, better than Trout?
Well, and it's so funny you say that. Trout actually said that to me the other day when I asked him about being in the American League dugout with so many great stars, and he talked about how much fun. He goes, "Well, I'm in the clubhouse every day with the best player in baseball, and Ohtani." Look, if your standard is purely about production from one person in baseball, it's not close. It's why, I think Aaron Judge is clearly the first half MVP for what he's done for the Yankees, and he's so important to what they've accomplished. But Ohtani just keeps getting better as a pitcher, and if he continues to be productive, as he has been, especially in the last 6 weeks, he's going to blow right past Judge when it comes to the MVP conversation. And he'll win the award again because nobody else can match his total production on the two sides of the ball. He's a dominant pitcher. He looks like he's going to hit 30 home runs again, be somewhere in that range, driving 70, 80 runs. Nobody else can match that.
All right, Padres Mets Sunday night, Citi Field.
Oh, good game.
6 o'clock ESPN. Buster and the gang will be there. He's presented each week by ATIX, AAATix.com, 822-7382. Thank you again, Buster. We'll talk to you next week. Have a great weekend.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And tonight we've got Dodgers and Giants first game of our second half on ESPN.
Dodgers-Giants, great rivalry
We'll
tonight.
be home just in time for that.
That's right.
Yeah.
Home from Atlanta just in time for Dodgers-Giants. Well, enjoy that one, Buster. I know you will.
I appreciate it, guys. Thanks.
All right, take care. Buster with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
And our coverage from Atlanta brought to you in part by our presenting sponsor, Precision Sports. They're trying to get Mike Trout back in the game. They can get you back in the game.
Absolutely, Dunaway. Our friends at Precision Sports, whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, they want to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback today. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
When we come back, Justin Hokanson may slide in with us. We'll talk a little Auburn football with him. That as well. Oh, there he is. We'll talk to him when we come back. Hoke joins us to talk with the Auburn Tigers as we continue our coverage from SEC Media Days and the College Football Hall of Fame.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your 4-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1, or callwaynes.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Did you know that many professional athletes have their shoes custom fitted to their feet? At New Balance Birmingham, we think everyone should have perfect fitting shoes. So our in-store fit specialists take precise measurements to determine your foot size, shape, and gait before matching you with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call GutterCapBirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Back with you on the next round as we continue our SEC Media Days coverage presented by our friends at Precision Sports, Tommy James Law, Culver's, Wayne's, and our friends at Dr. Pepper. Of course, Dr. Pepper and the SEC go hand in hand. Justin Hoganson, longtime friend on 3 Sports with us now to talk a little Auburn football. Just first, your big overview on how Brian Harsin handled everything here today with all the SEC and national media with the way it went in the offseason. Did you like his approach? Oh, hold on
one second.
Brown's going to turn you on here.
Okay. I was going to attempt.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, sorry again.
We good?
Yeah, same question. We apologize.
No, he was. I thought he approached it probably how you should, which is just be direct, talk about it, say, hey, I'm not going to do any more questions on it. Just try to deflect those from the beginning and just address it, which he did. Now, he was probably a little more direct than I thought he might be. I mean, if you go back and look at exactly what he said, something that stood out to me was him saying it didn't work.
Yeah.
And that was kind of I've heard him talk about it, but that was to me almost an acknowledgement of that this investigation was not based on any merits in his mind. To say it didn't work sounds like a coup.
Yeah,
which is what we kind of think it was. But for him to kind of acknowledge that, I thought was pretty bold.
Yeah,
but it was smart to just come out and say it.
And it showed, hey, look, this was orchestrated. I know who did it, and basically, F you.
Yeah.
But I did like the fact that he came out that pissed, and to me, he seems a much more comfortable. Like, I always thought it was a weird fit. I liked the hire because it was so out of left field, but the fit never seemed right. But now he's making it a fit, or at least he's trying to, and he's got a chip on his shoulder. And I think this year is going to be fascinating.
Yeah, no, I do too. I think it's I think this season is for a ton of reasons. Just because, look, when people ask, hey, what's their win total need to be for him to save his job? Or, that's a popular question. How many wins do they need to get to? I don't think that's a black and white thing. Just because of what happened in the offseason, that there's so much now background stuff there that if he goes and wins 8 games, it still is not going to necessarily make those guys like him anymore. 9 games, it doesn't matter. So it's not a thing of just go win games and save your job. It's very complicated. Then you have the recruiting aspect. You have NIL and how he's approaching it. There's a lot of stuff going on with how people view him behind the scenes that it's not as easy as just go win a certain amount of games and your job is safe like we would normally approach it. That's part of it, but it's not the whole equation at all.
Justin Hoganson with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Auburn Live, part of On3 Sports, @_J Hoganson is where you follow him on Twitter. If I made you bet a year's salary on the starting quarterback, you would bet who?
Calzada.
I mean, you say that so point blank, 100% Calzada. Start to finish starter? Are you that
as long as he
confident?
doesn't get injured? Yeah,
Can't be TJ Finley.
No. As long as Zach Calzada doesn't get injured, he should be the starter.
Why do people keep saying Robbie Ashford to me?
Don't know. I mean, he's athletic.
Yeah.
But no, he's not the guy. I mean, he's not the guy. I mean, he hasn't played at all. He didn't play at Oregon. Had a good spring game. He's got some athletic ability. Will he play? Wouldn't shock me. You heard Harsin talk about today that he's played multiple quarterbacks before. There might be a role for Robbie Ashford.
A package.
But yeah, package. But no, it's gonna be Zach Calzada. Unless Calzada, just does something unforeseen in fall camp and really does poorly, or somebody else just, steps up big time. I mean, they brought him in for a reason. He's got the best arm. He's the most accurate quarterback. He's got the most experience. I mean, playing last year is more experience than TJ's had probably. So I think it's going to be him. And I think it's going to be interesting to see how the other quarterbacks react, specifically TJ Finley.
How is the roster? I mean, for the Auburn fans that are watching or listening to this, the 22 looks pretty good, right? Is there depth behind the 22?
That's it's dicey. I mean,
you've been around the SEC a long time. Is it an SEC roster in your opinion?
Yeah, it's an SEC roster. It's not quite a divisional championship roster. It's not that. You got to have the depth in the SEC. I mean, you can point out there's not many teams where you can go Derek Hall, Owen Papo, Tank Bigsby, Colby Wooden. I mean, there's some really good players that are going to play in the NFL. But the depth behind that is just thin. It's just really thin, especially like the edge position receivers. There's no playmakers. Probably is there's able bodies, but there's no big playmakers there, which is kind of something that they're not used to. So yeah, they need to add depth, which comes in recruiting. But the first 22, yeah, not bad. But if somebody gets injured on the offensive line, if one guy goes down, maybe two, they're in trouble.
Yeah.
Same at the edge position, same at the linebacker position. There's no room for error with this team. They're not bad, but with this schedule, if there's any injuries, even quarterback, running back, if Tank goes down, all you have is really Jarquez. So they're just thin. If there's an injury on pretty much any position, I'm trying to think of a position where they could probably tight end. Tight end is probably the deepest position where they could, somebody got injured. You still have Tyler Fromm, Shanker, Luke Deal. But other than that, it's pretty thin across the board.
Hey, back to quarterback real quick. I know he was erratic, but if Bo Nix was coming back, would they be in a better situation?
So basically your question is Calzada same, worse, or better than Bo?
I think Bo's better than Calzada, but, we've seen Calzada's best. I don't know.
That's a tough question. I think that from everything I understand about what they think of Zach Calzada and what they thought of Bo Nix, it seems to me they think somebody like Calzada is better fit for what they want to do on offense than Bo Nix. Bo Nix is a better athlete, but I think for what they want to do, I think there's things that Calzada brings to the table that they think will work better than what Bo Nix brought to the table. I mean, whether Bo Nix was the quarterback or Calzada was the quarterback, I don't know that. I think Auburn wouldn't be looked at like they are. I think people think Bo Nix, there wouldn't be the doom and gloom kind of predictions if Bo was coming back.
Wouldn't be 6-6.
Yeah.
It'd be 8-4, 9-3.
Because so many people start with the returning quarterback when they make predictions.
Right.
Yeah.
They would just say that, but I'm not sure that Zach Calzada, Bo Nix. I'm not sure that Nix would be. I think Calzada could match Bo Nix's production if you brought him back with the same team.
So you
I think he's capable.
You sort of hint that the offense will look different. Obviously, with the coordinators and with Harsin, go back at Boise State maybe and pull up the way that tape looked and see what that offense was about, and you'd maybe see a little bit of what Auburn will look like offensively this year. Is that what you think?
Yeah, and I think go back and look at what Texas A&M did well last year with Zach Calzada, and I think you'll see some of that as well. I know that they've already started to implement plays and some schemes that A&M ran last year with Calzada into the offense. That's already happening. So is that an indicator? Is that more of an indicator that Calzada is going to be the guy? Possibly. I mean, I think when you're doing that to say, hey, what makes you comfortable? Let's get some things in there that you did well. And so I think you'll see some of that rolling out of the pocket. He's pretty good on the run, stuff like that. But I think he's just a little bit more accurate than Bo Nix can be. I think the ceiling's a little higher in terms of his accuracy, and then really probably his demeanor is probably the biggest difference. Bo, just for what he was a roller coaster of emotions. I mean, he was an intense up and down guy. Zach Calzada is a little bit more level headed from talking to people on the inside of what they think of the two guys, and for what Harsin and Keesall kind of what they are and what they want from a quarterback. They don't want the roller coaster of emotions. They don't want this from their quarterback. They want an even keeled guy. And so I think they think Zach Calzada can be that.
Based on the Justin Hokanson is with us on 3 Sports at _J Hokanson on Twitter is where you would follow him. Based on the way the home and the away works, it's so stacked in those first 5 games. I mean, just how critical is
fans don't love that, by the way.
No, I don't. I can understand because you're going to get a bunch of hot games. You're not going to get a lot of good fall games at Jordan Hare Stadium. But and on top of that, it's just a tough finish to the schedule. But how critical are those first 5 games to be 5-0, worst case 4-1? I mean, if you're any worse than that, it is going to be a long year.
Yeah, I would agree. 4-1 has to be the worst you do.
Yeah.
Just because of what you have on that back end. Because what do you? Yeah, Georgia, Alabama, A&M. You got road. You got
Mississippi State. That's not an easy road game.
Yeah, you're
Ole
looking
Miss.
I mean, you got to figure there 3 losses.
There's a good 3 losses.
Right,
in
right?
that stretch. Yeah.
So that puts you at 4 if you're 4-1.
That's right.
And so yeah, they got to be 4-1. I think worst case scenario. But I think the biggest question is people are talking about what's the bigger game, Penn State. How big is that Penn State game? I think the LSU game is bigger. I mean, the Penn State game is big, but it's not an SEC game. And so I think that does matter. I mean, if they're 4-1 in the losses Penn State, that's better than I think 4-1 in your losses to LSU.
Yeah, I'd rather have a non-conference loss. Yeah.
So I think that LSU game is big because if they do lose to Penn State, you got a chance to come back and rebound and beat LSU. If you do beat Penn State, you think you get by Missouri. Well, now how big is that LSU game? So I think that LSU game is just going to be a massive game to either keep the momentum going or get it back in the right direction because the last 5, 6, 7 games is brutal. They'll have a chance to win those games. I think that A&M game could be your signature win potential at home. What A&M could be, that could be a monster game that maybe you come up with a shocking win there. But yeah, you got to be 4-1 or 5-0.
So it's 8 home games, 4 road games, right?
Right.
So if you win them all at home this year and lose them all on the road, heck,
that's 8-4, Jim. That's 8-4.
I mean, that's better than everyone below us is picking them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. 8-4. I think people would be happy with 8-4. Fans, I should say.
Do you see any scenario 8-4 gets him fired?
You sort of hinted to that earlier.
Well,
I mean, it's not record. Record doesn't matter.
But you said it too, Hook. I always say you got to tell me who the 4 are.
Yeah,
and now these will be the 4 road games.
Let's go with his
and
scenario.
how they go.
Yeah,
the 4 road games.
Yeah, but I mean, if Georgia and Alabama blow them out on the road, that's a different than if they.
Which could happen.
Yeah, but they could play them close too. You never know, and that's kind of a different feeling.
We'll also accept. I don't really want to answer this, Jim. We'll accept that too.
Well, no, I think the answer is
you didn't ask the question.
I think the answer is I think it depends. If you go 8-4 and you get smoked by Georgia and Alabama, but it just like I said earlier, that combined with if recruiting doesn't take off, there's just other elements there that are factoring in. And so if they go 8-4 and you finish with a 24th recruiting class, and things behind the scenes don't get any better. I mean, I don't think he's fired, but I would say it's not. Everybody's not like, 8-4. Let's take a step back, take a sigh of relief. I don't think there's that. I think all he's trying to do is just get through this year and somehow get to year 3 at this point. I don't know, whatever it's going to take.
Okay, where is recruiting right now? I mean, in your opinion, and we've seen Alabama the last couple of years start off a little slower and then build up into a great recruiting class. It sort of has happened again. A&M is A&M, Georgia is Georgia. Where's Auburn in recruiting right now? If you had to give me is it hot? Is it lukewarm? Is it cold? What is it right now?
It's not hot. It's not hot. I mean, look, the reality is they're trying to recruit off of a 6-7 season, off of the drama of February, off of NIL, a slow start in terms of what Auburn's trying to do. There's been some, I guess, I don't know, disorganized.
Is the collective disorganized?
Well, there's a transition going on.
Yeah.
So that's part of, you had NIL Auburn, and now it's transitioning to what's going to be called On to Victory, which is going to be more boosters involved, more resources are pulled in. That's going to be what it should be, but it's not there yet.
But you're late getting to the game
now. You're late getting to the game. And look, you have a bunch of people that are hesitant about Harsin, so they're not giving. There's a bunch of people that just maybe don't believe in paying players. You got to get them around to believing in that. So those things combined is just making it difficult right now for Auburn to recruit. They're finishing 2nd and 3rd for a lot of good players, but they can't close the deal for a myriad of reasons, NIL being one. And so, yeah, they desperately need that 4-1, 5-0 start, preferably 5-0, to regain some momentum, to tell these kids, hey, we got it going in the right direction. You heard Brian Harsin say watch was going to be what they're telling recruits. That's all they can do now.
Right.
They don't have anything to really recruit. And we talked to people back when this is going on. I talked to somebody on staff in February. He was like, if we land a top 25 class, I'd be thrilled, given what you just went through. Of course, now you're in summer and everybody's mad that you don't have a top 15 class and you have a short memory of what you just went through.
Yep. But top 25 in the SEC.
It's not good. I mean, it's not good enough.
It's probably 9th or 10th.
I mean, they were 18th last year, and that was like 7th in the league.
Yeah.
I mean, it's insane with
You
what
can't close
A&M's
a-
doing,
yeah.
Arkansas is doing. Everybody's ramping it
You
up.
just
Ole
can't
Miss.
close a gap that way.
Yeah.
Without getting a generational quarterback out of the blue, you can't close a gap that way.
Yeah, if you're Auburn right now, you're no worse than top 15. Like, you can
Yeah.
never be outside of the top 15. You just can't.
All right, he is Justin Hokanson. Good time to jump on board with On 3 and Auburn Live there.
Little over a year old, right?
Yeah, growing like crazy.
It's
Yeah,
going good?
It's been awesome. Yeah, you a little over a year old.
Us too.
Yeah,
We're the same age.
That's true.
That's
yeah.
true. Yeah, we launched
Yeah.
the same time, man.
Yeah. It's going awesome, man.
@_Jay Hokanson. We're still in diapers, though. @_Jay Hokanson on Twitter is where you follow him, and go sign up right there at On 3. Thanks, Hoke. Always good talking with you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thanks.
Brown apologizes for being late to
Well,
start your interview.
So seriously, no. Brian Harsin, listen, stop me. I mean, what am I supposed to do? Tell him, no, I got to go talk about you. I can't talk to you.
Well,
I'm
he
sorry.
stopped you. They were. Kirk was trying to get him out of here.
I know, but Harsin. I mean, now Brian Harsin's a talker. Kirk was trying to wrap it up, and Harsin just keeps talking to me. I mean, what was I supposed
Listen, you know
to
what's
do?
funny is I had to make sure and say that wasn't my fault, because I don't know if I know you remember the first time I ever showed up. You were out of town. I came on. I wrote a story for Bleacher Report. You know, when I was trying to get in, literally the first time I was ever on with you. You asked me a question. I remember this. You asked me the question. My first radio moment ever. I start talking. I never plugged my mic in.
Yeah. Fantastic.
So when you did that, I had a flashback to that.
You
I'm
know,
like, yeah,
you know,
it's not my fault.
you know, don't always said. 8:05 here on the show. Our guests don't know how to plug their mic in. We're going to get to Justin Hokanson in a moment.
Former intern, Justin
Former intern.
Hokanson, who apparently did not train very well. All right, Hoke.
Thanks, Hoke. Good
See
to
you,
see
man. Part of our show brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports, LT. Tell them about our presenting sponsor over here.
Yes, we really appreciate all of the fine folks at Precision Sports. Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you. Make your greatest comeback today. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team ready for treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
And also by our friends at Wayne's. We'll teach our Hoke one more lesson here about
That's a good one
paying
right
the
here.
bills. Our friends at
That's
Wayne's.
right. 866 Wayne's 1. This is how you see your number 2. When it's 1 year old, this is how you get your number 2. 866 Wayne's 1. To get the best offer, use the code TNR for that smart pest. It takes care of the rodents. It's 24/7 rodent monitoring. As soon as it spots one, it proactively communicates to Wayne's. They send out the exterminators to take care of it. And then you do not have a rodent infestation. You can save $100 off your initial smart pest service now by using the code TNR for the next round when you call 866 Wayne's 1.
Yeah, hang around. We'll give Brown some more grief in the final hour about upstanding us, big timing Hoke, and hanging out with
That's
Brian
right.
Harsin and letting the show go to hell in a handbasket after we come back from the SEC Media Days in the College Football Hall of Fame.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram @JimDunaway.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from the next round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0070. 888-848-7274. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the poor boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Wayne's Pest Control has taken pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart System. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
When choosing a lawyer, the most important factors are trust, experience, and results. Tommy James of the Tommy James Law Firm checks all these boxes. With more than 25 years of experience, he will take care of your legal needs. Anything from car accidents to wrongful death cases, Tommy has done it all. Case evaluations are free, so if you're looking for a lawyer to handle any type of personal injury case, call him at 205-259-1725 or check out TommyJamesLaw.com. Call today or email Tommy at TommyJamesLaw.com.
No representation is made that the quality of legal services to be performed is greater than the quality of legal services performed by other lawyers.
The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate Design Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at TimberlineGC.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
All right, final segment from SEC Media Day coverage. It's been presented all week by our title sponsor, Precision Sports, also by Tommy James Law. Thank you, guys, Precision. Thank you, Tommy James Law. Thank you, Culver's. Thank you, Wayne's, and thank you, Dr. Pepper. One final thought and a couple of stories from Brown after he tells us about the great folks at Culver's.
Jim, right now at Culver's, you can get that big Wisconsin cheese pub burger. Stop in the 150 or 280 location. Enjoy one today. The Wisconsin cheese pub burger at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
All right. You had a couple of thoughts you wanted to share with us. Stories, you called them.
3 contract stories. First, Kirby Smart. You've been giving that a good bit.
Oh, I saw the other one.
Kyler Murray.
Yeah, Kyler Murray of the Cardinals. A huge deal. I would not invest in this much money in him.
Lance, you've been talking about what kind of deal Kyler Murray would get. Holy crap. I did not expect it to be 5 years, $230.5 million. According to Adam Schefter, $160 million of that guaranteed. He will be the second highest paid quarterback in the NFL. Kyler Murray will be.
I mean, this is the trend. When you get your contract, you become, one of the top paid quarterbacks. For Arizona to give him this, I don't know. I've seen great Kyler, and I've seen very, very average Kyler.
Yeah. This to make him the second highest paid quarterback is just remarkable to me. I mean, I know that's not how we should judge how the quarterbacks are viewed in the NFL because it's all about where you are in the contract, scenarios. But this guy is viewed maybe as the top 10 quarterback in the NFL, maybe. I mean, we did that the other day, right? That's where we discussed, is he in the top 10?
We talked about, would you rather have Lamar Jackson or Kyler? I'd rather have Lamar.
I would rather have Lamar Jackson.
Well, and don't you think Lamar is looking at this saying, all right.
Oh, yeah.
All
so
righty.
there's the floor, guys.
Yep.
$230 million.
That's right. He called the Ravens, said, count up his MVPs real quick if you don't mind.
Yeah. And how many playoff wins does he have?
Yeah. Oh, okay. That's good.
Kyler's been to the playoffs one time, and they got destroyed by the Rams.
Yeah.
And he made some horrible decisions.
Oh, he did. That was the game where he just threw it up out of the end zone, right?
Yeah, Monday night.
Pick six, yeah. And then another contract, a good friend of ours, and I'm very happy to see this, Andy Kennedy has agreed to a contract extension with the UAB through the 27-28 season. He will be making $900,000 in base salary, and it will increase $100,000 per year over the life of the contract, and incentives for postseason play and some other exceptional performances. So
Andy's $1 million coach.
Yes, sir. Great job by Mark Ingram and UAB to tie up Andy Kennedy, who has done a tremendous job with UAB basketball, already has them in the tournament. And I saw
him the other night at the Redmont party on Friday before we came in
he
town.
He was decked out.
He was looking really good. Now, he had it was obviously custom, but it was kind of greenish.
Yeah.
And then he had on the Louis Vuitton shoes.
Yeah, he looked like he was going to the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, he did. You're absolutely right. Yeah. It did look like a Kentucky Derby fit.
Yeah. But of course, I don't know what you're supposed to wear to a World Games Redmont vodka party. Maybe you're supposed to dress like the Derby.
I had never been to one either.
Yeah, but he made it pop.
But this is big for Andy.
He had the drip going.
Yes, he did. This is big for Andy. I mean, for a minute, Bill Clark is gone now, so I don't know. But for a minute, I was about to say you're going to be paying your basketball coach and your football coach $1 million. There were days at UAB.
Yeah.
Where I don't know if they had $2 million in their athletic budget.
Securing Andy is huge. And
Absolutely.
I hope, and I hope from UAB's sake, they're protected on somebody coming to try to steal him, because you get the feeling the way he's recruiting in that league this year, it's going to be a special year for UAB again. They'll be back in the tournament, I think, and maybe make some noise when they get there.
I think it was Jeff Goodman. It was one of the national guys that I saw tweet this, maybe Rothstein, Goodman, somebody like that tweeted, it doesn't happen a lot in these conferences, but Western Kentucky and UAB are both legitimate at-large bid teams.
That's right.
Going into this season. So that's the type of place that Andy has UAB right now.
Yep. So that's a opportunity if both of them have good out-of-conference years, that maybe two can get in from Conference USA this year before they go to the American. All right, final thoughts on football here from SEC Media Days as we head. They'll announce all the projections and all of that tomorrow. We'll be back in studio in Birmingham. Your big takeaway from today or the week?
Well, today, two things. I think the Kirby Smart contract we knew was coming down. The timing was interesting. It's a lot of money. Highest paid coach in college football. I don't have a problem with it. He just won a national championship. He's doing great things at Georgia. And then the other thing, Brian Harsin came out on the attack. I thought that was really interesting. I respect it.
I think, obviously Kirby Smart away from media days, though it's dominated media days, is the story. And I think Jimbo Fisher, a lot of people are calling this backpedaling. I noticed our buddy Connor O'Gara said Nick Saban was asked almost nothing about the Jimbo Fisher situation. And Jimbo Fisher was asked almost entirely about the Nick Saban situation. And Connor even said, I don't know, you read into that what you want. I just find it interesting.
Yeah.
That it really wasn't a topic of conversation when Saban was here that much, if at all. I don't remember him being asked.
Well, but truthfully, and when you think about Alabama going into this season, you're in a few weeks they're going to be named the AP #1 team going into the season,
right?
And there's talk of a championship run. At Texas A&M, what is the conversation about? What draws you away from that argument? Alabama has a team that is built for a championship run that draws the media's attention away from. And they've got Bryce Young, a Heisman Trophy winner. They got Will Anderson, who has a whole big debate on whether he should be getting Heisman votes or not. And, Mad Dog saying on ESPN, I'm not going to vote for him regardless of the season he has because I don't vote for defensive players. And then what draws you away from that off-season distraction from Texas A&M that makes you talk about anything else?
Yeah.
There's nothing. You know, a four-loss season last year. You know, there's nothing that draws you away from that discussion other than the recruiting class you had, which is the part of that discussion.
That's right. That's the discussion, yeah.
All right. Thank you again to Precision Sports, Tommy James Law, Culver's, Wayne's, and Dr. Pepper for the week here. Thanks to the guys and gals back, Taylor, Forrester, Lunsford, and Rockstar for keeping us on the air as much as they did, and just the work they did back there. You guys are so much appreciated. We will see you in studio tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Time. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at HydroLive. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. HydroLive's got 3 locations, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Temper, buckle in, that's a win. It's one of a kind, it'll blow your mind. Everyone's done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper.
Jim Dunaway.